Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what you think and feel about the latest development on our political front. Today, the Azimio uh, running mate, that is Honorable Mother Karua, comes out aftermath of the Mashujaa Day celebration that were marked with low turnout in terms of enthusiastic Kenyans to go and celebrate their heroes, led by President Dr. William Ruto. And so she comes out clearly without reservation and says she doesn't accept the presidency of Dr. William Ruto. He says, although the law accepts him and it is as good as what the law has accepted, but as for her, she doesn't. What do you take about her sentiments? Is she a representative of Kenyans, or she's speaking for herself in her own capacity, and that is all? Well, and looking at how the masses did not show up for the Mashujaa Day celebration, we asked the question, is Raila Odinga the president of the masses? Since he's not in the picture and the masses are out of the picture. We'd love to hear what you feel and think about the whole thing. Welcome, everyone. And if you're able to get us, please make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. We would love to hear what other Kenyans are saying about the whole scenario and where we go from here. We will keep saying until it gets done. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep going. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Well, nashukuru sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Nawakaribisha mahala popote mlipo kwa moyo mkunjufu. Nafurahi sana kwa kuwa kila mmoja amepata nafasi ya kujiunga nasi, na naomba tumakinike pamoja tunapoendelea na mjadala wa usiku wa leo, tunapoangazia maoni ya Mother Karua ambaye alikuwa running mate wa baba katika Azimio. Anasema hajakubali urais wa Rais William Ruto. Anasema sheria ya mkubali, lakini yeye binafsi hajakubali. Haya madai ni yake peke yake ama inashirikisha Wakenya wengine? Naomba tuangalie hiyo kwa kina. Abdalla, karibu sana. Fatuma Nasmio, Beatrice na Wanjaya, karibu sana. Good evening to you. Thank you so much for keeping it here from Saudi Arabia. Tunashukuru sana. Abe Kemboi, karibu kwa show. Simba Omar Said, sijambo, karibu sana. Jackson Ogutu, sema baba, karibu sana. Martin Mulefu, you're welcome. Kalivo Kenya, karibu sana. Eliza, hiyo ni gani? Eliza Kigen, I hope so, ama Eiza, Eiza Kigen, karibu sana. Nashukuru sana. Collins Bate, you're welcome to the show. Walter Omoshi, you're welcome. Shadrack keep to gain. Nakwambia leo ni leo. Haya, Jessica Lelgo, karibu sana. Lusava Juma, you're welcome. Okirado Philip, karibu kwa show. Passionate love of Christ, you are welcome. Kuna Cyrus Lukonyi, you're welcome. Chris K.A. Is it Carlos? I think so. Raila the 7th. God forgive you. All the same, thank you, Isa Chamberlain, you're welcome. Kuna Jairus Malaya, you're welcome. Kipkemei Lesana Hosea, karibu sana. Kuna Aya Kolido, Moses Odoyo, alafu Kelvo Kenya, kuna Mike Njoroge, John Kasisi, alafu Ruth Mora, na Evans Hewa, alafu huyu na Pamela Kageni, you're welcome. Gloria, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Henry Kero, you're welcome. Thank you so much for all that are joining us from wherever you are around the world. Please keep it up, Mtembei TV, and if you have not subscribed, please do so. If you're following us on Facebook and you have not subscribed on YouTube, please do the honors of subscribing. If you're not yet a member of Mtembei TV, you can join. All the details are on our handles. Please make sure that you follow closely. Once again, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Please click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space. Just going around our standing orders. Your camera and your audio must always be on. Without your camera, we can't admit you to the screen because we would love to have quality videos for those that come to view this show right when we are done with the discussion. This is an open forum where Kenyans air what they feel and think about the politics of the day and how to respond to the same. So kama unajificha nyuma ya curtain, wewe uruhusiwi kwa screen, utakaa huko kwa comments ukiendelea kujadili ukitumia vidole. You let the fingers do the working while the rest use their lips and every other thing that they would love to use. Karibuni sana kila mmoja, na washukuru, asante sana wote mnaojumuika nasi. Tafadhali tuanze safari pamoja, na usitazame peke yako. Share in Facebook groups, all your WhatsApp groups, zile umewekwa, zikweza matanga, zikweza ndoa za harusi. Sambaza hiyo link ili kila mmoja amakinike tunapojifunza na kuelewa na kufuata siasa zetu. Haya, wa kwanza kuingia alikuwa Joseph Otieno. Joseph Otieno, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Mtembei, habari yako?
Niko salama, naambia.
Umeshindaje vipi?
Niko salama, nashukuru sana. Martha Karua anasema akubali hii urais. Wewe unasemaje?
Na nimeshinda vizuri, nashukuru.
Yes.
Yes.
Tunahitaji maoni yako. Una support Martha Karua ama unapinga Martha Karua?
Come up again with the story. Sorry.
Martha Karua anasema hakubali urais wa Rais William Ruto. Anasema licha ya kuwa sheria inamkubali, yeye binafsi hajakubali. Wewe unaonaje?
Hata mimi nimeshindwa kukubali bado mpaka saa hizi. Hata bado sina president. Bado sina president Mtembei, kusema tu kweli. Imenishinda kukubali.
Haya basi, asante sana kwa utangulizi huo. Tutaendelea kujadiliana kwa kina, tusonge mbele. Alfred Sakwa, maoni yako?
Salama sana Bernard. Nashangaa ati Martha Karua bado wakubaliani na matokeo.
Yes.
Kuna watu ikanzee Martha Karua wakubali, bila sisi tulikubali, na azidi kuweza kuwa mpinzani, na vile tuzidi kupinga ndio vile kufanyika. Kusema kweli, Ruto akikosa mpinzani kazi itafanyika. That's what I can say. But mimi I support Karua. Kama yeye mwenyewe bado hajakubaliana, anastahili aende achunguze vizuri kama anataka kuzidi kuendelea kuchunguza. That's what I can say.
Kwani kukubali ni lazima?
Kukubali si lazima, manake yes, haulazimishwi. Ona. Yaani kaushalazimishwa kukubali, wewe mwenyewe simama na useme kweli nilazimishwa nikubali matokeo.
Ndio tunasema haki ya kukubali na kukataa. Si ni ya sisi wote wa Kenya?
Ya, ni yetu sisi wa Kenya. Ni yetu sisi wa Kenya, ndio mahali tunaona panaenda vibaya. Tunasema panaenda vibaya. Mimi mpaka wa leo mimi sijaamini kwamba hicho kiti kilienda bure. Inauma, lakini itabidi tuzoee. Okay, inauma lakini itabidi tuzoee.
Okay, asante sana bwana Alfred, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi. Naomba mute your mics kila mmoja ili tusonge mbele kwa pamoja. Nashukuru wote mnaojumuika nasi katika comment section. Tafadhali tulinde nidhamu. Kuna haja ya kutusi mtu yeyote. Ni muhimu kuheshimiana na hakikisha kwamba unatenda ambayo yanafaa. Biblia inasema yale ungependa kutendewa basi tendea mwenzako. Kama vile ungependa kuwa treated, treat others. It's called the golden rule. So let's ensure that we keep our sanity and ensure that we do the honors of expressing ourselves honorably and air what we think and feel about the whole situation the right way. Well, mmenijibu maswala ya Martha Karua. Swali la pili hilo, is Raila Odinga the president of the masses? Where were the masses yesterday? What happened? How come if Raila Odinga was the one presiding over Mashujaa Day, would he be in want of masses? That's something we also would love to weigh on. Mnaonaje?
Hello, Mtembei.
Yes.
Yes.
You know what, Mtembei? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Bernard.
Oh, now, Bernard. The fact remains that nobody has government. That is the fact. People are still wondering and still trying to just imagine how they can cope up with the government. And that's why what you saw yesterday is not a surprise. You know what they used to do when they were campaigning? They used to ferry people, buses all over the country. But now, people are fed up. That is the fact. The economy is too high, the cost of living, it's unbearable. And now there is no money to ferry people to those to Jaza those stadiums. So the love, the love that people have for Raila, yesterday that stadium could have been full to the brim, because Raila people just love him naturally without him. The supporters, they don't even ask for even a penny of coin. But with this Ruto thing, what they believe is ferry people, then you dump them there without giving them something. That's why they cannot have those masses in the stadium. And that is the fact. And that's why I had to, even me now, I've not even accepted that Ruto is the president. And I don't know whether I will believe or not. I'm still doubting. Yes.
Okay, sawa. Asante Bwana Otieno, tutashukuru. Naomba tusikilize dada yetu Yufin, vipi? Siku nyingi.
Habari ya siku mingi kila mtu. Bernard, ulitupotelea wapi?
Nilichukua leave.
Hiyo leave yako simeenda sana.
Amuko nilicall, nilikuwa nafikiria mmeniretrench.
Hadi tukafikiria kwani ulitugeuka nini?
Hapana, sijapewa kazi ya Hussein Mohamed. Mimi niko hapa.
Twashukuru kama umerudi. Issue ya accepting the president, Ruto's presidency, it's not with us. It's with the few. So even me, I don't. In fact, I don't even watch news. I only check on the highlights, what I want to see, and then I don't watch the news like I see him and all that. No. So we are together in this. I believe many Azimio supporters we don't accept it. We can't accept the Camargo and I think it's a Venezuelan president plus Comey plus Chebukati. So it's the president of a few, and we are at will to accept or to reject. We may have accepted the ruling, but we don't have to agree with it. So Baba will still remain my president no matter what happens. The empty seats yesterday told us a lot. I think even the hustlers, they've started realizing the truth. So I'm hoping it will continue like that so that they see even the president, the former president, he told Kiambu people that you are lost. And one day you realize that you are lost. So we want them to realize that they were lost and they are still lost. But they will be welcome in case they want to come back. Because we are all Kenyans. When the prices of things go up, it goes up for everyone. When everything escalates, it's for us all. So we are happy. As an Azimio supporter, I am so happy with what is happening. I won't lie that I'm not. So I am so happy. Raila is our president. He's my president, the president of the people, and no one can force me to change that. So we are good. Let us enjoy the government that is in place for the hustlers. Thank you.
Asante sana Yufin kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru na tunaomba kwamba kila mmoja adumishe amani mahala popote ulipo. Hakikisha kwamba unafanya jukumu lako kama Mkenya, lakini ukweli mbivu na mbichi itakwenda kujulikana. Ukweli huwezi kujificha milele, lakini kwa vyovyote vile, kama vile sheria imesema, kuna sheria. Biblia inazungumza kuhusu the law on the spirit of the law. So there may be differences and support and opposition to the same scenario, but at the end of the day, we have a country to take care of, and so it's our responsibility to see to it that we do what is right every time to help Kenya move forward. We have a lot of detractors who would love to get us from continuing with the passion and the power pursuit of building Kenya and making Kenya progressive by getting us back to the dark days. But that's part and parcel of the struggle, and we'll have to keep into the struggle to see to it that the safety of our children and our children's children is secured, even if our own may not be. And so let's be in this to make Kenya better, make Kenya great, and be able to secure the future. We may have lost the past, we may have missed the present, but we don't have to add the future to the losses of the past and the present. We need to envision that future and keep going for the same and keep into the struggle until we get it done. Thank you very much. And there are those who are feeling uncomfortable addressing the subject of the day. You are free. You're encouraged to do the same. All we want is to air what is latest, and that is what is latest. And I believe it's an important, although emotive discussion. We will need to weigh on the same. Well, let's listen to this short video, then we proceed with the conversation.
Miguna, who was deported 4 years ago, and this was all to do with the swearing in of Raila Odinga, who was your running mate.
Yeah.
Had you won the presidency, would we have seen him back home? Would he have been allowed back in the country?
I think that's a given. Our campaign was on the platform of rule of law, constitutionalism. And as many may recall, the Honorable Raila Odinga had indicated that I would handle the docket on matters constitution and matters of rule of law. Miguna would have been able to enjoy his rights, to have his passport returned. What happened was a great mistake and a great atrocity by the government of Kenya, of which the current president was a happy deputy president at that time. It's an action he cannot dissociate himself with. In fact, I think if today, maybe he's already made a speech because it's past 1, I would expect that he apologized to Miguna on his own behalf, and on behalf of the president who has just retired. It is their government that committed that atrocity.
A couple of months, obviously, after a very tightly contested election, have you finally accepted President William Ruto as the President of the Republic of Kenya?
The law accepts him, not me.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Umetegea Mtembei TV, tunajadili kama Wakenya masuala yanayojiri. Martha Karua hapa anasema sheria yakubali urais wa Dr. William Ruto, lakini yeye binafsi hakubali. Je, unakubaliana naye? Alafu kuna huyu mmoja, kabla nilete mtu, anaitwa Irene Karimi. Anasema Bernard, story ya kujaza stadium ni pesa utolewa na usidanganywe eti watu huenda bure. No way, hata days za campaign ni pesa na buses watu walikuwa wanabebwa. Inategemea unazungumzia kuhusu mrengo upi, kwa sababu mimi ni life member wa ODM na nimekuwa ODM tangu 2005 when it was conceived and delivered. Na nimekuwa Uhuru Park kila siku mpaka siku ya swearing in baba. Hata akisema anaenda midnight, you just need a few seconds notice, will be there. So hii maneno ya kulipa watu ndio wakuje kwa mkutano, labda ni yenu mnafanya katika mrengo wenu, lakini katika siasa halisi, the mass pullers, kina Kenneth Matiba, all the people that had political capacity in the country, they moved masses. Nobody was buying masses. The buying of masses started late in President Moi's regime, when he became very unpopular towards the end of his presidency. That is when the buying of masses started. And I believe that is where Dr. William Ruto underscored and understudied the art of buying masses. But as far as we are concerned, historically, Kenyan politics, there was no buying of masses. Everybody followed their conviction. And their senior citizens who will be joining into the discussion, they can confirm that. I'm a history student, and I know what transpired and what changed and what brought what. But buying of masses, Irene, I bet is not the way politics is done in Kenya traditionally and historically. It is just something that went wrong, and now we turned politics into who can convince the public that he is popular. But there is one who is popular, and there is one trying hard to convince the public that he is popular. If you're popular, you don't have to convince the public that you're popular. You just show up and the masses show up. Haya, naomba tuende Benson. Benson, umejificha leo, kuna nini?
Thanks Bernard, Alfred, Otieno, and I think Adam is gone. Yeah, I saw was it BBC or it was an international cable where Mother was talking. Yeah, and I feel Mother, it is not easy, losing 2022 was not easy for both, especially for Azimio team, because there was a lot of stakes in it. So I feel her, and I'm happy she have gone to the East African Court of Justice, because beyond the presidency is also to know the truth, because I think we shall know the truth. It might not affect the power, the power as it were now, but we will know the truth. We will know if there were issues or there were no issues, and that is good. But also on the flip side is, if you are a follower of a constitution, then you are a follower of anything that goes with the rule of law. So it's also good she have said she agree constitutionally that there is a president, but at a personal level there is issues. But I feel her, and that would be my comment.
Thank you, Mbodia. You're making a very good politician. saying what you're not saying and avoiding to say what you want to say. All the same, this is not just about a losing of an election. It's about proper application of the law. The reason why the law gives, even the constitution gives room for appeal and try to seek further uh, redress of various cases is because even the rulings can be wrong and the judges can be wrong. And so that in place, I don't see why somebody shouldn't find fault with a judgment if that judgment is not accurate. It's still within the framework of the Constitution. And of course, politics being what they are, personal, of course, and personal interest, of course, there is also national interest. Everybody who is aggrieved will have a right to express what they feel, and I think it's still within their right to do so and to choose who to believe in and who not to believe in. So it's not just because of the laws; it is a matter of, I think, opaqueness. If I borrow that from the Supreme Court and the IEBC, so the
Yeah.
opaqueness of the nature of this election is a really, really issue here. It's not who lost or who won.
Bernard, unajua, you are my friend, and you you exhaust the system. Sometimes you exhaust the system. Sasa exhaust the system, you let it go sometimes because yeah, you let it go because we did well, we did well, and I'm happy for Kenya because we did well. We went for voting, we voted, we counted, we waited for 14 days for Supreme Court, we waited for decision, a decision was made. So we are peaceful. So and I know half of the country is aggrieved, and we will overcome as a country. And maybe next time it will not be as painful as it is, but we shall overcome.
Benson,
Okay,
truth
thank you
be
for
told,
both for that. I want us to move to the next person. But
Bernard,
just
Bernard,
order, please. Joseph, standing order
yeah.
is if you want to interject or say something, you lift your hand, I'll pick on you. If you unmute and begin to talk, you're out of order, we'll send you to quarantine. So mute your mic first. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Benson, your mic is still on. Thank you, thank you. So that there is no feedback. Every time the mic is on, the conversation is not clear, especially for the audience, since there will be a feedback every time your mic picking and this one picking and then repeating. So it creates noise and confusion eventually. Now, this is what I was saying about the pursuit for justice and the pursuit for freedom. If we approached our pursuit for liberty as Kenyans, we approached Benson Bothia's suggestion, I think the colonial masters will still be here and will still be under colonialism. Our forefathers refused to relent. They were threatened. They were thrown in the door. They were thrown. I mean, they were persecuted. There was the Kipande system. There was segregation. They were reserved. The torture was too much, but they believed in living in a free country enough to undergo every pressure that can be released on them until independence is found. And so, for us to thrive in a country, we must not have the attitude of accept and move on when things are looking obviously wrong, and that wrong is being kind of now turned into right. Things going wrong is inevitable. Things can go wrong. But when the wrong is now made to be the right, then we are really wrong. And that is what the narrative that I would not want Kenya to embrace, that the wrong now become right and the right become wrong. We will have fallen completely, and I don't think we will ever rise from there. Joseph, ulikuwa unasemaje?
No, I just wanted to echo on what Benson was. Benson is trying to sugarcoat things here. The facts remain that no day that you'll accept the wrong to be the right. And when you talk of half, actually it is 3/4 of Kenyans that are still in pain. Not even a half, it is 3/4. I'm very, very much sure that even those who voted for these UDA people, it was just out of their way. Actually, I've interacted with most of them out here. They are really regretting. Most people are regretting, including those who voted for those UDA guys. So when something is wrong, it is wrong. And we have to, this is the narrative that we Kenyans, we don't want to get out of it. This narrative that came, let's accept and move on. It is very, very bad ideology. And that is where we get it wrong. That's why even me up to date, I can't even imagine that Ruto is the president. In fact, I don't even watch the news since Ruto was sworn in. I've not even opened my TV. In fact, it's off. So, because of this narrative of accept and move on, until when will we be accepting things and move on when some things are not right? Who will correct this mess in the near future or the next generation to come? Those are the things that we need to correct as the youth of today, so that when we get into that future now, things are okay. But this idea of let's accept and move on, we are not heading anywhere.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, both there in a minute.
Yeah, Joseph, I feel you. It's it is. I feel what you are saying, and that's why I didn't. That's why Bernard is saying I'm opaque and all. I'm vague because we once you exhaust the available mechanisms, then now you move to the next level. And I can tell you, when you look at the both political, both sides of the political divide, they are now in the next phase. And I can tell you the next phase of face off is the revolution. People are already talking about revolution, and it is live, and everyone know that the coming months, the revolution is the next big thing. And it around cost of living and all that. That's where people are moving. That's where the next big thing will be. The other big thing that is shaping up from the political divide is the extrajudicial and the ICC 645 people. So you move on. You prepare for the next cycle of political face-off. So as we talk about the last phase, we now look at the next phase. So actually, the people who are looking forward, they are now looking at how do we shape the revolution. On the other side, how do we face the issue of extrajudicial? And you can even see from the media, you can see the revolution things coming up. You can see the extrajudicial ICC things shaping up. And that's how a country is formed. In a year or two, people will start preparing coalitions, and that have been the cycle throughout their life. So Joseph, mimi naomba tuingie msimu ingine.
Now, Wanambovia, I hear you, and I kind of can tell where you're coming from. Okay, that is the narrative, huh? That since somebody has already taken the meat and run away with it, let him enjoy the meat. We will go hunting another day and get the meat and eat. But for how long shall others hunt for the meat? Then somebody run away with it. And you say they have exhausted all the means. I don't think all the means have been exhausted. The Constitution provides a lot of means to use. I think we have only used 2. So there are still 1, 2, 3, 4 more remaining. So you cannot say that they've exhausted. According to the law, we can uncall the president, we can impeach the president. This push for tiredness and push for it is over, push for accept and move on, it seems to be a very good fodder for now because you don't want to upset the status quo. But the status quo must be upset at this point in time, especially when they are not providing any hope for a better tomorrow, when Kenyans are at pain, looking at faced by what they are faced with right now. And so if the Kenya Kwanza government is not offering a way forward for this country that is reliable and dependable, then they will have themselves to blame. But they push for a narrative to say that we have exhausted all the avenues. We haven't. We only applied two. The constitution provides more. And so let's not push an agenda that we know it's obviously not right. And on that note, naomba nimlete Francis. Benson, your mic is always on. Kuna nini? Itatuma we quarantine. Eh? Okay. Oga Francis, welcome. How are you?
Yes, I'm very fine.
Uh-huh.
So nilikuwa pia na maswali najiuliza.
Yeah.
Why is it that the Americans do not trust the popular vote? They have the electoral college. And yet they are the fathers of democracy. Is there something that they saw that we cannot see? Them being the founding fathers of democracy, that they have the electoral college, but they cannot trust the popular vote. So anyway, let me just dwell on that of Mother Karua, then I'll come to that later. So whatever Mother Karua said, one thing, it is more to consolidate the base that Raila had. You know, for you to consolidate that base, you should move in a direction that most likely that people will likely agree with you. So for her, I just say that it is more of a consolidating base for the next shape up or something to do with the next kind of activity that the Azimio are likely to do. And if you remember, when Raila left the country, he said, when I will be coming back, I will come to reclaim back my victory. So he did not even explain further what kind of reclamation that he was going to do. So constitutionally, Ruto is the president, but when it comes in terms of legitimacy, what I call legitimacy in public masses, he has a long way to go. And I repeat again, here, especially the Mount Kenya people and the Mount Kenya people, let me refer to them as that because there are so many of them, the different tribes. Most of them did not choose Ruto because of loving him, but because the person he was competing with, to some extent, he had not good history with them. Therefore, they had little or no choice apart from Ruto. Therefore, this is a situation whereby you find that it was between a rock and a hard place. There's no softer ground. And that is why you find it that right now it is very easy. It is very easy to make the Mount Kenya people even to revolt against the government, because they voted it not because they liked it so much, but they saw this a man, maybe he has stood with us, he has done this, but he was not good at all. He has stood with us, he has done this, let's not just vote for him. And that's the reason as to why you find that almost 3/4 of the country are not happy. Some made choices because they had no any other alternative. It was between a rock and a hard place. So let me come to my point this way. Who knew that this new constitution that we passed it in 2010, that we shall create a two-tribe thing, that a combination of two communities, and that will rule forever? You know, these are the things that you look at them, that if this one, maybe it is not tempt, you know, it will reach at a point that Kenyans will never see any reason to vote, because they will be knowing if we combine two communities, maybe even Luos and Kikuyus, those will be able to produce the presidency. Maybe if you combine Kambas and Luya, maybe they will be able to produce the presidency. So these are the things that you need to tame. As I also looking at it, and under the new constitution, also I was looking at this point of view that look at the law that says we have women empowerment. I have no problem with women empowerment. It's good to empower these our ladies, that's some our mothers, sisters, and so forth, our cousins and so forth. But I was looking at this perspective. A governor, both male and female can vie. Senator, both male and female can vie. But women rep, a man cannot vie. Have you ever thought in a situation whereby Kenya goes ahead to elect a woman governors, almost all of them being female, senators being female, then automatically women rep is being preserved for them? What will that day be? Will I start championing about maybe things to do with male empowerment? These are the things that we need to look at a deeper high. Remember, this is the two community issue came with the new constitution majority because under Moi regime, we saw some people like people of different tribe, people like George Saitoti being the president, Musalia Mudavadi vice president. We saw some individuals like Kijana Wamalwa being vice president, Mudi Awori being vice president. Right now, it is well known that whoever will go in the ballot box will automatically become the deputy president, meaning the true thing of two tribes will never end unless we either adopt a parliamentary system whereby the political party with the largest members of parliament forms the government, because these members of the parliament are even the direct people who are close and are representative of the larger part of Kenya. And as I finish up, I was looking at the American system. Why is it that American system, you can win with popular vote and still not become a president like the way Hillary Clinton did? He won with the popular vote with almost over 2 million votes, but Trump was declared the presidency. Why is it that? Because they know if they allow that kind of popular votes to go on, some of the cities like the California, Kentucky, Texas will be making decisions on behalf of the other part of the country, and this one will threaten the cohesion and the unity of a country. That's why they introduced the electoral college, to ensure even those areas with the two electoral college, you will go and campaign because they are part and parcel, and they might likely to affect you becoming the presidency. So why is it that Kenya, we have allowed to a point that somebody, if he campaigns in only 2 provinces, he is assured that he can be the president without even the other provinces? What will it mean to the other provinces? Right now, and you look at a very great perspective, because these are the things that Kenyans will ignore, but at the end of the day will haunt us. Somebody, if today you tell William Ruto to take maybe development to areas like Turkana, maybe Kilifi and Malindi, he will be likely reluctant. But if you tell him take it to Kiambu, he will take it very fast, because he knows there is what you call a vote-rich county. So it reached that in the next 50 or 60 years to come, maybe we'll be grandfathers. It may likely appear that Kenya will be having 3 cities in different provinces. Then maybe the other provinces will be looking like the favela in Brazil, because nobody will be considered, because the population will never go down. There's not a single day that a community population will go down. People are giving birth at a very high rate uniformly across. So you add 2, we add 2. There's no day that gap will ever be filled and become equal. So these are the things that we need to address if indeed we want to have a country that is moving in unison. That's what we need to address. And I'm telling you, Bernard, if you are here, 2027, and God will keep us alive, because I believe in good health. If reforms are not being done, people will not even waste their time to vote. They won't. They will just stay at home. Because why? Somebody look at this scenario, says, hey, why should I go and vote a good leader? Maybe let me use, for example, my county where I'm coming from, Kajiado. We had 3 governors. So one of the governors who was the best performing, the former governor Ngedienye, because of association with a community that is not from Kajiado, was voted out because of picking a runmate from the person from Mount Kenya. But that man is hard working. So if we allow such kind of things to move on in our country, things are likely not to become good. We need to have a reform that anybody feels is part and parcel, that mtu mwenye ako Malindi anafeel kwamba hii serikali iko kwa mamlaka ni yangu, hii mwenye ako Murang'a hii ni yangu, mwenye ako Kisumu hii serikali ni yangu. So at the end of the day, vitu kama madaraka de hata wao ndo watakuwa wanapigania space kukaa. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Bwana Francis, nashukuru kwa hayo maoni, na labda kama hatutaki electoral college, bas tuangalie constitution review. Hiyo maneno ya 25% in at least 50% itolewe, okay, iwekwe 50%, so isikuwe tu 50 plus 1, so that the majority is not just a number but it must be widespread. Because if you can get 10 million from one county, or rather from one region, you are the president, you know, but the rest of the country rejects you, the rest of the country denies you. That in itself is not serving its purpose. So let's, if we don't go with the electoral college issue, then let's lift the threshold of 25%. In my opinion, is too low to be used as a threshold of proving one's popularity within the country. It is 25%, that is far below, and then it is put at 50%. It should be 25%, then let's say in the majority of the counties, not just you have made the 50%. So the balancing of that particular clause in the constitution, in my opinion, it was not well thought out. That you score 25% in 50% of the counties, then you have met the threshold that constitute a president. In those 50 counties, you have left out 75%. 75%. So this 75%, and they not the majority. How can you run away with 25% and declare yourself the president of that county when 75% of that particular county voted against you? Something needs to happen, and we need to begin to think soberly. And that's why I invite us not to buy into the shying away from talking these matters. We really want to have a president that is widely accepted and widely supported, carrying the Kenyan vision, because the presidency is a symbol of national unity. But what we have right now is a scenario whereby we have a president, yes, but nobody can identify, or the majority of the country is shying away from identifying with that particular president and saying he's my president. Now, this ought not to be the case if we thought out clearly. And probably the reason why the Supreme Court was placed there was also to address such matters. In my opinion, it appears to me that the Supreme Court, the current Supreme Court, does not understand their mandate as far as in charting away the politics and the political leadership of this country is concerned. They behaved like a high court. If we just go back there kidogo. Lakini ili tusiongee sana, naomba nicheze video moja, tumlete Mr. Guru alafu tusonge mbele. One moment, please. Where are we? Okay, just a moment. Here we go.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The Era of Error. The Era of Error. Escape the Era of Error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject. In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were. It is called interfaith. Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth, so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's now listen out to Mr. Guru. Mr. Guru, vipi?
Hello,
Hello, vipi huko?
mzuri sana.
Karibu karibu.
How are you doing?
Great, great. We thank God.
I am also fine. I see, well, it's the law that recognizes him, not me. Those are that is a statement of our Iron Lady, Mother Wangari Karua. She never disappoints because she is a straight shooting and forthright. And that statement is a true representation of what many Kenyans are feeling. In fact, the current political mood was lastly felt in this country in 1992 and in 1997, when the late Daniel Toroitich arap Moi won elections controversially. I think at one time he had 35%, the other time he had about 38%, meaning 60-something% was not on his side. However, he went ahead to form the government. And you know how those two governments survived by the, by the thread. So what it is that there is a lot of despondency in the country right now, more so because the majority did not vote for this government. I've heard Budhia saying that it's half the country. No, it is not. If you go according to the voting patterns and also the total voters register, we were about 22 million. 8 did not turn up to vote. 7.1 voted for the so-called winning candidate. 6.9 voted in the opposition. So what that means is that the legitimacy of this government is severely compromised, because you only ask yourself what would have happened if the 8 million who did not turn up to vote had actually turned up to vote. I have also heard Francis talk of two-tribe dominance. I think I want to disabuse this notion. In fact, there is no majority community in Kenya. Even the Kikuyu itself is just consisting of 17% of the total population, if you go by the census. But I must quickly add here that the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin have more hunger for power. They know the worth of getting power, and they do not joke when it comes to going for that power. That is why they register high turnouts consistently, because they have held governments in the past, and they know the honey that comes with holding power. I can tell you, Bernard, if the other communities were serious about going for power, they would quickly reduce the so-called winners into minority. But you see, there is something wrong in this country where a notion has been thrown around that there is a domineering community or domineering communities. It is not true. Just go to the statistics. You will find that that is not true. It all depends on how you organize your politics. Right now, when you go to where you come from, Bernard, you vote in different ways. So you waste your vote. But when you go to the people of Mount Kenya, the Embu, the Meru, the Kikuyu, they vote as a block. How are you ever going to beat them anyway? That's a fact, whether you like it or not. So it is all about how you organize yourself. Unfortunately, the two communities that seem to dominate, they have known how to organize themselves. They have also created perception among their other communities that they are unbeatable. And that is not true. If only they organized themselves and knew the power that they have and became selfish enough, like the Kalenjin are and the Kikuyus are, there is nothing that would beat them. You know very well that this happened in 2007. It's only that the system tinkered with the elections, but the voting patterns were very clear that there was a massive rigging that happened in 2007. So that in itself was a demonstration that if the other communities were to organize themselves well and are hungry enough in pursuit for power, like the Kalenjins and the Kikuyu are, then it will be very hard to beat them. So that is where we are. We are in a situation where most of the,
Guru, before
yes,
you move from that point,
yes.
which other organization do we organize ourselves other than us being the majority in numbers? And when we deliver those numbers at the ballot, Chebukati and the team have a way of reducing them and making the other one the majority. How will we ever be able to do that when we clearly have demonstrated that we are the majority 2007, 2013, 2017? It's been clear, but it never goes through. It is
Let
like
me tell you.
it's
No,
like this is cast into stone, whereby particular communities can't make presidents. Not that they don't have numbers, not that they are not enough. All those are just narratives and perceptions created. The truth is, the numbers are sufficient to make presidency.
so let me answer that one. So the problem does not lie in the absence of numbers, but in the electoral body. And that is
The
where
electoral
the other,
system, yes. The electoral
yes,
system has never been led to choose a president. It has always been made to select somebody.
exactly. Now, I wanted to remove this notion of Francis that it's because these two communities are overwhelming in numbers. The problem lies elsewhere. The problem does not lie in the numbers. However, I must also quickly add here that your people do not turn out in huge numbers to go for this power. I understand right now in Nyanza province, about 700,000 people did not turn up to vote or thereabouts. You can imagine if those people had turned up to vote, how it would have been. But those are realities of life. We read them in the statistics that we get from the IBC. So even as you blame even the IBC, what have you done yourselves? One, you allow yourself to be divided, so you vote different ways. You are not selfish enough, like the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin. Number two, you don't turn up in terms of 80s and 90% in terms of turnout. You go to 60s and 65. And therefore, how do you expect to get power in Kenya when you take such a cafeteria attitude and such a casual approach to power? Number two, with those numbers, you have the ability to force changes even in the electoral body. Baba has been trying to fight for you. Some of us joined you this time, about over 1 million from our region. But you see, again, we were failed by those raw turnouts in some of those regions where Baba has votes. So this is something that has been studied by people who are hungry for power, and they have exploited that. So even before you blame others, also look upon yourself. What have you done or not done to get that power?
Now, you know what, Aguru, I have the greatest respect for you and
Yes,
your analysis, especially on this platform. Okay? But
yes.
the narrative you are pushing is playing right into the hands of what everybody wants you to say and not what exactly is the issue.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. I'll give you enough time to respond. Okay? This is my point. My point is the national decisions need to be made nationally and not
Yes,
regionally. Okay?
yes.
So the retreating to our region when it comes to national power in itself is wrong, whereby
Agreed.
we end up with mediocre leaders simply because they came from our region, and we reject national leaders who would actually help the country move forward. And all that is because our region is voting this way, although we would have preferred this way. We can't go against the decision of our region. And so we have turned the country into a slave of two regions at the expense of the progress that we should be enjoying. And so for us to move forward, we need to separate. Ninyi mkitaka governor wa region mchague. Lakini ikifika kwa urais, let's make a national decision, not a regional decision for a national office.
And that is correct. That is correct, Bernard. And I wish it could get there. And I think some in Central had reached that point this time. Because when you look at the votes that even Raila Odinga got in Central, about 1 million votes, it means there are people in this region who have realized that we need to have high quality national leadership. But you see, unfortunately, the environment is such that right now when you go to Central, it was a very particular, selfish, motive to get, I mean, majority, and that was exploited by those people, those leaders who they see every day, especially those who had come in through Jubilee there before. And that is why they were able to turn around the narrative against Uhuru, who wanted a national approach. They were able to play out the same old, narratives against particularly the personality of Raila Amolo Odinga, and tying in the hardships that had already come as a result of COVID shutdown of the economy, and placing it in the hands of the two leaders. And therefore, there was some revolt, okay? And therefore, even beyond there, what I wanted to make here is that it is not true that these two communities have such huge numbers that they can dominate this country. If the politics is organized in such a way that people understand, even the other communities, there is some selfishness in power, in pursuit of power, Bernard. And I know you are an idealistic national, figure. You would want to see everybody get a space. But when you look at our politics, that's not the way we play it. We go and approach politics with what are we going to get as a community. Today, you can see the cabinet. distribution of possessions. The central region has over 7, I think 8 out of 22. Why? Because the person who is there right now was praised there by these communities, and there is no way he can overlook them in giving as many seats as possible so that he holds on to power. And because he knows once they withdraw the support, then he's done. His power base is finished. So what I'm trying to say here is that the leaders of Western Kenya, Nyanza, Coast, and other parts of Northeastern and elsewhere, their numbers are overwhelming. In fact, they could be over half of the 22 million Kenyans. But you see, again, they don't turn out to vote. They don't turn out to vote, and therefore you find the situation the way it is. Maybe there are other reasons why they don't come out in huge numbers like the Central does and the Rift Valley, because of maybe they also transport issues, because some of the regions are still far much behind in terms of infrastructural development. But still, what I'm trying to put here is that nobody should push a narrative that there are two domineering communities here whose votes cannot be beaten through a combination of others. That is a fallacy.
But Mr. Guru is exactly what you have said. Okay? You say the other community don't turn out to vote, and this other community turn out to vote, and because they turn out to vote, they end up being the majority. But when you
precisely
no, hold on. When we do the analysis, okay, you remember the segment of the show we used to do, looking at how the voting pattern, and we
yes,
made a lot of discoveries that there are MPs in Kisii and elsewhere that were made MPs by IEBC. The people did not vote for them. The difference between the president's vote and the other particular vote, it's nasty. So even this issue of Mount Kenya being the majority in terms of turnout, voter turnout, is still exaggerated. Tukitafuta ukweli wa mambo, it's still exaggerated, just like they exaggerate even our censors. Wanahesabu watu kichwa hivi, wakimaliza they still go to massage the figures to balance. Why? They need to retain a particular political narrative that serves their purpose. If that is what you're calling selfishness, and then that is part of what we are dealing with as a national problem that needs to be solved. Mimi naamini kwamba tukikubali ukweli, kila mtu aende kwa ballot, kila Mkenya kura moja, one vote, one person, okay? And we all go and vote.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Now, already there are those who are pushing ya Ruto 10, ya Rigathi 10. And you know what? If you people, you don't look into a way of organizing politics within your stables, and the situation remains the way it is, it's going to be like that. I think you have also seen that Rigiji has been very good in visiting Rift Valley. He's not stupid. He knows that if he is able to retain those people, and on the other side, he is able to gather the Kikuyu to solidify around him, it is going to be. And if things don't change, that's what it is going to be. So, and beyond the fact that there is a big issue with our electoral systems, there is also the weakness of the other communities. Look at your place now. In Bungoma, they vote this way to fight the other way, to fight others on the other side. Today, if the Bungoma voted for Baba, what would have been the result? Just think around and see how it would have been.
Guru, I understand what you're saying, and that is what we have been fed with for a long time. But in my opinion, from where I sit and the few statistics that we have done around this country, our voting never decides, especially who becomes president. It doesn't even matter. We can come out with our grand and great grandchildren, all of them vote for Baba. They will still not be enough. And you have just confessed it by saying the narrative is already on Ruto Kumi, Rikiji Kumi. And if we don't behave, you have already warned us, it will be so. So that means...
Yes, because that is the political behavior.
What is there is, okay, the truth is, if the decision of who becomes president in this country is not left to the electorate, then the two regions, they are going to have their president always the way they want, by themselves, because the rest of the communities are withdrawing one after the other. And the end of this thing will be to Kenya. It's not what I'm advocating for. It is just when people get tired, they have given you, they forgave you 2013, forgave you 2017. They are considering, hold on, they are considering to forgive you 2022. And you are still putting salt in the injury, telling them that because if they don't behave, okay, this thing will also be so. The truth is, let's prepare for two Kenyans. The people's Kenya
Bernard,
and the central
power is never given. It is taken.
No, that's not true. That's not true,
That's true.
We don't subject ourselves to electoral process just for the sake of it. What is the purpose of elections then? If I am able to campaign, get the majority of the support, and then you tell me I still need to go to Bomas and grab power from Jebkati, what is that for? Then let's do away with election. Let everybody go to the bush. We fight and get power. If that is the way, then let it be done. But don't use election. The elections have decided. You say, I still need to go to Bomas and grab it. That's please. Let tukubali kama ni constitutional way of getting presidents, let it be constitutional. If it's hybrid, okay, we mix both gorilla and voting, let it also be stipulated in the constitution that as you prepare for voters, also prepare your gorilla army, so that we combine the forces. Tukutane Bomas basi, whoever has the better gorilla army and better vote gets the presidents. But you cannot subject the entire country. We all go to vote thinking our voting is going to decide the president. Then you introduce another gorilla clause in the midst of the game. You say if the gorilla enters and catches power, power is not given, power is taken. No. Hiyo narrative lazima ituizike. Tukubali kwamba is either through the vote or through the bullet, not both.
With that now, then BBI could be the only way out.
We'll ventilate on that. We'll ventilate on that for now. Thank you. Thank you. Wacha hiyo rest kwanza. Naona umeleta joto nyingi, lakini nashukuru kila Mkenya. Asante sana kwa wale ambao mnajiunga nasi mahala popote mlipo. Hii ni Mtembei TV. Tunajadili siasa zetu. Tunaangazia maoni ya Mother Karua. Anasema, I don't accept President Ruto's presidency. It is the law that accepts him. In other words, she's not in support of that, and she has not come to terms to that. And then looking at the empty seats that the president, Dr. William Ruto, addressed yesterday, we're asking the question, is Raila Odinga the president of the masses? Because if Raila Odinga was the one to address that place, I'm sure there will be no enough space to gather the people. Then Miguna return into Kenya and Kenya politics. What is its significance? Is it going to tilt the political landscape, or he's still hot air? That's also something that we need to look at as we continue with the conversation. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa naomba tumsikilize Osolo kwanza, alafu reaction ya Francis na Benson. Osolo, vipi?
Nzuri sana, habari zenyu?
Tuko salama, karibu lakini.
Asante sana, nawasalimia nyote popote mlipo.
Mm.
Na hii maswali ambayo iko hapa chini yote, wacha niweke tick zote ziko 100%. Hiyo maswali ni mzuri sana. Ya kwanza nikisema vile umati wa watu walikuwa pale kiwanjani, kila mtu anajua hii kura haikuwa ya haki. Ukiuliza mtu yoyote yule atakwambia, iwe ni Kenya iwe ni nje, tutasema tu hii haikuwa ya haki, kwa sababu walisema ni upepo. Vile vile bwana Nguru anasema hapo ya kwamba kura huwa inachukuliwa, urais mtu anachukua mwenyewe, si anapewa. Hiyo ni uongo. Bwana Nguru, wewe ni kwa sana ukizungumza mazuri, sasa unaanza kuchange direction. Ndugu yangu Mbudhi anehepa, yuko wapi tena huyo? Bwana Nguru, ulikuwa asubuhi ulikuwa kwenye situation. Ulisikia vile Mbudhi ya my brother alizungumza? Alisema give it on. Ulikuwako? Na hiyo ni mbaya sana kusema you bring it on. Ni bad. Which means anything happens na mtadu. Ukisema kitu kama hiyo, Wakenya ni wengi. We have over 55 million Kenyans. Na watu 3, 4, 5 wawezi kuambia watu mtadu kama hiyo. Ndugu yangu Mbudhia mwenzangu, hata kama tunashika jina moja, alisema leo asubuhi bring it on.
Sijui kama alikuwako 1990s and early 2000s angeongea maneno kama hayo.
Huyo ni ndugu yangu, mi naitwa Mbudhia pia. Unaona anatoroka, anajua niko hapa. The same family members. So wacha tuotoke hapo, tusiingiane kama twins. So mi nawaishia mazuri. Mama Karua anasema kitu ya maana, hiyo koti iliwapa lakini hajakubalia. She's right. Yeye anasomea sheria kama mimi. She's very right. Na mambo ya Miguna, kwanza bwana Ruto mwenyewe anataka na muombe bwana Miguna msamaha. That is 100%. Alikuwa kwenye serikali na alikuwa deputy president. Hawezi kusema ni Rais Kenyatta alisema, ni Ruto mwenyewe ndo alikuwa anasema. Na kuna clip naweza hata kutuma watu wasikie, wakati alimwambia no is a foreigner in our country. Huyo anamrudisha nyumbani. So hata Miguna anajua kitu kama hiyo. Pengine waliomba na msamaha, then that's another case. Kiwanja ilikuwa empty, inaonesha vile watu wa kufurahia na hizo kura za ukora. Ilikuwa ni vile koti ilisema, ilikuwa hot air, then they saw the hot air on the seats. Wananchi ndo wanazungumza. Na nashukuru dada yetu hapo alikuwa akizungumza, anaitwa Adams. Asante kwa yale unazungumza, ilikuwa 100%, ndio inanifanya mpaka nikaingia kwenye studio. Thanks you so much. Unazungumza kitu ya maana sana Adams. Nashukuru bwana Bernard anapigana vita kali kusaidia Wakenya. You people keep it on. Mimi sitakani kuzungumza siasa sana kwa sababu sikubaliwi. So but home is home. Na kama kinaumana lazima niingie mtandao. So naombea maisha mazuri kule huko nyumbani, na sisi ni macho tunaangalia. We are there. Tuko wengi. We are about 17 million Kenyans outside Kenya. So mjue si watu wachache. 17 million out of Kenya, na wote wanasema hatutumi pesa.
17 ama 3? We've
17.
already been told we are 3 million.
Ni 17. Ni 17. Msidanganywe, hata Bernard anasema hiyo mnaandikiwa chini. Ni 17. Nenda kwa Foreign Office, check it. 17 million Kenya saizi. Yeah. Saizi tuko 17 million outside Kenya.
Oh, that is why the diaspora vote should not be allowed to take place.
Sasa na sisi ndio tunasikia uchungu sana na pesa. Bernard, ukiona saizi pesa za sasa za Kenya saizi inaanguka chini kwa sababu watu wanadanganywa nyumbani. Wanaambiwa wao waende wakanunue euros, American currency. By the time unaenda kuzinunua, Kenya shilling goes down automatically. The rate goes down. Kama juzi wakati wali announce hiyo kitu ilikuwa 1 euro is about ilikuwa 115 Kenya shillings. Na mbeleni nilizungumza na nyinyi ilikuwa 120. Imagine every dollar, every euro. Sasa wewe niambie mimi nikinunua hiyo pesa ya Kenya nikiwa hapa na ninanunua, si ati sidanganyi, na huwa nanunua. Nikiona ikiteremka chini, mimi huyo Safaricom, M-Pesa, bio ninaweka kwa account. Sasa sisi tunazinunua huku na tunaziweka. Hatutumi nyumbani. Naona? So rate inaenda chini. Ruto afikirie mara mbili, because hawa ambao walikuwa wanasaidia Kenya kufanya biashara na nini, wanaanza kutoroka. Wanarudi. Yeah? Hao matajiri wa Kenya ambao wako na station kubwa kubwa kama what to say, station kama Citizen na nini wanatishiwa, wanapelekwa wapi? Television zao Uganda, Tanzania, mahali ingine wanaepesha. And the more au matajiri ambao walikuwa katika Azimio, walikuwa na support Azimio, wanatoroka, then Wakenya wanashinda njaa. Serikali inatakana kuwabembeleza hao watu warudi kufanya biashara nao, lakini wakisema cartels wafanye, then mtaona ile vita itatoka huko. Mimi naomba Mungu isitokee. Naomba Mungu sana isitokee.
Wacha nikuuliza swali. Unasema kwamba mmeacha kutuma pesa kama vile mlikuwa na wingi zaidi ya vile mlikuwa mnatuma?
Of course. Sasa tukijua pesa zinaingia kwa serikali kwa sababu wanasema serikali haina pesa. Sisi watu wangu nikitaka kununulia mama yangu dawa, nanunua hapa dawa na make sure inawekwa kwa DHL. Afadhali ninunue nyingi zifike huko, lakini siwezi kutuma pesa anunue dawa fake. You understand me? So sio mimi peke yangu. Na unaweza kwenda kwa mtandao, unaweza kwenda kwa Google ucheck wale watu wako nje. Alafu wale wanakimbia kutoka Kenya kuja upande hii ni wengi sana. Kwa ofisi mimi kila wakati mimi sijawahi kuona Mkenya azul mkimbizi wako hapa saa hizi. Na wanapitia njia mbaya sana. So tufikirie sana, hii serikali ifikirie sana. Are we helping Kenyans ama tunafikiria mifuko yetu? Ukiona kiwanja ilikuwa empty, which means Wakenya wanekasirika. Na hakuna mtu mbaya kama ana njaa. Hiyo ni kama bomb. Ikilipuka tu, then the country will be in a mess. Na Bernard, mnajaribu sana kujaribu kuwafunza Wakenya na kuwatuliza. But ikiwa wacha niseme tu mzee Raila aseme kinaumana. Huyo mtu yuko very powerful. Lakini hataki watu wafe, anataka Wakenya wakuwe na amani. Kwa sababu ananyamaza, anatokea mwisho wa mwezi. Na mtamuona mwisho wa mwezi akitokea. Mpaka hiyo 100 days zifike, mtaona ile itatokea. Taambia, so mnifanya nini? Na Ruto anaogopa hiyo. Mzee akitokea tu, kesho yake asubuhi Ruto sijua huwa anaota, ile wanaota usiku ndo anaambia watu mchana. Daily. Jo magari. Kwa nini asikae kwa ofisi na wadogo wake, ajadiliane na wale wadogo wake? Yeah? Hii inaenda hivi. Wale ni my expertise. Wanakuwa hapo kwa muda. Yeah? Wadogo wamwambie hivi na hivi ndo serikali huenda. And then things will be nice. Yeah? Lakini ati wanajipiga kifua. Mwingine anasema kwanza watu wangu kwanza, anaenda mpaka kule watu wana njaa, anasema oh, kwanza wale walitupigia kura kwanza, alafu wengine baadaye. Nyinyi wako kwa serikali ya watu wote Kenya, si ODA. Na kuharibu si Kenya ndio iliwachagua, wasisahau hiyo. Wakenya wanekasirika, wale walitoka nje kupiga kura, haki zao zilinyang'anywa. So wachunge sana vile wanavyozungumza, wachunge kabisa, kwa sababu Mkenya ni mpole, lakini kikianza kuumana itakuwa si mzuri. Na sitaki irudi ile ya 207 tuanze tena kutoka huku na watu kuja kusaidia Wakenya. It will be not good. Mimi nimepitia machungu, ninaenda nchi nyingi sana za Afrika na mahali penye kwenye vita, lakini nikiona Kenya yetu ndio ambassador of Africa. It's painful. Yeah. Unaona kama kina Alex wazungumzi, Mama Sabina ambaye alikuwa hapa kila siku wazungumzi, na wengine wazungumzi. Ule nilimuona tu leo ni Junia asubuhi, and she was talking perfectly. Mwingine ni lawyer mwenzangu ambaye alikuwa anekaa hapo asubuhi. Sitaki kuzungumza kuhusu ambaye mtu hayuko hapa. Nilikuwa nataka kuingia kwa studio, nilikuwa ofisini, lakini kaona niko na wazungu, hapana, acha nikae. So naomba sana Bernard, keep on. Hata hizo preach zile ulikuwa ukipreach on Wednesday ilikuwa perfect. Nilikuwa na hii Mtembee TV 24/7, mimi niko around. Nitoke kazini lazima nirudishe nisikize walisema nini. Kwanza Mtembee TV yaanze before campaign mpaka wa leo niko tu hapo nyuma, na si mimi peke yangu, tuko wengi sana. So asanteni sana, sizungumzi sana, nashukuru na Mungu awabariki. Francis asante, Guru asante, dada yetu pongezi sana kwa yale unazungumza, ilikuwa yote perfect. Kama Wakenya watafuata vile mnazungumza nyinyi ambayo mko hapa. Hey.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Joshua. Tunashukuru.
Okay, Irene, asanteni.
Thank you very much for your contribution and continued support from Mtembee TV. We vow to continue in the same spirit and build up a better Kenya, if that is the last thing we do on the face of the earth. We will be here to see to it that we provide right opinion for the Kenyan issues so that Kenyans don't despair even in the ugly situation. But for now, I think we need to have, we are in that place where we were, I think 2013 or so, when there were the calls for dialogue. Okay. If there will be no calls for dialogue right now and the elders of this country gather themselves to salvage the country, I think we are cooked. We are cooked. There isn't much that can be done right now to save the situation. We must all, especially the elderly, wale wakongwe wenye ni wa Kenya halisi na wanapenda inji, they need to call for dialogue and get the leaders, get their act together. The kind of arrogance and display of superiority that is being done by the people in office, I don't think they will be able to survive the whole process. It will be very soon. They will call those tankers on the road, but the tankers will refuse. The tankers will refuse to go. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele sasa, tumsikilize nani? Ladies first, eh? Dada Yufin, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka kumshukuru Joshua. Alafu Guru anasema eti akina nani waliwaangusha? How comes our votes, we voted, Raila cannot get lesser votes than a governor in Luo Nyanza? That is a lie. Why were they suppressing our votes? And then for Mount Kenya, you can't tell me that you guys vote 99%. That's a lie also, because people die, people get sick. That's a big lie. We never failed anyone. The systems failed us. The chairmans who have been at IEBC from the time of Kivitu, they have been installed there to give the presidency that the people who are at the top want. We vote as the people. We want our president. They give us theirs. This time around, they had to bring even a foreigner called Kamago to give us a president. We didn't fail anyone. And the only thing that can help is there has to be a reform, whether in the hot air court or at the IEBC, there have to be reforms. Otherwise, the only thing that can save our country is a revolution. Power is not, you can't grab power and tell us you rule peacefully and very well. That is the result of the empty chairs at Uhuru Gardens. That was a clear sign. These people took our victory. We are not happy. We are quiet because Baba told us to be quiet. Kenyans are not happy. Let them keep on playing blame games. Let them not do whatever they're supposed to do. The hustlers themselves will go for them. We are waiting at the sidelines. They have 100 days, less than 100 days now, 1 month is gone. With all due respect, we didn't fail anyone. We did our part. They failed us. Chebukati, Kome, and everyone there failed us, plus Kamago, whom they installed at the systems to take our victory, plus the European Union that Baba told us they failed us. They gave us their president. We want them to work now. Even the free schools that Baba wanted us to get, now we have to pay fees. Why? They are even saying that the people, the rich, are going to pay more. Why? They have started profiling. Why? We need a free education for everyone, where the rich and the poor can go to a same school freely. We needed free healthcare, whereby our people don't die and then we can't pay the bills. We go to the hospital and they have to hold our dead bodies there as if dead bodies can pay the bills. Even if I'm sick, I can't even go to the hospital if I don't have money because I can't afford. And then they tell us they are bringing for us GMO. That is our president. That is not my president. Our president was Raila. Kenyans wanted Raila. The issue of Mount Kenya having more votes is because they stuff ballot papers. Ours they suppress, theirs they stuff. We already know. And this time around, I tell you, 2027, without reforms, if a revolution doesn't come in between here, kitaumana. Because we'll be there to watch our vote being counted. We'll be there to talinda kura zetu. From the polling station, we get out of there knowing the number of votes that our candidates had, like the way they did with Kakamega and Mombasa governors. We are glad some of the Mount Kenya people saw the truth, the leadership in Raila, but most of Mount Kenya people have refused to listen. These are the people who I want to cry the most, so that they know the importance of a good leader, not just my person. I don't know, this person has been giving us. Now, where are those 50 millions he was giving to churches? Where are they? Why can't he bring them and then subsidize the unga that we need? You expect us to come to Nyayo Stadium? Sorry, you expect us to come to Uhuru Gardens to sit with empty stomach when we can't even afford unga to listen to your 1-hour speech telling us nothing? You are a president, Venezuelan president. You have to work for Kenyans now because you needed it, you've got it, we are watching you, we want you to work for us. No one failed anyone. The narrative that the Mount Kenya people are bringing for us, we don't want it. The narrative that we are being brought from the Rift Valley, we don't need it. Wajinga walisha Kenya now the president, the Venezuelan president himself told us wajinga walisha Kenya. Na ukweli wajinga walisha na tumewaonea this time round.
Okay, thank you, Eugene. I think your point is made, and we appreciate your view of the same. I'll give Mr. Guru the right of reply in 1 minute. Thank you.
Yes, I feel you, Adams, and for the first time, I felt what you have been feeling since 2013, because I was sure that we were headed for victory, only to get a shock of a lifetime. Anyway, I think there is always a tomorrow. We hope for the best. And I'm not alone. There's a whole lot of over 1 million people who saw things different from the way it is now. And you should also appreciate that, because it means our country is also developing. People, there are people who are able to look beyond the boundaries and appreciate that leadership can also come from somebody from another community. I agree with you, the fact that there are things that have not been explained very well, because like you have raised a point where a governor in Nyanza had more votes than the presidency. That one in Kenyan voting patterns does not happen. So something severe must have happened there. I don't know what it is. I can't explain what it is even myself. But it is also true that there could have been food starving in central Kenya, because when the preliminary report was that the turnout was quite low, maybe 40%, 45%. Then later on you hear of 64% and above. So these are things which even we cannot explain even ourselves. So nakufeel, Adams, nakufeel.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Guru, for that. And as an elder, I would want us to be the custodian of the tape measure. The moment the tape measure is compromised, every measurement it gives will be wrong. And one of the reasons why every community upholds and craves the eldership, whatever the leadership of the elders, is because elders are the custodians of the right values and the right views that preserve future generations. And so as a Kenyan people, we need to come to the table and ask ourselves, are we going to live with the society where we adjust the tape measure every time measurement is called, or we will have a standardized tape measure that everybody will use to get right measurements? If our electoral system is not led to decide the leadership, is not led to preside over the election without a preconceived outcome, then it should not be in that place. It's just like the examiner who wants all his students to pass. And so he gives them the marks before he gives them the papers to write the exam. And no matter what they wrote on the paper, they already have the marks. That is not how the future is preserved. And so as Kenyans tuwaulize maswali ambayo ni ya haki. na hiyo haki ikipatikana tutasave inji. And that's why I'm one of the reason why I support Raila Odinga is because Raila Odinga as an individual, he has contributed immensely on the development of the democratic space in this country, more than any Kenyan alive, dead or alive. His influence has contributed to the progressive leadership we have, to even the creation of the Supreme Court, the devolution agenda and all that. Now, why was he pushing all this? It's because Kenya is safe when the rule of law is reigning, and not a tyrant and not an individual who wants to be distributing things in order to win favors. So as a people, tukubali, either tuongozwe kwa sheria ama tuongozwe na huyu mtu ambaye mnaamua anakuwa kiongozi na kila anachosema ndio kinakuwa sheria. If that is how you want it to go, then let it be determined through the constitution and let it be settled. But as far as I'm concerned, we have what it takes to be a free country. We only have a few elements who don't want that freedom to prevail. And so they have their own freedom. They are saying freedom is here. All cases of corruption should be dropped. Freedom is here. All murder cases to be dropped. Freedom is here. Fungueni Shimolatea, fungueni Kamiti, fungueni Kodiak. Fungua watu wote waende. Freedom is here. But if you are choosing this one to be released, this one not to be released, this one to be released, this one not to be released, kuna makosa mahali. Na hayo makosa mpaka tushughulikie. Kwa hivyo, turudi katika mada ya leo. Naomba kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo, asante kwa kujumuika nasi. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili wote tukajumuike pamoja. And if you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. Don't just watch, and if you're following us on Facebook, also click that follow wherever button so that you'll be constantly notified every time we come live. And we come live on different channels, I mean at different intervals. This is not the only live show we do, and so you need to be a subscriber to keep at knowing everything that is happening. Lakini kwa maoni yangu, lazima Wakenya wajadiliane. If there is any time when the elders needed to gather right now and call for dialogue, is today. But if we let that the current constituted government is going to bring this country together and be able to motivate this country so that this country moves forward, they are wanting from far, from where I sit. Oga Francis.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. You know, to me, I am a keen observer of people, and I do, when people are talking, I listen to them, and I deduce some things from them. I've been quite a good follower of quite some people making statement. Where did it come that a national and a deputy president can stand and say, we the people from mountain? Do you know that statement alone can disqualify somebody not to have a national face? Why do you refer like we the people from this region? Do you mean that you are serving people from this particular area alone? Or what is it exactly that you are trying to portray? Or are they much more important than the rest of the community? These are the things that I've been looking for. And it has been stretched over and over to a point that now they have believed, not unless they are in power, either first in command or second in command, no, they will not be safe. That is why I'm telling you here, even those who are not within the constraints of that province, even those who are outside, they always vote whatever they are being told in the province. Why? They have that kind of mentality that were instilled, that not unless one of us is there, maybe I don't know if they will die, all of them, or whatever will happen. But we Kambas, we have never become president, and we're still living, and we feel happy. We have never become president. Any other community, Kisii, have never been president. We are here, we are living. Why can they also know that Kenya can be led by different people? Then I was asking myself this way. How does a community which has maybe 4 million voters all happen to speak in the same language? Does it mean all of them are socialists, or they are conservatives, or they are liberals? Don't we have dictators and authoritarian among them that they can vote in a different pattern? Or what is exactly that it happened? When we are united with a common hatred or jealousy or profiling, we are likely to speak the same language. But you know, as I say here, is that today you might profile a particular community saying, no, these they cannot lead, they're so and so and so. That community not lead is okay because maybe you have large number. After that community will exit, maybe they will decide to move their own country. You remain in your own country, you will start letting yourself and saying, you know, even us, we are subgroups of nine people, nine daughters of Mumbi. So what does it mean? Each daughter should have his own governance. Look at what happened in South Sudan. They thought that the problem was Northern Sudan. They were given their Southern Sudan. Immediately they were given, they started fighting because the problem was not even in Northern Sudan. So these are the things that we need to tell the people. Then the other thing I was asking myself, how do you give an 18-year-old voter to vote? Somebody who is not well informed about the politics and the economics, the simple economics and politics of this country. Huyu mtu akienda kupiga kura miaka 18 amepewa kitambulisho juzi na amerejista kama voter, anaenda kupiga kura anapiga nini? These are the individual wenye wamepewa 50 wananunua balloon wanapuliza, wakifika huko wanapigia mtu yoyote bila kujali. You know, these are the things that you need to look at them. Somebody 18 years, 19 years, mtu mwenye ametoka shule kimuuliza na kutajia ngoma za Otile Brown, but ask him about the economy of a country, haisi kukueleza. And these are the real issues that Kenyans go to the ballot to vote for. So we need even to look at how is our generation being informed, the core principle of governance. How are they well articulated and well informed? What do they need to look at? So that when they are going to vote, they are well informed. You are voting for accountability, we are voting for economy, we are voting for ethical, morality, and everything else you determine in the ballot box. But if you continue with the same rhetorics like, as long as you're 18 years you can vote, wanapewa 50, mtu anapewa 50 ananunua lollipop, anaenda kupiga kura, anasema hii lollipop nimenunuliwa na fulani, wacha nimpee kura yangu. Mwenye anapewa kura hata ajui chenye anataka. Mwisho wa siku, those who voted the right way and those who did not vote the right way, we all serve in the same basket. These are the things we need to look at them. As I finish, the other thing we also need to look at them is this way. As a country, can we reach to a point that competence can overrule tribe, competence can overrule favorism, competence can overrule nepotism, that you, Bernard, if you are qualified, you can be called to become the Prime Minister of Kenya without looking if you are coming from the bigger community, and we look at you in the sense that you can be able to govern. Can we reach at a point that you can say, Guru, now you can go to Kisumu and become a governor, or go and become as administrator there, because your capability, you can solve the issue of problems that are facing people from the Nyanza? Can we reach as a country to that level? If we reach at that point, we will never move to European countries, but Kenya will be an European country, because European countries, the only thing they have defeated us with is the right to use the memory in the correct way and in the right place at the right time by using the right measures. That's the only thing that have defeated us with. They go to ballot box to look at whatever they vote. So they look at real issues. So as I summarize up, those people who are talking about revolution, it is coming. This one is not a guesswork. It is coming. It will be on February. I need it to be in record, February. Reason being this way. Right now, there is a clear assessment that the Chinese are heading to election to elect their president, who is likely to be Xi Jinping. And what is Xi Jinping is saying, for him to win a re-election, he must invade Taiwan. Once the Taiwan will be invaded, and Chinese is the center and the core control of the economy in Kenya, Kenya will collapse. So that time, because you have made people to appear fool by telling them that the international policy does not affect us, Kenya will get into street. It is not fair. Look at that assessment. It is made, it is assured, even the Americans are starting to sell weapons to the Taiwan. So as you are preparing that one would be externally triggered, not even internally. So thank you, and I think that's the end.
Okay, asante Bwana Francis kwa maoni yako. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tunaomba kila mmoja tafadhali tuhakikishe kwamba tunasonga mbele katika mada ya leo. Kabla tumlete Kenya, nataka tucheze video mbili, two quick videos to help enrich our conversation. But as the Kenyan people, we need to think differently. We need to think differently, and I believe sobriety needs to prevail here. The elders, if this country has elders at all, anywhere, those elders need to talk now before things fall out of hand. Elders don't sit in the house when the goat is giving birth. It is said so. Elders should come out of their hiding.
Nice to see you, mzee. Habari yenu? Salama sana. Yeah, hi. Hola. Buenos días. Buenos días. You are friend of Malala? You are traveling around? Yes. Yeah. All Kenya. All around Kenya? Yes. On your bike? Yes, Mr. Kibo, made in Kenya. Made in Kenya? Yeah, Kibo. Well done. I hope you're having a good time. Yeah. What? Si conviene na natembea pamoja. Unapenda? Mimi nitakuja kuwajoin. Sisi tuko kwa Marekani.
At least for good reasons, after the historic win of Barack Obama in 2008 as the President of the United States of America. Sunak, who is a son of a Kenyan father and Tanzanian mother, is now just a step away and stands at a pole position to occupy the coveted seat as the final voting pitting him against Liz Truss is scheduled for early September. According to Sharad Rao, a Kenyan with Indian roots, Sunak's victory will foster Kenya-Britain bilateral relations.
The father was born here in Kenya in 1949, and the mother was born in Tanzania. So they have very much East African roots and more Kenyan roots than Tanzanian roots. So that's the excitement that I have, and I'm sure that most Kenyans have if he becomes the Prime Minister.
He is confident that Sunak will emerge winner, saying that Sunak's issue-based campaign strategy puts him ahead of his competitor.
As far as the two candidates are concerned, him and the former Foreign Secretary, that is Liz Truss, is far more competent, without doubt. She is not, from our debates when we could see, she's not the style of Margaret Thatcher or Theresa May. She's far from it. She's not at all impressive as far as speaking ability is concerned.
His family tree traces back to Punjab in India. The leadership contest was triggered early this month when Boris Johnson was forced to step down after a frenzy of more than 50 resignations from his government in opposition to his scandal-hit premiership. Either Foreign Secretary Liz Truss or former Chancellor Rishi Sunak will be named the winner in September after a run-off vote among Tory party members. The pair have set out some of their policies already and will continue to do so in the coming weeks.
Sad thing is that the 160,000 members, 40% of them, or 39% of them, are over 65. These are the old, white, British conservatives.
Okay, thank you everyone for sticking by and continuing to follow Mtembei TV. We are glad for us to have this open forum, and we continue to urge you to invite each other. Let us continue with the conversation. We are looking at Mother Karua's statement today. She says she has not accepted the presidency of Dr. William Ruto. He says the law accepts him and not her. And then of course, based on the empty seats in the Mashujaa Day celebration yesterday in Uhuru Gardens. We're asking the question, is Raila Odinga the president of the masses? Because given to him, if he was the one to address that gathering, there will be no room to contain the people. Miguna return, and it's significant in Kenyan politics. Is it going to tilt the landscape of politics, or his return is nothing but hot air? Our new vocabulary from the Supreme Court. I believe everybody is on board. Please, those on the comment section, let's maintain sobriety, respect, and be able to chart the way forward by ensuring that our opinions are expressed in the right way and put the interest of Kenya at heart, not personal interest. Kenyan, karibu.
Yeah, thank you Bwana Bernard. Sijui kama unanipata?
Unapatikana, karibu.
Lakini naona ni kama kuna mtu anainua mkono. I think Yufin anainua mkono. Sijui kama utataka kujua nini anataka kusema. Nimeona ni kama anainua mkono. I don't know.
Yufin, kuna la ziada?
Yeah, nilikuwa na wish to good day na good night. Na on a lighter note, kuna mtu amesema huko chini eti tunafanana na Francis. Unaweza kuwa ndugu yangu from another father. So Njiru, it's nice to see you again. You guys have a nice time. I'm going to drop off.
Okay, thank you. All the best. And we are all the children of Adam. So since you're Adams, Francis must be your brother. Let's keep moving. Asante sana.
Sawa. Thank you, Yufin. It was important to hear from you. And yeah, so let's talk about Kenya. You know, what happened to Kenya on August 15 is the greatest misfortune a civilized country can get. You know, let me tell you, when elections get done, a country is supposed to diffuse the politics very quickly so that people can be able to return back to work. It doesn't matter the person who has won the election or the person who has lost the election, for that matter, if the two sides exist. What happens is that for a country to be able to pull in the positive direction, the two fighting factions have to look for an harmonious ground. That is what happens in civilized ground, in civilized country. At times, Democrats and Republicans usually have a very big fight, but after the elections, they try to look for a common ground, although sometimes it becomes difficult with the time. But what is happening in Kenya, we are having a scenario whereby the person who has won the election doesn't want to tone down in politics. In fact, our president, who was declared as the winner of this election, although personally I don't believe it, I have my own reservation, because I believe in data, and for me, data does not confirm to me that the presidential election of Kenya was won fairly and squarely. So he could have helped himself by trying to look on the other side of on the other half of the country. If at all he won the other half, if that is the condominium. So what I'm trying to say here is that we are in a country whereby we are having a don't care style in leadership, whereby people believe that because we were declared the winners of an election, we are going to rule this country by only considering that portion of the country which is perceived to have voted for that government. And we can isolate the other group as much as possible. And the few people who we can manage to get from the other group, we can try to buy them or sweet talk some few people and bring back on board. That is one element which they are using. The second element which I wanted to comment about our Kenyan government is that it has never reached a time in Kenyan history where the presidency has never created any enthusiasm immediately after winning the election. We have never had, when Kibaki won the election, 3 months down the line, we were seeing his direction. I don't want to comment about Moi because much of Moi time was done when I was not around. When Uhuru won the presidency, he had too much difficulties and he had to look for a working ground and he had to bring people on board so that at least he could have been able to leave a clean sheet somewhere. Now we are having a president currently who think he can work alone, he can do things alone, he can achieve alone, and all the other people are irrelevant. Remember, even election losers, as they are called, they are taxpayers. They need to be included in the working platform of the government, not actually by giving them positions. I'm not saying that they be given positions, but there is what we call verbal inclusivity. When we talk of verbal inclusivity, is where when you win an election, you have to quickly diffuse into somebody who is ready to include other people in your speeches. But when you hear our president calling people competitors, calling people in names which like is we do not want to diffuse the campaign mode, as if we are, but we understand it. Remember, our president doesn't know how to exist without a campaign mode. Like in 2013, he set the country, I think, in a campaign mode. And he will keep the country in a campaign mode as long as he exists. And I think that will be the biggest trick if we do not understand it. We should not follow the president in his campaign mode environment because that is where he exists. That is his corner of existence. So for us, what we need to ask is the tangible things which he promised. Because now, because he was given the government to maneuver, we are momentarily putting down our requests as Kenyans in Azimio. We had our own request in Azimio, but we have shelved those down. And we are now helping the hustler government, the hustler people, to request what their government promised them. And the hustler government promised two things, and I want to state them here. They promised good life, and they promised jobs, and they promised a working government. So those are the things which, as an Azimio person, I still want to see them achieving because I want them to achieve the positive part of their documentation. So I'm auditing them, but I'm not positive so far. You see, you cannot build a government on rhetoric. You build a government on sensitization and the concepts and methodologies. And when you start bringing the worst in the society to be the people who are managing your government, you start losing the focus from day one. I still do not support majority of the people who have been nominated as cabinet secretary in their government. But I don't want to talk much about that because I can assure you, these people, there will be no productivity. First of all, I want to see qualification of that lady from Coast who has been given the docket of a minister. Does he have experience, qualification to manage a ministry? Those are the things we want. You see, there is these problems we have as Kenyans that tunasemanga ati masomo haina haja, experience haina haja. Let me tell you, we cannot have a leader of a ministry who doesn't have professional experience and you want that ministry to perform. Or people who do not have professional cadre to carry themselves and you want those ministries to perform. I have taken time to listen. all of the people who are, the most important question which they are being asked is about the net worth. For your information, net worth has nothing to do with your capability. Your net worth can be gotten from stealing and so many others. Yes, I know it could be a constitutional requirement, but net worth is an irrelevant question as far as for me I'm concerned. There are serious civilized questions which a Kenyan should answer. Like, for example, Mashogu. When Mashogu is appearing there for the Ministry of Education, I want to see him getting interrogated on his experience. And let me tell you where Kenya we are getting it wrong. Never use promises to rate somebody can work. What matters is where this person is coming from, Bwana Bernard. And that is the mistake which hustler people made. You use promises to assume that this person will deliver, and you ignore the past. Let me tell you, even people who are going to marriage and to do other things, or even when you are looking for a contractor or for somebody to work for you, we never look at the spoken speech, because anyone can speak, anyone can advertise himself. What we look at is the history. Ulifanya kazi wapi? Huko nini kilitendeka? What were you? We try to look at history. But Kenyans and a bigger group of Kenyans walisema history haina maana. Now, right now, we are having a country with the 2 points. A country of beggars. Angalia sahi, na musiseme ati hii njaa ilikuwa even before uchaguzi. Let me tell you, it is the result of what we did. Musiseme, let me tell you, mvua ijakosa hii mwaka peke yake. Tumekuwa tukikosa mvua day in day out. Let me tell you, venye mumesikia njaa na nini, it is the disorganization within the government, whereby they are so, and that's why I want to diffuse watu. Let me tell you, hii njaa iko kwa government, hii njaa watu wako nayo sahi, it has typically to do with the disorganization within the government, because there is too much interference, and I can tell you that. You see, yes, kama sahi nimesikia kuna group ya polisi wameondoa, wamesema iondolewe, I don't know, but I wanted to see an interrogative report. We wanted to see a commission which had been put in place to investigate how watu kunasemekana ni wakora. But this idea of a president giving directions without an implementation report can be misused. So I want the president to work on reports. I want him to work on information. He need to be advised. So I do not know how the Hustler government was able to assemble information within 2 months, and they were able to know these policemen are killers, these policemen are not. I'm not saying that they are not killers. I'm not trying to defend them. But what I'm trying to say is that this government is too quick on things which are not favoring them, but they are too slow on the things which are helping Kenya. So those are the things which I want Kenyans to. I want us to interrogate this government well. Okay, let me comment on the 2 videos zile ambazo umeleta hapa, then I conclude my discussion, because I don't want to talk about hustler government. To me, I believe it's a failed government. It cannot function. They need help. I don't know if they are going to import expatriates or what is going to happen. So to me, I want to see people who are using information. And remember, right now, just as Bernard, you are saying, we are having a division of informed and uninformed Kenyans. Kama sahi ukiangalia, in Kenya sasa, wale watu wako na maarifa kunasemekana wakae kando. Wale watu ambao they know very little kunasemekana hao ndio serikali ni yao. Good luck to them if they think they are going to succeed. Let me tell you, in this life, you cannot substitute education. Kama mtu ameenda shule, wacha hao watu wapewe kazi za kufanya. But this idea ya kusema sasa ati tumekuwa na watu wamesoma sana, hakuna kitu walifanya, sasa wacha wale watu ambao hawajasoma wafanye kazi, it will not function. We need education. That's why even the president himself went for a PhD. So why did he go for a PhD? Because he knew knowledge and information is power. So this idea whereby sasa Kenya tumefika level whereby we are mocking education at wale watu wamesoma sasa, we are now having that division, it is open. Alafu sasa pia tuko na division ya wazee na vijana. Sasa vijana wanamoku wazee, sasa ati vijana wanasema serikali ni yao. We have to get out of that cocoon. Let me comment about UK. The problems which are happening in UK, they will also condense in Kenya. Why? It is very, very literal. You know, Britons walifanya makosa moja. Huyu mama wakimchagua, they knew that hangeweza kufanya hii kazi. But kasumba yao ya uzungu, it made them, because sababu kulikuwa na muhindi hapa who was very qualified, who had even professional experience. Yeah, he was even the minister of exchequer. He was like a finance minister wa hiyo nchi. They preferred wacha tukue na mzungu, hata kama hakuna kitu anajua, tuachane na huyu muhindi. Huyu mama hata hajamaliza wiki 6. So it's a lesson. Unajua dunia, we have moved from personalities. We are now on mental functionality and delivery. Unajua history ya kusema wewe ni mweusi, wewe ni mweupe, wewe ni hivi, baba yako ni huyu, because you see, like there is a stupidity which is happening in Kenya whereby we are now saying that ati kila mtu akikuja kuongea ati nililewa, ati sikuwa navaa viatu. Let me ask you, in the 70s and 80s, how many people were going to primary school with shoes? Such that sasa imekuwa now it is a version that ati mimi sikuwa navaa viatu. Personally, hata kama mimi ni mtu wa 90s, I was schooling in 90s, the whole of my primary school sikuwa navaa viatu. Si hata watu hatukuwa tunavaa viatu, tumeenda kuvaa viatu in secondary school. So it is something which has been happening to a very bigger group. So this idea ya watu kujifanya kama they are the only people now who have suffered more than other Kenyans, it is wrong. Majority of us Kenyans, we have been living, tumekuwa tukiishi maisha ndogo, right? This is the time when we want to grow wealth. But the moment when we want to grow wealth, tunakuja tunapata serikali mbaya. So the moment when we want to grow our functionality, let me tell you, as I conclude now, Bernard, a government is evaluated by 2 things. Kuna kitu tunaitanga cost benefit analysis. What is the benefit you are getting on what you invest? Then number 2 is how is the government treating its civilians? So kuna kitu hapa nimeona, by the way, in our government right now, we are keeping on shifting the goalpost. When Kenya Kwanza government was campaigning to get into power, they claimed that vitu zitapungua bei. They waliclaim vitu mingi sana, kuna vile ilikuwa imeharibiwa na ile serikali imepita. I'm not seeing a distinction of some of the things which they should have solved by a stroke of a pen. I want to see functionality. We still have bankrupt universities. We still have problems in our lifestyle. Chakula, watu hawana chakula. In agriculture, we have a lot of problems. Industrialization, hakuna. Jobs, we are still not creating jobs. I'm still waiting for the job card this month, which I don't expect it to be. So things are remaining the same, even with this hype of, because these people have refused to use informed people in our society. And that is one thing which these people, let me tell you, you cannot separate the informed and the uninformed. Remember, the informed people are the ones who are supposed to create technological job opportunities which will help our society. We need innovators, we need industrialists. Now, watu wengine, and you cannot be an industrialist if you don't know the basic skills. So yes, wale watu wajasoma, yes, we need to respect them, but they have their own limitation of what they can do. But that one doesn't mean that tuanzie kupuuza wale watu wako na masomo na maarifa in Kenya. And we should not start now creating that aristocratic society which separates the informed and the uninformed. Anyway, I don't want to speak much about this government. I do not hold any information for this government. I hope they can serve the people who voted them. I don't want them to serve me, but at least let them vote the people who voted them. If at all, I know they cannot serve me, and I want Mr. Raila Odinga continue remaining silent. Don't help this government. We do not want to help this government in any form. Wacha waende kwa ditch. Hata wakiitisha msahanda, we are not going to help them because the election was. We need an audit, by the way, for this election. We want both the CJ and all the other people to be audited. We want our election to be audited, and na tujue ya kwamba was this election true and fair. Until we determine whether this election was true and fair, we cannot move on. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Kenyan all the time. We appreciate your givings and your perspectives. Kama ulisoma ile kitabu ya Shaban Robert inaitwa Kusadikika. Inji iliyoelea angani ilikuwa majirani magharibi, mashariki, kusini, kaskazini na mbinguni na dunia. Wakatuma wajumbe katika nchi tofauti waangalie vile maisha yako huko, waone kama hayo maisha yanawezekana katika kusadikika. Ujumbe ukaja ukasema huku kuiko nje maendeleo mengi, barabara kubwa, magari makubwa, watu wanavaa nguo, watu wako mbele. Wajumbe wote walioleta habari tofauti na ile ambayo ilikuwa inakubalika katika serikali ya kusadikika walitupwa korokoroni. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wanaleta dhana na maoni ambayo hayakubaliki katika the narrow mind of the kusadikika people. Uongozi unaoogopa maarifa ni uongozi hatari sana, kwa sababu hauwezi kupeana maendeleo. The progress of a nation is determined by the ideology and the acceptance of divergent views and deploying of great minds in order for there to be policies that propel the advancement of the country. But when we have a leadership that embraces mediocrity and celebrates failure and limited understanding, and then they despise what is good and embrace what is evil, then we are doomed as a people. And so kile unachosema ni kitu ambacho ni muhimu sana, na sielewi kwa nini tunasema tumepata viongozi vijana lakini mawazo yao inaonekana kana kwamba ni mbaya kuliko ya wazee. Kwani dana zao, hisia zao, testimony zao, it is backward. And it's very alarming that we have the youngest leadership, but the youngest leadership is reasoning as if they are from Stone Age period. Anybody shouldn't be talking against education or looking down on education. And this aspect of this is the hustler nation, so anybody should be, wherever, anybody can become anything. You don't win accolades through tricks and schemes. There is the Nobel Peace, what is it called? Honorarium that is given out. They assess you climb from this ladder to the next step and to the next step through thick and thin. It is not happening to be. So this aspect of glorifying poverty and glorifying those people who have come from wherever, a background that was not so much, let it be you came from a background that is not very much, but there is a systematic way on how you rose into your current status. Where is it? Can it be studied? Where is it written? Who has it? In the Catholic Church, I used to be a Catholic many years. In the Catholic Church, we don't declare you a saint because you died. In fact, you don't become a saint until you die, but you don't declare a saint because you died. There is a commission that is stipulated to investigate your life, okay? And investigate your life, it takes money and it takes a lot of time to investigate your life until it is proven that you really lived your life as a saint and Whatever happened in your life had some sainthood reality. That's when you're declared a saint. This hustler and hustler nation and their rising into power, can it be studied? Is it scientific, accidental, or miraculous? Tusibebe wajinga. Ni muhimu tuulize maswali yanayofaa ili tuelewe, lakini watoto wetu wahimizwe kwenda shule, wahimizwe kusoma. Nchi yoyote inayodharau masomo haswa kutoka kwa kiongozi wao, hiyo ni nchi ambayo imekufa, haina siku za usoni. It doesn't have a future. The future belongs to the innovative, we are talking about artificial intelligence, and somebody doesn't want to develop natural intelligence. So when artificial intelligence will have taken over, how is he going to survive? May God help us. Now, naomba hivi, I will play, and I'm happy that Kenyan all the time is here. I'm happy Francis is back, and so I can drop out anytime I want. I hope, Francis, you're here to stay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So mtaendeleza show ipasavyo. Mnaweza maliza wakati wowote. Bora tu mhakikishe kwamba content inaendelea vizuri. Tusiruhusu sana excessive digressing from the topic, so that we don't insult the intelligence of the people who want to listen to that conversation by clicking on a topic they want to hear, and they find people talking other things that are not in the topic that is stipulated. Please, let's ensure that we sustain that, so that we exhaust the topic, and the people who seek more information on this will profit from listening to the conversation. It is very, very important, and I believe quality is of essence in this particular engagement. So tutamleta Bwana Duke kabla hiyo. Let's watch out this.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject. In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were. It is called interfaith. Well, this is our online Bible summit, where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth, so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, we appreciate all of you, and we look forward to remind you about that special program that will be running on this particular channel every Wednesday, daytime, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. in the evening. Those of you that love Bible and want to embrace biblical values, please make sure that you follow through the program, and you can also support the work that we are doing by ensuring that you are in and sharing with everybody, and also sending in your support. It is that important, because right now, if we don't confront the kind of ills that are happening within our society, we may never be able to salvage this society. And so we have taken upon ourselves to see to it that we bite the bullet and face issues as far as biblical truth is concerned. There has never been in the history of the church when the Bible and the Bible carriers have abused the intelligence of the masses like it's happening today. And that's why we are doing that show. So please, hakikisha kwamba unafuata kwa kina na Mungu atakubariki. Tumlete Bwana Duke achangie katika mada leo. Karibu Bwana Duke.
In context of that video and the nearing that you are a pastor, I have questions maybe which you can address during that summit. I happened to come across a friend of mine, like I can say 2 years ago. and he is an artist. And when I tried to engage the person, he asked, he was actually questioning the existence of God, number one. But when I answered that the Bible says the origin is beyond human understanding, and they went ahead to ask more questions, and he asked some questions which I was unable to answer conclusively. One, he said that as the Bible puts it, God is omnipotent and omnipresent, which meaning is all powerful and also everywhere. And he can do things using just the word of mouth, just the way he created the world. Then he said, if he is a good person, then he can say, Satan disappear, and Satan disappears. Or if he does not want him to disappear, he says, Satan be a good person, and he becomes a good person. And he said, if somebody has that power to just do things using the word of mouth, and he's not doing that, then he must be somebody bad. And maybe I will seek your opinion on that. And also he talked about the different religions we have in the world. And even he questioned the origin of the Bible. He says, for instance, if indeed there was Adam and Eve, and that was the creation, then he said that story should have not disappeared from our heritage. So Adam and Eve will take their children, and it will be permanent. It will not happen like it happened in Africa, whereby during Corona, when missionaries came, they come with that book. That's the Bible. And we are, how did the heritage disappear? And maybe, what if maybe we were colonized by Chinese, and they brought maybe Buddhism or other different people, and maybe we will capture that. That's the question he's asking. And also he asked about injustice. And as per him, he wants maybe it should be fair if Adam and Eve only died, because they are the two who ate the forbidden fruit, and says now, why are we maybe, for example, dying centuries down the line and we were not there? Those are the questions which maybe you can answer as a pastor. But let us come to our topic today. It's
Okay,
about
just before you begin to answer that, you respond to the. I'll just say the guy is good. He's a good guy. He just needs to be helped into understanding biblical truth. The God of the Bible is different from other gods, and he's also understood in the way he reveals himself, not in the way we try to figure him out. He will cease to be God the moment we box him and try to make him what we want. And so the approach must be a wanting to know and not trying to draw a particular conclusion about the person of God and his existence. Adam and Eve are not stories. They are really people created in the image of God, and we are all the offsprings of Adam. So if Adam would have died, he would have died with the whole human race. Uh, in fact, that's the reason why they lived long, so that God can get the human race out of them. Because inside the Adam and Eve was the entirety of the human race. If they would have died for eating the wrong fruit, God would have gone back to create another lot of human beings. And from the law of creation, we noticed that that's why we are against GMO. Okay, God created and placed seed in everything He created so that it can reproduce eternally. Now that we want to create wherever products that cannot reproduce, then we are going against the creation story. But asante sana kwa kuleta hayo, tutayachambua vizuri. Go ahead.
Regarding the statement of Martha Karua, what I can say is that when it comes to democracy, it's not about the opinion or the action of one person. And democracy does not care your financial status, your education status, or your political status. It's about the majority. So a person cannot stop being the president or cannot be the president just by a mere statement or a mere action of one person in a democracy. It has to be a group, all Kenyans, all citizens who decide, and using the constitution or the principles which are guiding the Kenyans in deciding who becomes their president. Therefore, however, she has her own freedoms and liberties. She can say, or she can criticize the president, but when it comes to the person who has been given the mandate and who can function as the president, then that is a done game. Coming to Raila Odinga as the president of the masses, I can disagree on that. I know that Raila has a huge following, and I am aware that this question or this statement was informed by what's going on, that there were very few people at Maschadi during the Maschadi. But this is what has been bedeviling Raila Odinga for a long time, where it tries to translate the number of people who turns up to a rally or to an event as a true reflection of all Kenyans, or as a done deal that he is going to win. I'm saying this because there are several factors which you have to consider. For instance, we have employed and unemployed people. So sometimes you find those who are employed, they don't have time. Then it means if the unemployed turns up, and it doesn't mean that it's a true reflection of the political status or the political support of an individual to a large extent. And those you can talk about the middle class and the upper class, those who cannot go to rallies or something of that. And over time, there is an increase in the middle class and the upper class. The lower class, which most of them are idle and they don't have employment opportunities, or they don't have something economic to be engaged with, when they are idle. That's why somebody calls a rally during a work day and there's a lot of people. But we find that is decreasing. People are moving to the middle and the upper class. Therefore, that cannot be a true reflector of that. Also, we are in the digital age. People can follow the events from the comfort of their house. For instance, like me, I've never attended NRA during the campaign and I cannot attend one. But that does not mean that I'm not supporting a person or I'm not politically aligned to an individual. So that's what I can say regarding that. And when, for instance, if you can have that debate, we cannot agree. It will a debate which will run forever. Unless how are we going to do the opinion poll or the counting? Even if the opinion is done, people will dispute the opinion polls. So it's not possible for us to accurately say who has more supporters also, unless we have the actual election, which will determine that, and now that is the past. Coming to Miguna, I have been a follower of Miguna. I like Miguna to a large extent. The extent in 2017, I actually cast a vote for Miguna. But I was aware that he is not going to win. But it's when you are casting a vote for somebody, does not mean that he must win. It's because you believe in that individual and you are sharing specific ideologies, and maybe you can motivate him so that he can keep on trying. And the reason why I like him is the person who's principled, who cannot be swayed regardless of who he is dealing with. And that's why when Nelson Mandela was tried to be compared, he was being compared by America and the UK to dissociate himself with Muammar Gaddafi and Fidel Castro. And he said that if you are fit to the president, you should not change your stand or change your opinions based on whom you are dealing with or whom you are discussing or who you are facing. Your principles must be the same, regardless of the outcome or regardless of the difficulties you are involved in. And we need individuals of that to take Kenya to the next level. But also, history speaks, it contrasts the outgoing government or the outgoing regime and the current regime. That one was disobeying court orders. You can imagine 17 court orders being dismissed by the president. Number two, executive trying to act as the courts. For instance, he was being deported on the grounds that he is not a Kenyan. But who determines that? It's not the president, it's not the executive, it's not parliament. It is the judiciary. So if the executive decides that it's the one which is going to interpret the constitution or the principle or the laws which govern this country, then that will be unfortunate. And also it has taught us a lesson that when you are in power, just do the right thing, because that power is, you are holding that office for a short period of time, even if it's 10 years, even if we are talking about kings, you can die. So when you are having power, use it very well, because you may be having the attitude right now, but the next time the shooting will be on the other leg and you may face the music. So those in position of power, you have to do the right thing. You have to embrace the constitution, and you have to do as per the provisions of the constitution. Also, some of you have been saying that the president has been working single-handedly to a large extent up to now. And many of you are saying that it's because that the president has not appointed all the CS have not been approved. Therefore, some actions should not be taken in the absence of the cabinet secretary. I disagree with that, because who are the cabinet secretaries? Actually, the cabinet secretaries works for the president. They assist the president to implement his manifesto and to implement his policies. So if the cabinet secretary comes in, they will obey the orders or the demands of the president, provided that they are constitutional. So unless you talk of something which he has done which is not constitutional, but cabinet secretaries are under the president can fire them, and the president can give them instructions on how to do specific functions. Also about the cases which are disappearing, or cases which are being withdrawn, that speaks to the incompetence of institutions. So the office of the DPP must be incompetent. So if you say that the president is influencing the DPP, then the DPP, if you are a strong person, you should resign. Or that's why we respect somebody like Miguna, because if you listen to his interview today, he says nobody did him a favor. It's right to come into Kenya. So if maybe the DPP is being compared to those specific cases, he should say that and resign. So we cannot have a situation where institutions are incompetent, they are doing APC, and you are trying to say it's the president who is influencing that. So it is the mandate of the independent organs of the government or institutions to do as the constitution demands them to do. And however, if you have a retrospect of the previous cases and the previous cases which have been started actually by the government and by the DPP, you find that actually very few cases have been conclusive. Very few. So if you can tell how many people has the DPP prosecuted conclusively? Very few. Also talk about other cases. Also some of you are against the disbandment of that killer squad of the DCI. A lot of people have died in Kenya, including the most prominent people. Talk of Musando, talk of Saitoti, talk of Kalonzo, talk of all people. There is no single case where the DCI has given a conclusive investigations which points to the cause of the death of individuals. So then that speaks about the incompetence of those institutions. So I feel that the DPP, all government organs must be serious, whereby if somebody has been mentioned or somebody is being taken to court, there should be a 90% chance that that person must be convicted. That's how it happens in first world countries. You find that people who are taken to the court by the government or by the mandated institutions, very few escape the system. But we don't want a situation whereby the DPP is sending letters to 1,000 people and there is no conclusive, resources are not recovered. So I can say the mandated institution must do that. So that's what I can say for today.
Hey, Bwana Francis. Thank you, Bwana Duke, for your givings. I don't want to respond to it too much, but I would simply say that there is no civil explanation why, as soon as the Kenya Kwanza government is sworn in, and suddenly all corruption cases against pro-Kenya Kwanza people are dropped. Even without any, even if we try to give it a benefit of doubt, there is no way it fits logic. Okay, that Waitutu Kenya Kwanza case dropped, Shajumwa Kenya Kwanza case dropped. Every person who has had a case and campaigned or participated into Kenya Kwanza, all their cases are being dropped. And then all the people that supported Azimio, even when their case had been closed, is being reopened. the case like that one of Kimunya and all that. There is no way you can explain that otherwise, other than there is an undue influence. And this undue influence is coming by, one, the judiciary going to bed with the executive. Two, you say the incompetence of the DPP. It's not the incompetence of the DPP, because these cases had passed the DPP. They were already in court. That means they were all assessed. They had a threshold. They were capable of being prosecuted to their conclusion. But in the mid of their submission in court, they are being withdrawn. That is the Kenyan style. Kenyan style, we defeat justice. We don't ensure that the victim gets justice. We know how to work the law the other way around. Get rid of all witnesses, make your case collapse. Or by the judge, forget the lawyer, and things like that. Our justice system has been, problematic all the way. So I don't think all the people walking free is because they are free or they are innocent. They are not. It's just because they have found a way of defeating justice and creating more victims of the injustice system. And if that is the kind of government we want, then let's prepare for the same, because nobody is going to win any case anywhere. Mr. Guru, you can... yes, Duke, what I say?
I want to respond to that because one justification is that Guru mute a bit. It is that it has been in the public domain that during the campaign a lot of people were prosecuted intentionally to change their political stand, and some of them were told, so either you belong to this side or we will bring these cases, you bring carry. It's evident a lot of people are done. So maybe that may be one of the contributing factors.
Duke,
Number two, which evidence? Can you produce it?
Order, Brother Francis. My third hour nitaondoka any moment. But what I'm saying is, Bwana Duke, the person pushing that narrative is UDA, okay? And the narrative, any narrative can be pushed. Just like the narrative was pushed that the war in Ukraine cannot affect Kenya. Ukraine and Russia are very far from Kenya. The price of unga is not being lowered because the handshake is bad, RAILA is bad, and Uhuru is bad. It's not the Ukraine war. That was a narrative. Does it hold any water? It doesn't. Even now, there's admission. So, hiyo story ya kusema mtu yeyote anassociate na William Ruto was taken to court or was being persecuted. It was just a narrative to try and whip emotions and look for sympathy, of which, in my opinion, it failed. So let's agree. If the case is before the court, it needs to be followed all through, and any sane government should not be instigating that now, like now. How in the world does Aisha Juma apply to court that she wants to be a state witness when she's the first suspect into a murder case? Why didn't she apply that during the Uhuru regime? Her case has been lying around 3 years down the road. Why wait until the Kenya Kwanza government comes in, of which she fought to bring in? Then the next thing, she now becomes a witness instead of a suspect. Bwana Duke, kama tunataka ukweli tufuate ukweli. Tuache kutafuta kutetea maovu.
She has become a witness of what? I cannot understand that.
You remember the murder case of during the campaign in somewhere in Kilifi, was it Kilifi, where it is alleged that she pulled the gun of her bodyguard and shot an angle of the aspirant who died. Now, right now, that case has been dragged on. In fact, it was to be ruled on before the elections. Kasemekana let it be suspended. She goes through the campaign first, and then it will be worked on. Right now, the story has changed that it is the bodyguard who committed the crime, and Aisha Juma should be a witness for that crime. How is that now?
No, you see, when you are a suspect, or you also have a right to give information of what you witnessed or the events unfolded. However, regarding that case, I have no idea, because I don't know. I've never seen it. You know, the problem in Kenya is that sometimes we get information from the media, which most of us does not trust because of previous twisting of or giving contradicting facts about or alternative facts about the events. So that one I can't say. But if you talk, for instance, the way Waititu was removed from the office, the way Songo was removed from the office, and the attempt to remove Waiguru from the office, these are all the governors who are trying to align with William Samoei Ruto. But if, for instance, you survey across Kenya, for instance, actually see the most corrupt counties or where most resources have been misappropriated as per the Auditor General. You will see. I don't want to state that because I want you to read and see counties where a lot of resources have been misappropriated as per the DPP report. You find those governors who are not, they were not on the top. It's a situation whereby the government was trying to pursue something, was trying to force individuals have a given political side. That's what I can say. But however, what I can say, we want the judiciary and independent officers to be very strong. For instance, the deputy president was successfully prosecuted. For example, the Mutes case, he was still the deputy president that was very powerful. So we want a situation whereby whether you are a minister or you are a member of parliament or you are even the president, these institutions must be strong enough. They should not succumb to maybe threats, or we should not even assume. For instance, if the DPP is not giving information why he has dropped those cases, we should be demanding him to resign. So we have somebody strong, independent, who cannot, but not trying to say, is this the president and it's enough? No. We have to hold individuals responsible to who are heading those institutions and the judiciary itself. So if the judiciary does not function, you don't say it's Ruto. Even when the president does not perform, we cannot say it's the judiciary which is not making him do. We should hold individuals accountable. That's what I can say.
So, Bwana Duke, we give it to you. You are, somebody says here, you are the UDA defender. You can defend UDA to death. There is no problem. I will leave Francis. You proceed. Let Guru say something, then you can take over, and then keep sharing the link. Kuna wale ambao wana demand link. Mimi nimemaliza masaa yangu matatu, naondoka. Ninyi muendelee na ile imesalia. Kama hakuna swali kwangu, over and out. See you later. Bwana Guru, ni wewe.
Sasa ni jambo ambalo haliwezi kueleweka kwamba kuna watu wanafikiria kwamba ile inafanyika saa hii si mpango maalum. Hii ilianzishwa hapo mbeleni. Unajua kuna pesa ilipeanwa na ikahindiwa mahakama 3 billion every year. Hapo wale walikuwa hawajapewa kazi na rais aliyestaafu wakawekwa kwa kazi, na inaonekana hii marriage imekuwa ikidhibitiwa kila siku. Saa hii imekuwa ni kama mzaha. Hata watu wamekuja kuelewa kwamba zile cases zilikuwa kwa koti, kwamba zinategemea ni mlengo gani wa kisiasa. Sasa pale ni kusema kuwa for the first time in a very, very long time, the public has come to question the independence of the judiciary. Watu walikuwa nafikiria wakati ya Maraga kulikuwa na shinda, lakini sasa inaonekana shinda imekuwa hata zaidi. Sababu ukisikia mtu kama Duke akisema aliyekuwa gavana wa Kiambu ni kuonewa, alikuwa naonewa, na akija hapa Kiambu watu watakuonyesha hata ile njia alitengeneza leo ni changarawe, na nilhali pesa mamilioni ilipotea. So sijui yeye ameingiwa na ile msisimuko wa damu ya UDA kiasi kwamba haoni ukweli pale iko, na inchi haiwezi kujengwa na watu wana mafikira ya aina hii. Uofu ni uofu, haijalishi ile mlengo ambao wewe una support. Na ingekuwa mwafaka kwamba watu ambao ni vijana kama Duke wawe ni watu wa kukosoa na kusema pale ukweli iko, sababu hiyo ndio inajenga nchi, sio kuimba tu, kuimba mtu kila siku. Saa hiyo maisha inaelekea ikiharibika. We need critical young men and women who can stand for the truth. Regardless, I would want to see a situation where even those who voted for UDA are the ones who are providing the greatest oversight for this government, not thinking that those who voted the other way is the only one who should make sure things are working. That kind of politics, which does not define what is good and what is bad, or the truth that bad is defined by which political party you support, should be discarded to the dustbins of history. So, ukweli ni kwamba kuna shinda, na hiyo shinda lazima Wakenya wakaitatua. Saa hii tulisomewa ukurasa mkubwa saa moja zaidi, lakini ukiuliza leo Mkenya ni nini ilikuwa pale wakati ya Mashujaa, hawezi kukuambia. Sababu gani? Sababu ile mambo inakabidhi wananchi saa hii haikuangaziwa. Chakula bei iko bado juu, mafuta ya gari, gesi na mambo mingi ambayo iliahidiwa kwamba itateremka. In fact, kulikuwa kunasemekana kwamba Biblia tu ikiwekwa chini namna hii bei inashuka. Wananchi wanangojea, wameanza count days, inaitwa countdown. Ile mambo iliahidiwa 100 days, isipokuwa kusign in the 6 judges, hakuna ingine imefanyika. Hakuna. Leo most of the people are sleeping hungry. Dawa haziko kwa hospitali, na bado unaona tu watu wanajipiga kifua hapa. Sijui kile wanapata, lakini wajue kwamba serikali haiendeshwi namna hiyo. The purpose of the government is to ease the pain of the common man. Si sherehe, party after party. Hapana. Party after party ndio tumeona ikifanyika. Sijui kama Duke aliitwa kwa hizo parties. There is a lot of celebration going on even now. Hata matamshi inaonyesha kwamba party haijaisha. It's very sad. It's very sad, and it shows the leaders are yet to come to terms and understand that there is a problem that needs to be solved. And the problem has to do with the high cost of living. Asante.
So thank you. You know, you have reminded me that the leader of opposition in Uganda, Kizza Besigye, was Yoweri Kaguta's personal doctor for 15 years. But right now they don't see eye to eye. It doesn't matter how much you protect it, an animal will consume you. Just keep pumping it with a lot of fat. A day it will reach that you will no longer have any other opportunity, but it will have to consume you. Mugabe, you remember even the person who overthrew Mugabe was Mnangagwa, the one of the trusted vice president of him. So these are the things that you need to get clear. Just because you voted for government does not mean you have to say everything yes, 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 yes. And a matter of fact, so that before I welcome Diana, there's something that you need to know. The government of Kenya has 3 arms. We have the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. The work of the judiciary is to interpret laws where they are not clear. That is why we take our court cases and other things in the court of law. Then we have the National Assembly. The National Assembly is to pass laws and to act as an oversight for the excess of the excess of the government. So the people who should be playing the role of opposition is not Raila or we, the people voted for Azimio. It is the parliament. They are the people who are supposed to check that the government will not act contrary to what is stipulated in the constitution. But you have been made to believe that whoever voted for the second candidate who got the largest vote is the opposition leader. That one is not true. Raila has no budget, has nothing. He's just a common mwananchi like me and you. He has no control. He does not draft laws. He does not do anything. But because you have believed and the narrative has gathered into a head, you still believe so. The work of to check the government is the work of the parliament. That's the people who make laws. These are the people with a direct impact to the executive, not we or the other people. That's why we elect them there to represent us. And whatever is going against us, they're supposed to say it loud and clear. So these are the things that we need to get clear. Let us not behave as if there's somebody, there are people enjoying pension because they voted for the government and we are not enjoying because we didn't vote. We are all in the same basket. And if you want to know in the same basket, should today Kenya become a bad country, we shall be running all of us towards Somalia. Nobody will run in the other direction. So that's something that we need to get very clear. So Diana, where are you?
Good morning or good afternoon.
Yes, we want to see you also.
The phone is going off, that's why. Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Samarin, good night. Hi, Guru. Long time. And according to the topics of today, I just want to talk a little bit and say something about the president. We know that the law has made him a president, but not the masses. We know what happened. But even him and his colleagues, they are not accepting that he's the president. See what he's doing. It's just invoking feelings all the time. If you are a president, you need to like bring the country together and help everyone heal and join the process of building the country. But with them, wherever they go, they are talking like oppositions. They are talking like oppositions. So they are still not bringing the country together and make everyone feel like it's part and parcel of the country, Kenya. when I was looking around, as a president, he should work as he should make wise appointments, and these appointments should be connected to the character and the integrity of the people. We've seen how many people he is predicting to be his PSs and CSs who have questionable characters. Even if the opposition still says we don't recommend, or we've investigated these people, the judiciary has also said like they have cases to answer, but the president himself, behind the backs of the citizens, he has ordered the DPP to withdraw their cases so that they can be vetted and become the CS or the PSs. And it should be a visionary, give visionary policies and procedures that will make our country grow. But from what he's doing, is just like he wants to please people who campaigned for him. He's not thinking about the common man. Look at how he's bringing in the GMO. Wherever we live, GMO is sold, but the laws are very strict. If you have to sell genetic modified products, it should be labeled and indicated what it's made of. But for our country, Kenya, they don't have those powers to do that. People are very corrupt. They will just say it's organic, but it's not. People will be eating things that we can never treat again. For that case, Martha is correct to say he's not our president anyway. He's doing things contrary to what people want him to do. Another thing, if he's the president of everyone, why is he not being clear of his manifesto? He's trying to fool everyone like we never went to school. Look at how he said in Kericho, like the Asla fund will be going this way. And when he went for Masuja celebrations, he was saying a different thing. Who is going to believe your president who keeps on changing goalposts? He is not sure of what he wants to do. He wants to wait for RAILA to talk so that he can get a foundation of building that RAILA or the other people are going to talk. Now that they're a bit quiet, they don't know where they go or where they are coming from. And for why I think also Martha Karua said is not the president is the model and desired behaviors. Because the model and the desires of behaviors of our president is not walking the talk, or is not talking the talk that he wants to do for the country. The more reason that everyone is not believing on him. They believe that's why people didn't turn up for the Masjid celebrations. About the law accepts him. Yes, we know, because they went to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court gave him the power to lead the country. That's why the law recognizes him. They have no way of going back. Once the milk is spilled, it cannot be corrected. And of Miguna's return, Miguna is coming back home. He was born in Kenya. He was bred in Kenya. He just moved to Canada when Kenya didn't have like dual citizenship. Now that we have dual citizenship, Miguna can come back, but it's not going to be the voice of the people of Kenya. He should just take back and learn what is expected, and he can talk when he wants to talk, but people have to soul search and accept him. If whatever he's saying, it's all right. And for the government, why they allowed him to come back, I think is for the PR, public relations, but none none about anything apart from public relation for Miguna. Why didn't, if they knew that he was coming, why didn't they welcome him on Masuja Day and say for him he's a Masuja? It's just PR. And Raila as the president of the masses, of course, Raila is the president of the masses. If Raila was there and he attended, maybe accidentally attended the Masuja Day, you could have seen the masses who could have attended that function. But I think he left to go to India in a wise way so that people may say he's still bitter. People will have said he's still bitter, that's why he didn't attend the celebration. But now since he's away, there's nothing the government of Kenya Kwanza can say about Raila. So that's what I can say. We're gonna have to support the other side where I've been all the time. We have to put pressure on this government. They have to do the right thing. And for the vetting, they have to go back and take people who are not qualified, who have no character or morals, to be the PSs and the CS. That's when Kenya can go ahead. We cannot have a country that is diminishing education, and then we tell our children to go to school, education is the best. How can we say this, and yet the people who are leading in front, their education credentials are very questionable. Very questionable. Nobody can say this is where they went to school. And even if you say to the kids, oh, going to uni is important, they can't believe you, because people in leadership themselves, they've vouched their credentials. And these credentials globally is giving Kenya a very bad image. A very bad image. If somebody can buy certificates and you bring your child, even if he did very well, globally they just assume he bought or she bought the credentials that she's coming with them. That's all that I can say. Thank you.
Welcome. So Benson, are you following or uko backstage ulikuwa umekaa sana?
Sikukuwa nimekaa sana mimi, unajua nakuwa nyuma ya curtain kabisa. Duke.
Karibu.
Mimi niko salama, wacha kwanza watu waongee, mimi nisikie wanasema nini, then I will come after somebody.
Sawa. So Duke, what do you have to say?
Actually, I wanted to respond to you, but I raised my hand and you ignored it. I'd not say that we don't have the three arms of the government. Nobody is confronting that. It's true, we have the three arms of the government and the functions of which are well established. However, what I was trying to say, it should not be that if there is a failure of one arm of the government, then we say it's a result of another arm of the government. For instance, if the judiciary is failing, we say it is the executive which is interfering with it. Or if the parliament is failing, we say it's the judiciary or the executive. I was saying that each institution and each organ of the government must deliver as per the expectations of the constitution and as the people of Kenya. And also, I want to disagree with you when you said that the role of the opposition is not the work of RAILA, but the work of parliament. That's not true. Actually, what I can say is that opposition is the work of all of us, Kenyans. What is opposition? It means you are identifying something which is bad, or something's not as per the constitution or as per the rules. Then you confront it. Simply, that's opposition. So it should not be, it's a group of people or RAILA or all of us. For instance, even me personally, I supported William Ruto, but I am disagreeing with him on several issues. For instance, I'm against GMO. also I'm against CAS positions because they are unconstitutional and we don't have enough resources.
So Duke,
that's what I was saying.
Yes, and I understand you, and that's what I'm asking. Between you and those parliamentarians who are seated in the National Assembly, who can protest and make a change? Is it you or those members of parliament who can say this CAS is unconstitutionally and will not allow? Between you and them, who is in a better position to put something that is more like...
Actually, it is us. It's me and you, Kenyan people. If you read the introduction of the Constitution, the people of Kenya are suffering. I'm explaining that. We are suffering. Actually, we are the one who delegates power to the president and the parliamentarians. So if, for instance, by corrective action, for instance, if we, as Kenyans, we try to come against something which the government is doing, actually we will have more impact than even parliamentarians, because parliamentarians are a few people, they can even be paid. Some of them have their own interests. But if all Kenyans we are united and we raise up against something wrong, it can have more impact than just parliamentarians doing that. But previously, what has been happening is where we find that those politicians, or you find people are protesting for something wrong. For example, if today Kenyans start to protest, for example, we are protesting, we want free education, or we are protesting because we want the cost of living to be lowered, or we are protesting because we want that we don't have medicine in the hospitals. That is something which the government can solve. But when we have individuals with priorities upside down, they are protesting that we want the person we are supporting to the president. We are protesting to remove you from the office. You are not even explaining why. Then that becomes confrontational, and it's not. It's not successful. It cannot yield fruits. That's why you find some people like Muhammad Gandhi, like Martin Luther King, like Malcolm X. They were able to do a lot of changes, but they did not hold any political office. Why? Because what they wanted was clear. For instance, you compare Uhuru Kenyatta or the president. For instance, you say, we want a PCD, we want free education, we want free healthcare. You are protesting for that, and you want him to do that. Then, if there are resources, you can see science, you explain, you articulate, and then changes happen. But when you find people protesting to get power, then that's like causing chaos. So that's what I can respond.
So, and also I'm asking, is it in Kenya, can we not reach at a level that whereby we can have parliamentarians who, because we are the people whom we have delegated the duty of the representative to them. That's a kind of representative democracy. So why can't them, when they find that GMO is wrong, they have the power to vote and say, no, this GMO is not good and not good for our people. Why should they allow it? Then once they allow it, they want us to take action. Don't we see that they want to use that like more of like a stepping stone or a punching box? Look at the parliament. The parliament have mandate to tell the president, we have no confidence on you, and lead a vote of no confidence. They have that power. But them, they will keep quiet, then come to the citizen to complain that the president is not doing his job. Don't we see that we also being used as a punching box? Why could they not just sit down, call a vote of no confidence, vote more than 75%, and then let's have a new president? It is very simple. Why can't they do the same? And then then later they will come and start claiming people who are outside government that these are individuals who are causing problem. Oh, sijui handshake, sijui ndio imeleta shida, and they need the power. These are the people who pass the budget of Kenya. They're the people who plan everything. They pass laws. Even this tax ya oil ilipitishwa na kina Kimani Ichung'wah. Walijua vizuri wakipitisha tax ya kuongeza mafuta itaongeza uchumi wa Kenya, itaharibu uchumi Kenya kwa kuongeza gharama ya maisha. But they passed it. Then later they came to claim that petrol imepandishwa juu sijui juu ya huyu na huyu na huyu. And the same people, don't we see that Kenyans were taken for granted, that people have power to make the correct changes, they do it wrong, then they come at the back of us and shout to us, this and that has done that one. In real sense, they have got power. There's nothing parliament cannot done. They can even recall even the president and even the deputy. They can do that. But why are they not doing it? And then they will wait after 5 years, they will come here and say, president did this, nini, walikuwa wanashirikiana na huyu, and they had that capacity. Why could they not have acted at that moment?
See, that is true. But you see now your mind is this. You say, why can't they remove the president? Because he has actually brought GMO. So if the president has actually made a registration, which is not right by Kenyans or some people, should he be removed from office? Why can't, the question should be, instead of those members of parliament talking or politicking, they should actually have that registration in parliament. Actually, parliament has not ratified that. And I'm very sure because of the way most of us have expressed our concerns about GMO, it's not going to be ratified. Yeah. So the parliament can come up with a registration which prevents that, because so we are expecting people who are against that to follow the laid down protocols. For instance, they take appeal to parliament, which makes it illegal. I know many Kenyans would support it, because even some Kenya Kwanza members of parliament and supporters like me are against that. Actually, I even want an audit. I want an audit about the kind of foods and processed food we have in Kenya, because GMO was illegal, but it was illegal in paper. In Kenya, a lot of people are importing those seeds and a lot of illegal. For instance, even if you go to the fast moving food kiosks, the chips, the chicken, which is sold to many people, they have genetically modifying drugs. That's why you find some people are doing farming of chicken, which actually grows like 2 weeks. They are ready. So we have to address, even we have a lot of GMO within Kenya, even when it was illegal. That I can attest. So,
yes, and one of the things that I find it very ridiculous, very, very ridiculous with our Kenyan system, is that we have individuals who have elected as parliamentarians, that their thinking capacity is too low to a point that you wonder which kind of education system did they pass through. For instance, you find somebody, simply because a motion has been brought in by the party that he belongs to, he will support it blindly, knowing very clearly that this motion has a problem. It will cause problem to Kenyans. And then we Kenyans, if for instance today, Kimani Chungwa says that the motion about ABCD is not good because it affects Kenyans, you will hear people on social media saying, oh, there's a revolution within UDA party, there is disloyalty, I don't know what and what, or he's losing grip of his people. Why do people think that for a parliamentary to work, he has to become a yes sir man, a yes sir, yes, why do people believe such way? I think when you are elected as a parliamentary, you are being given mandate by the people that elected you. You are free to air your views. You are free to advance your knowledge. And let me tell you, if you look at these are things that I'm telling you. Most of the African countries, we are still thinking like those people who before the revolution, the European Revolution, because these are the people who are debating about chama gani kona wengi, sijui chama gani imefanya hivi, siasa za kanga, sijui nini. That was even in 17s, that's what were being discussed. But right now the Europeans have advanced to a level that they're looking at. If we pass this bill, what will be the effect about us as a country? For example, I can give you the bills that have been passed in America, and just one MP stand and say this is not right, and they listen to him and they look at their logic and they find it's correct and they move in that direction. But why do we find in Kenya so ridiculous that If you are in a UDA member, you must support the president, whatever he says, so that you seem to be loyal to him. Then if you are loyal to him, and for example, the president has ill mission about our country, once the country gets destroyed, how will you come and defend yourself? On how, in which part of history will you appear? Being the person who participated part and parcel of it, bringing the government down or bringing the country down. These are the things that Kenyans, we need to be clear, that people need to exercise a free memory, so that ukienda pale unaenda unafikiria kwamba mimi nimetumwa pale na Wakenya kama mwakilishi wa eneo bunge la Embakasi. Mimi ni kutetea wananchi wapate CDF. Mimi ni kutetea wananchi ndio ili chakula ikuje. So when you go there, you are not going as an ODM member. You are not going there as a UDA member. You are going there as a representative of one of the constituency for Kenya. These are the things that if we uphold such kind of spirit, Kenya can move forward. Look, for example, let me give you a good example before I give this Benson. There's some kind of bills in parliament that had been passed like a tug of war. Who has more members to pass a bill? It is not how competent it is to serve the Kenyan population. Unasikia Duale anasema tutapitisha tuone chenye watafanya, sisi ndio tuko na majority members. So you are competing to pass any motion so that you can stretch your muscle, not that they will help Kenyans. Then later you come here complaining, this so and so never did their work, and you are a parliamentary being given every power to change that. But mliaki ni kama mlikuwa tug of war, who has more muscle than the other. We need to change the country if indeed we need to think wise as people. These are the things we need to address so that we have a government that is very competent. Sahi tumegawanywa makundi. Sahi mtu mwenye alipigia UDA anaogopa kulalamika, anadhani akilalamika ataonekana kama afai. Ni kama ukichagua serikali umeingia kwa mkataba wa maisha kufa nayo, kwamba kwa vyovyote vile uisupport mpaka siku ya kifo chako. Ni sawa, lakini kama tutabadilisha mawazo yetu tutaweza kuendelea kama nchi. Thank you. Anyway, let's welcome Benson.
Francis, unajua nakumbuka hii channel kianza ya kwanza wakati Mtembei TV naanza, sisi tukikuwa tunaingia, I was one guy who was very neutral, and like I was speaking on behalf of Kenyans. Like I was speaking words that unite, and like if Kenya could think the best way to liberate our country. But as the time goes, I sat down, and when the political was taking shape, I sat down and I looked at what the policies of the president now and the policies of RAILA ODINGA, and I ended up supporting RAILA ODINGA because I felt like they were kind of like policies that were we were having the same thinking, like capacity. I think they can help the country. Not that I hated deputy by then, but like I felt like his styles of policy and what he was saying, and I felt was not very good for the country. But one thing that I will tell you, Francis, is that I will not blame our MPs for everything that is happening, because these MPs, they don't elect themselves. They are elected by the Kenyan people. The MP, they do not elect themselves. They're elected by the Kenyan people. And for some good reason, you can get an example whereby MP has been somewhere for even 10 years. And like he tells you during the campaigns that if elected, I'm going to do this and this. And like for the last 10 years, he has been in power. He has never done that. So, and that is the kind of society we have. Yeah, the society we have is a society of integrity, that we are not even very truthful with ourselves. Yeah, that is the society we are breeding, and we are breeding that society. Then after us not even believing in ourselves, then we breed into classes, or like I would say groups, like we are this group, we are this group. And I saw that during the time when we were here debating, we were those who for Azimio, those who for the UDA. And when the elections were over and everything happened, and now we say that we now have a president that still even the elites, that those we might say that are the intellectuals of the country, even the people, the same people in the leadership, cannot still come together to discuss the issues that affect Kenyans. And this is manifested even during the vetting. You would see, I don't think the vetting were very genuine. And I think it was on Tuesday I was here, and I said that like people are complaining over Aisha Jumwa to be there. And I say like we are not very truthful with ourselves. Some of the people even who are vetting Aisha Jumwa, the things that they've done that does not have integrity in them. They're complaining over Aisha Jumwa. Echesa was there during the Jubilee. Did they complain? And during those times, Jumwa was the darling of ODM. And she went ahead and given the parliamentary commission. She was in the parliamentary commission. Nothing was done. So it tells you that the breed, the society we have, is not a society that is talking about country. It is a society of psychophancy, society of deceit, and society of self-individualism. That's the society that we've kind of like bred. I was a very strong person who was Azimio member, but I decided to take a step, and I don't want to quick to judge, but I want failures to manifest themselves without me speaking, because I knew the reason why I was supporting the Azimio side based on their visions and their blueprint, So if what you're talking about, the MPs doing something, the MPs will not do that. Remember, these people, this is like their job. That's where they get their employment, where they get their employment. And if you look at the circle of that, I don't know whether you can remember in 2007, Ruto was a very darling, I think it's 2007 when they have the Orange Democratic Movement. Was it 2007?
It was 2007 under what you call the Pentagon, Joy Nyaga, Charity Ngilu, and so forth. Huh?
I tell you, Ruto was very darling. When it comes to Kisumu, we used to call him Monjelo. And like people, he was a darling to the Luo nation. He was a darling, and like he would drive the masses. But immediately the disagreement came, he became an enemy. Yeah. He became an enemy of the people, and he was not loved in central Kenya. But when things turned 2013, they were with the former president, he was loved. You see. So that is what we call politics. But in all this, the common man will not always have a say. Even like now, you see all the people that were appointed. If you look at even their net worth, people talking of billions. The people who are being employed, billions. They're talking of billions. And there are so many Kenyans who do not have that money and they are ready to serve. They can serve well. They can serve Kenyans. But because they don't belong there. So what usually happens is that until the time our society realizes what we need, who we vote, yeah, that is when Kenya will get to a place where you want it to be. Because when election, especially when people are campaigning, they're campaigning on their political parties. And immediately they go to parliament and they are sworn in as members of parliament. One thing that changes, they become state officers. None of them, that's why they are getting money from the government. Their salary comes from the government because they're state officers. They're not getting their money from ODM, UDA, or what, which means their first mandate is not only to serve the people whom they are representing, but they have also to serve the state, Kenya. That's why they're being placed in various committees to give the ideas. But like you find, their loyalty is not to the country they serve. Their loyalty is to their bosses. Yeah. So that's why, like, at least the country itself, when we realize, then we come and start to do what we call clean politics. Yeah. Did you know at some point Ochieng Oneko was the MP of Nakuru? Did you know that history? And Ochieng Oneko was elected in Nakuru those days. And the Nakuru people loved Ochieng Oneko. They did not elect Ochieng Oneko. They did not even see his tribe, but they saw him as somebody who can change the lives of people of Nakuru. They did not see the lure in him. But right now, it's something that cannot happen. It's very rare for it to happen, though it happens in some selected few areas. But it cannot happen. So it tells you the kind of society we are breeding. And that one brings me to about the opinion of Martha Karua. I respect Martha Karua. Yeah, because she's one person who always have a principle. But that's his opinion. And remember, these laws, they're made in this country. The Supreme Court, one thing that I came to realize about the Supreme Court, that sometimes, like, is something that I've been going through it. The Supreme Court is usually not what most of the apex court in the world, they are political. They are political. Most of the judgments they make, they are political. And I can tell you the reason why I say that. When you look at in US, there's a Roe v. Wade decision that was made. That thing has been there for so long. When you know on how when they choose the judges at the Supreme Court in US, is the political parties will always nominate the people that share their vision. If it is a Democrat, they will choose. They will kind of, if they need somebody on the Supreme Court, if the Democrat Party will be on power, they will kind of like choose a judge that is a Democratic, who is a Democrat. They will not give a Republican, and the reason they do that, that's what my thinking, that if any litigation comes that touches on their own, this person will defend them.
So, Benson,
yeah,
let me also inform you that, that one for judges, what they look at, most of the Democrats are liberals.
Yeah.
These are the people who believe in extensive abortion right.
Yeah.
Extensive expenditure.
Yes.
They believe on government assisting people in terms of help and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So that means Democrats believe particularly that life starts after birth. When a child is born, life starts there. Mm-hmm. But now the Republicans believes that life starts at conception. Once the mother is pregnant, that is an adult or that is a human being and should be protected. That is why Republicans are always against abortion. So when you choose a judge who is more towards Republican, when you bring a motion about abortion, he will reject it because abortion means to kill a human being. But not to the liberals, that one is okay because life starts after birth. That's where the difference comes in terms of ideology.
So, and I want you to look it into bigger picture. Somebody who is well conversant with US, I know there are so many people who are in US. Look at the way the Supreme Court is. I can tell you, remember, when Barack Obama was almost going out, he nominated the Attorney General of today that Joe Biden has given to be at the Supreme Court. And by then, Mitch McConnell was the majority leader. And the system is you have to go to majority leader so that he can call a sitting to vet this guy. He did not do that, right? Because he was a Democrat. The same thing happened when Trump was almost leaving. There was somebody to be nominated to the Supreme Court. I think it was Gorsuch, somebody. It was the same time, and that one they refused because the election was coming and they felt like they should not do it when election is nearing. It's going to affect the views of the people, And when Trump was almost leading, he did that. And the Republican, since the Republican had majority in the Senate, they managed to get that person in the Supreme Court. As per now, the GOP, they have so many judges at the Supreme Court as compared to the Democrats. Look that. So you will find that some of the decisions they might be making, sometimes it is what favors their side based on the ideology of that particular party. And if you look now, they're having midterms election. Somebody will tell you, due to that ruling, it's giving Republicans who are running for the offices kind of like they're not performing well as compared to earlier that it was saying that they were going to perform well than Democrats. If you look at that, most of the areas they're having election, I think on Tuesday. So, and that's why I might think the judgment that was made at the Supreme Court of Kenya, it was a political. It was not based on law. And to tell you that it was a political, look at the literature that was used. That are not the literature of the laws or litigations. So that's like what I might say. So Martha Karua, she might be very right. She has her own opinion. So she has the reason why, and maybe majority of Kenyans share the same vision with her. You never know. Then Raila, president of the masses. A leader is a leader. Somebody one time asked me, who is a leader to you? And somebody gave me this definition. A leader is any person who has followers. And that one means it doesn't matter how many followers you have, but provided you have people who are following you or the people who kind of believe in you, you are a leader. For instance, Jesus, I might say he's a leader because he has followers. Osama bin Laden had followers, Muammar Gaddafi had followers. All these, call them all leaders, they have followers. So, but you might have followers who are so many based on the ideology that you sell to them and the vision that you have for them and what you've done to them. So that's why I might say Raila has followers, and everybody can be a president. President of masses, that is correct, is a president of masses. because he has so many followers and he has people are following him. And after Raila, not that after Raila, this is something that there will be, it will be not very easy to find somebody who might get support for almost all over the country, like Raila has. You know, that is a fact. It's something that we cannot lie about. His base, he has like a base all over the country as compared to some other leaders, you know. So, and that one brings me to what happened during Masuja Day. So what happened might be like a signal to the president, to him. That's a message to him that he should go and sit down with these people and reevaluate himself and see where is the wrong, or what are we not doing right within this short period of time, so that next time we have is it Jamhuri coming on 12th of December? Yes.
Yes,
So
I think Jamhuri Day.
yeah, so because like that's alone, if you're a student of communication, that one alone communicates to you what's happening. Maybe there's something that your citizens, the people that you are leading, there's something wrong. And what should I do to bring people together so that things like that, when we celebrate the history of our country, we don't celebrate it in a divided way, like we see like it's only the Jubilee people, the UDA people who are going, or the Kenya Kwanza, the Azimio people that are not going. Kenya belongs to one of us. So that is the work that his advisors and everybody should do, and see what is not happening and what can we do so that we can have the country together. Then we have the issue of Miguna. It might have an impact. The impact will be there. It might be a positive or a negative impact. But one impact that it might have is about, it can give you a view like maybe now the president is somebody who honors the law, the judiciary is honoring the orders from our courts. That is one impact. But another impact is that if maybe Miguna is somebody of principle, and maybe if he has like a political kind of like view that, yeah, he does want to inherit, especially I call them the Luo Nation, and the Luo Nation is counties like Migori, Homa Bay, Kisumu, and Siaya. You want to inherit those population from Raila. To me, those population, you cannot inherit them through arrogance, through abuse, through hate. You cannot inherit them. You cannot inherit them. I'm telling you, a son is a son. I've seen in the funeral when we are burying even like a member of a community who was a thief. I think you've witnessed. Nobody, when they're giving like last memories with them, it is very rare to find somebody says, oh, so-and-so was a thief he was disturbing the community. Everybody will say he was a nice guy. I know Baba might be having some weaknesses as a person. Everybody has them. But if you want to abuse or like say things about Baba every time and again, it will be very difficult for you to inherit such like people, the larger percentage of the Luo Nation, because there's what we call identity. There's something that identifies us with him. There's some connection that identifies us. And I can tell you, the moment I realized that was immediately people lost, Raila lost the 2022 election. There's something that happened that never happened before. And this was so many majority from Luo Nation were heartbroken. And they were heartbroken, but they were very silent. And most of the things that they were saying, we will not vote again. And like Kisumu, that was saying like to be a hotspot, it was very quiet. And what brought about quietness in my own thinking is, one was like they felt they don't have any other chance. Reason being like Baba, the age has really gone. And he has tried and he has tried, and like, so like they felt like wounded warriors, and like they kind of like retreated, and they started to have a conversation with themselves, and they say, now what next? So that's why that violence was not there. And like they were very quiet, very peaceful people, and Baba himself also was very quiet. And that's something that happened that has never happened before, you see. So for you to inherit that kind of like population, you have to first of all identify yourself with them and know what they need. What is it that if you speak for us, we feel we will trust you? So I might be wrong in my submission, but it's something that might be there. So he might have an impact, but it might be short-lived. Because I know, we know what Kenyan politics is all about. If Kenyan politics was all about the Kenyan citizen, we could have not lost people like Tom Mboya. If indeed that the politics of Kenya was about to save our country, we could have not lost people like JJ Karaoke. If indeed the Kenyan politics, it was about the people of Kenya, we could have not lost Pinto Gama. If it is indeed that was the politics, then Vivian Ouko, all this assassination that we are seeing around happening to the people who are having diverse opinion about our country, they could have been living right now. Because if you listen very well to Tom Mboya, the vision that guy, the way he speaks during those days, some of our leaders cannot even think the way Tom Mboya was thinking in those days. They cannot utter those words because it's beyond their measure. They cannot hold them. Those words are too heavy for them because their characters cannot match people like Tom Mboya. They cannot match Musinde Muliro. They cannot.
So summarize up so that also if
Yeah,
somebody wants to join that. Thank you. Yes, Duke, just 2 minutes before we welcome Kenyan all the time. 2 minutes.
You see, I can even take 1 minute. I want to counter propension. One is trying to argue that support should be inherited, that it should be passed from one person to another or one generation to another, which is very wrong. For me, I'm of the view that individuals will come and present their ideologies and what they are after, what are they pursuing leadership for, so that they can do what? Just to have it for the sake, or just to have it like others, or to address specific issues which have not been addressed in the past. So from that ideologies, that's what should make people to align to him. I'm saying this because somebody told me that you should actually work with politicians. Don't work for politicians, work with them. So by that I mean they are embracing specific ideologies. So if you are of the same ideologies, continue to pursue those ideologies. But once they go against that, tell them bye-bye. Don't sing Osana to personalities forever. And I'm saying this because you were talking about the way politics in Kenya works. People are supporting specific individuals forever without even asking why they're supporting. That has been the case in Kenya. And I'm sure even in the future, it may affect us. For instance, assume right now Raila comes and says, Ruto is a good person, I'm going to support him. I'm very sure like almost more than 80% of his supporters will do that. What does that speak? That speaks that we are as citizens, we are not independent enough in assessing the environment, the political environment, the economic environment, the issues surrounding us, and making our own decisions as individuals, so that it does not depend on what somebody says or what steps somebody's taking. It's because you as a person, you are able to assess that and criticize that, so that you can, and that is affecting the most countries across the world. Even in the US, you remember, you find that Democrats are opposing what Republicans are doing. For example, you can see what will happen with the sycophants of Donald Trump. You see, even going to the Capitol insurgents. Also, in 2010 or something, when Barack Obama was trying to pass the Affordable Care Act, just something good for all people. But the Republicans were totally against it, to the extent you wonder. Even now, when Biden is trying to come up with lower the prices of subscription drugs to insulin, which just become not affordable to many Americans. So that's what I can advise you to do. That don't sing Osana to people. Sing Osana to specific ideologies, and support individuals who are supporting those ideologies which you are fighting for or you are advocating for. So when they go against those ideologies, that's the end of the marriage. That's my opinion.
Thank you. So, you know, to me, I've also studied some kind of politics by book by somebody called Stewart Rose. He wrote a book in 1970, that is the Middle East since 1945. That's a very nice book. And he was outlining and saying that there are different kind of politics. There are liberals. Those people believe that you can do anything that you want as long as you don't harm anybody. That is why you find a lady can walk naked even in the street. You are supposed not to do anything because that is liberty. As long as that nakedness cannot affect you in any way, you have no mandate to question that. That is liberty. We have what we call the conservatives. These are the people that believe the whole tradition of the society should be upheld. That is why the Republican is called the Grand Hold Party, GOP. That they hold the tradition of that party. They believe that respect, God, and something to do with business should be much more important than about liberalism. That's why you see Trump used to pass some of kind, you see maybe even churches and so forth. He was even supported by evangelical because they believe conservatism, because they uphold the morals of society, they are more suited. Now, as we're talking, we have a far-right president or prime minister from Italy. There is a woman, a far-right. Far-right people, example, are Jair Bolsonaro. These are the people who go to extreme end. When they exceed a certain end, they become extremists. These are the people who can do anything. They are far-right. There are people like leftists, like Marie Le Pen, who was running for the president against Macron. He believes that in a society there should not be so much stricter laws to affect some individuals. There are people like the Taliban who are fundamentalists, who believe not unless you believe in what I believe, you should die. These are the people who are there and they believe in it. So these are the kind that are there. We have people like Barack Obama. Barack Obama was a programmatic centrist politician. Is an individual who could act across the board. He could work in every part with the Republicans. He could work with Democrats. That he was a programmatic centrist politician. So because of these different ideologies that we have in a country, it is what that defines how the society behaves towards a certain policy. But when you come to Kenya, it is not policy or ideology. It is more leaning toward ethnicity. Because I was born and found myself maybe in Kajiado and I'm associated with Maasai. Whatever Maasai say, I will follow without looking what kind of ideology do I personally have. If we could look at ideology, I'm telling you the truth, there is not any community that can speak the same language, because there's no way a community of 1 million plus people can all be liberals. There must be conservatism within themselves. There must be fundamentalists, far right, leftists. They are there. They will go to where they feel if they are comfortable. But because you have put our politics in petty issue like tribe, simply because you are born in this ethnicity, you belong to there, it becomes a very hard to have a good leader. But should our policies, our politics be driven by ideology, such that I know I supported Raila because he believes in maybe socialism, conservatism. Therefore, anybody else who comes with the policies that believes in conservatism, I will support that person. We will have a good country, a country that will not be defined by our ethnicity. But right now, look at it. When a small individual rise up, or Miguna, when you're talking about Miguna is more of a far right. So I don't expect Miguna to have maybe supporters from Nyanza. He could have even supporters from Mombasa. Those people who are calling themselves the Mombasa Republican Council, I expect them to be there who believe in a Mombasa Republican Council to support Miguna, because those are also far right. So these are the things that we look at them. I also expect them to be there. So if our policies are based on ideology, we can therefore move forward as a country. Then as I come concluding, I was also thinking in this sense that if we allow our policies to be made on divisive things, and these divisive things are: 1, ethnicity; 2nd is religion; and that is about wealth. If we allow this way, we shall be having one of the most incompetent people becoming presidency, simply because somebody can drive a certain narrative to become a presidential candidate. So look, for instance, right now, this narrative of religion is being propagated, and it will be used in 2027. Don't be scared that now it will be having maybe Christians versus Muslims, because person will associate with Christian because he feels Christians are much more many. So the Christians will be going to vote, not that they are voting for individual is a good president. No, they'll be voting to protect somebody religion, as if they are the God, they are the source of the religion. And that's where we end up having a long leader. Then another individual will move to go and vote somebody because maybe his ethnicity. Not that that individual can work. Not that that individual believes in what that individual believes. No, simply because we share a common surname. Ukisikia majina imetoka na Kitui, hata Kalonzo asimame asapoti Kitumbaya, unatokea unasema ndio, because maybe you are coming from the same area. And wewe mwingine hata wewe ni Democrat, Kalonzo anaamini conservatism. So you wonder when you are supporting, what are you, what really is taking you there? These are the things you look at it. That is why in America it has 2 larger political party, because it's defined by ideology. Ndio maana mtu anaweza hata vie with Democrat a fail, vie the next time with Democrat a fail, but you will never see the same individual moving to Republican so that he can have an upper hand. It will never be seen. But in Kenya, somebody will vie today, new DA, fail, go ahead and look at no DM, maybe succeed, maybe fail, go and look on wiper, and so forth. And these are the issues that when you look at it, we can be able to be defined by who we are. The country will be able to move forward as a nation. So we Kenyans, we need to be very vigilant in terms of the kind of policies and the kind of politics that we play as a nation. Because I'm telling you, it will reach at a time that this country will have to go forward and to make some steps. And you know, one of the issues is that people, you are thinking that Kenya exists in space. Kenya is one of the countries among the 55 nations in Africa. So if Kenyans, you are not making steps, Uganda, Tanzania, DRC are making steps. So at the end of the day, we might find ourselves being referred as the poorest nation in East and Central of Africa because we stagnated in terms of development. So don't think because Kenyans tumelala na tutaki kufikiria kama watu ambao vichwa zimefunguka, watu wa Uganda na Tanzania na maybe Sudan watafunga vichwa vyao. Hapana. They will continue progressing. Then mtashtuka the moment we be referred as the poorest nation in Africa, then you'll be asking, but we are referred as the most powerful in East Africa and Central Africa. What happened? What happened is very simple. You thought Kenya exists in a space, you relax, then they move forward. I believe country is a constant work in progress. It needs to be improved. We need to go forward. The demands that we had for Uhuru Kenyatta when he was the president will be different to the one that will be under President William Ruto. So we need to advance as things are moving and to try to be competitive. And that will only happen if we allow ideology to overrule our ethnicity. Anyway, thank you. Let's have Njiru. Where is Njiru? Ama amelala? Kenyan all the time.
Ayuko.
Duke, what I mean, what I was saying was not to kind of like say like somebody should not like you should be decided for. But I say, if you remember my words, I told you, I said this, that for you to inherit the Luo nation, the arrogance, the abuse, and hate will not make you do that. And the reason why I was telling you this was this. There's the things that we are very proud of. We are very proud of our background. And if we are proud of our background, even if our son is very wrong, that we see our son is very wrong, we are not correcting our son in public. We call him and we say, for instance, Baba, you have weakness on this and this and this, you know. But if I, one person who goes and call him all those names, because remember, he has people who really believes in him, you know. And if you're creating, you are kind of like constant like giving abuses to him, and you want to get to lead them, because you know sometimes you might get wrong leadership, yeah. And if you feel you want to give people leadership in a very good direction, you don't attack or abuse the leader who is there. There's a smart way of doing it. You do it with a lot of respect, you know, and then you inherit that. But forcefully, and all the drama that has been happening, I don't know, maybe people might have different view, but it's very hard. It doesn't work that way. And something about Francis mentioned about religion and division, you know, something that is happening, and it also is going to happen in Kenya. There are some of the things that are very minute, very simple, but they're very sensitive. And if they are used, they can create chaos and they can create division, especially something to do with ethnicity, the tribe. You know, if you look at the history of our tribes, you know, the tribes that we have in Kenya, at some point there was disagreement between some of these tribes, you know, and that created animosity between them, and there was that small hate. And later it maybe people came and solved the issues. But you know, what usually happens is like the politicians are very clever people. And since they know like there's nothing that can separate us apart from the tribals, because that is something that is very sensitive, and that's what they dwell on. And once you dwell on that, and it make us eight, even like the people who are doing well in political scene, and for our country Kenya to go far, it should start with the leadership, you know. And if it starts by the leadership, is one, and this is maybe from Azimio, even Azimio members, and even the Kenya Kwanza members. Both of them have political ideology that they don't share, but there's things that sometimes bring us together as a nation that we should embrace. Yeah, I might be wrong, but things like things like celebrating the bigger events of the country, you know, the things that really has significance in our country. You know, you might disagree with the Ruto because maybe you don't like the president, but what you have to remember that we are celebrating, we were like the Shujaa Day, like the way they call it, we were celebrating sons and daughters of our country who did a good job, who made the country that we have, you know. So we cannot disagree on some other things, but the things that unite us, the things that usually makes the fabric of our nation, I think sometimes it requires patriotism. And even the people in the leadership, they should also know that when we are celebrating kind of this, the political part of it should not be part of it, you know. And that's what unites the country, you know. So that's why I'm telling you that Kenya, Kenya is still in the zygote stage, like it's still processing, it's still growing, still very young, and people are full of hatred. People hate one another, you know. And it will take us time to learn, or it will take us time to embrace Kenya as a country. You know, it will take us time. We still have a long way to go, because everything that is being done is a political. Everything, the way Duke was saying, if today the Right Honorable would say that President Ruto is the best man, I tell you, he will be. And I can give you I have typical example. You might correct me if I'm wrong. I can remember, if it's not 2013 or 2017, the Suba MP, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Do you remember the incident about what he did to, he shouted that, what did he say about Uhuru Kenyatta, Babu Owino? You remember the incident, Duke? Yeah?
I remember.
So tell me, if indeed, after that and all that was said, and like they did not accept the Uhuru presidency, that Uhuru was not the president, but immediately after handshake, Uhuru was the darling, president was the darling. You know, you see that? So that's why I tell you, but like then that Uhuru, the president, they said all manner of things about Uhuru Kenyatta and that. But when he came over, he was now the darling. And it tells you the kind of political that we have. And this one boils down to the integrity, that the things that, like, if there's something that you believe on that is very right, you can even lose your seat, but stand by that truth. But that is not what is happening. Yeah. And you will find when that one happens, we forget about that and focus on what now is going on. So that's why I'm telling you that it is not making a progress. We cannot make a progress that way. Yeah. It's like we make step forward, then we come back again, you know. So those are like some of the things that, you know, we need to reflect as we speak, that what kind of a country are we looking? Because like these are the people that we are looking forward as the people who represent us as leaders. And if they say we go left, we go left. But sometimes they do wrong. And we accept that. So
thank you. Anyway, Duke, what do you have to say?
Yes, I want to address specific issues because yes, I want to start with what you talked about religion. I agree with you that religion should actually be separate from politics or from the government. That's why in the US we have the First Amendment, which prohibits the government from establishing, from coming up with religious groups or supporting a given religious group or being specifically aligned to a specific religious group. So I agree. I supported the Kenya Kwanza, but I was against the idea of trying to use the judge actually to get supporters. And religion is not only affecting politics; it's also affecting corruption. Most religious leaders in Kenya and in many African countries, they are using religion to hide wealth, to hide corruption proceedings. For instance, there was a case in Nigeria where a pastor was found with $2 million in a house. And they said that it's a miracle. God gave him the money. You see? So because the Bible talks about miracles, it's going to be very difficult for you to dispute his religion because as per the Bible, there are miracles. And he is claiming that he was very poor and prayed to God and God gave him money. We saw even in some areas people raising the dead. So we have to register religion. That's what's happening in Rwanda. Some small registration is good for religion to serve man, but not people to hide behind religion to do wrong things. Benson, I get what you're trying to say, but I happened in 2017 to attend a forum with Miguna. Miguna is a kind of person who says I'm Miguna. So you take me as I am, or you do because he is who he is. So we know that has been the strategy of Miguna, or the character, even from writing the book about Raila Odinga. So you can't try to tell him right now to stop talking bad against a different person or even against Raila Odinga. It's the choice of people from Nyanza to decide whether to support him or not. But my point of departure is this: there should be no inheritance of support or something of that kind. I'm saying it should not be there. People should come, give their ideas or what they want to do, and then the people be free to make the decisions. Also, most of you have been talking about trade policy. Yes, it's an issue, but that's not an issue to most Kenyans. For example, it's actually limited to very few tribes. Several tribes have never even fronted a person to contest for presidency. So do you talk about those tribes being tribal? That's not true. But tribalism also acts in two ways. It's affecting the people from Mount Kenya, and also it's affecting people from Luo Nyanza. Actually, for instance, in Luo Nyanza, people actually fought for Raila Odinga alone. Even if you for instance, if you scrutinize the outcome of 2017, Raila Odinga got main votes in Rift Valley than what William Ruto got from Ruo Nyanza. I'm talking about Karenjins who voted for Raila versus Ruos who voted for William. So therefore, it is you can't tell us that we should stop tribalism, but also you are supporting somebody from your own tribe. But William Ruto has also worked hard to change the discussion. Now, it's for the first time we are hearing about the economic context, where we are, even if most of you are disagreeing with those economic, at least there is a start of that, whereby William Ruto came up with a bottom-up economic model, and Raila was trying to come with, was it Pie Kenya, something of that, make Kenya, Pie Kenya, something of that kind. So that's a good start. So moving forward, we should improve so to the extent where we should be discussing about ideas and where we will have, and I'm suggesting that the specific ideas, the specific ideologies be more molded into parties so that they exist forever. And I'm against the parties folding and unfolding, because they strongly depend on strong individuals. So that's why we want to have like a well-established structure on how political parties are governed. For instance, how to decide who's the political leader, how to register delegates, how to make decisions. Most parties in Kenya, you find that one person is making a decision. Some parties in the US, no, and other countries, one individual will never make a decision about that political. But so we should have proper infrastructure to govern the parties. Lastly, most of you are very negative about the current status in Kenya and the future of Kenya, which is very bad. I'm discouraging that. We should be hopeful and optimistic, because the government also includes you as a Kenyan. The government is not separate people. You are part of the government in a way, because you participated in that government, and also you have a responsibility to contribute. You contribute by doing something or by recognizing something wrong and confronting it. So that's the government. So people should not dissociate themselves from the government. They should embrace it. And that's why I give this example about I propose you read the book of Obama, or Dust of Hope. And to give also another one example, there is a person who most of you know, who's Richard Branson, who's an entrepreneur, UK entrepreneur. He was able to identify an opportunity in where there are challenges. So what I'm trying to say is that when you are optimistic, you can be able to identify something positive from negativity. But when you are negative, you even dismiss opportunities which are trying to come your way. That's why if you read the history of how Richard Branson started, it started when he was in the university. And it happened that the university administration was writing the university newspapers, and it was only giving positive information about the management of the school, but which was not a fact. Through that, he came up with his own business of trying to depict the way the school is operating. And through that, he got a lot of support, and that's how he started a business. So if you are saying there is something bad in Kenya, something is not done in Kenya, try to come up with a solution. Try to establish, to implement that, and with that you can grow your business, and also you can have an impactful transformation. So that's why when I'm speaking, when most of you are giving criticism, you say this is bad, this should be done like that. So you like constructive criticism. You are not trying to say everything's bad, Kenya is not going to withstand the test of time. Now, so it's like, now what next? What should be done? So try to be solution oriented than a problem pointer. That's what I can say.
So anyway, that is your opinion, maybe, but as for me, the reason is why I don't have hope. I have a very good reason. One of it being there is an instance that the president has said that will be a rate of 30% to all landlords. That means if you pass a rate of 30% to landlords, it means we, the tenants that are renting houses here, because we don't have ours, the rates will likely to increase because the cost, the owner of the house or the landlords will not cover you for the cost. Just wait, the owner will not cover that cost for you. You'll have to cover at the end of the day. He has also suggested importing cheap milk from Uganda. Then I'm saying, I as a consumer, I have no problem with that, because I will also want to buy a cheaper milk. But now I'm asking, what about thousands and thousands of families who depend on selling on milk so that they can get their children? What about those people who depend on milk as a source of income? What will happen to them? What will happen when the Ugandan milk will overrule our milk in Kenya? Does it mean we'll have to sell the fresh and another goat so that you can also consume that of Uganda? Is that a way that he's trying to kill the milk industry in Kenya? Because as much as cheaper, there's no you'll force somebody to buy a milk from Kenya, which is higher cost, but he will buy that from Uganda because it's cheaper. So at the end of the day, as much as you're looking at the consumer endpoint, you also look at the national level. Look at the people who are being employed by the Brookside company. Those people will be laid off. What kind of economic will that be? That killing job opportunities. Those people are employed. Even if they are from one community, I have no problem, because even if they are not employed, they could have been creating problem for all of us here. So I have no problem with even if they're being employed from one community. As long as they're employed, if another company started somewhere, you employ another people. At the end of the day, everybody will be employed. So if a positive step is taken, even though in the vicinity might be inside there, it's okay. So these are the things as we need to look at them at an inside eye. As much as you are saying, let's give them hope, let's have been optimistic. It's okay. We can be optimistic, but does the policies promise us to be optimistic? What he could have done if I were in the same shoes, he could have renegotiated a new price for the farmers to sell their milk to Brookside, instead of him opening borders so that that Ugandan milk will get there to kill Brookside. You remember Kenya had some textile industry, but the moment we open Mitumba, leo hii textile industry iliachiwa watu wa kwaya na watu wa harusi na baadhi ya wazee kidogo. Hiyo industry ni kama imeisha. So the moment we allow milk, it will go to the same place, and we will kill a lot of job opportunities, employment, a lot of investment. So as much as we are looking at a deeper eye of consumer, let's look at the people who are employed, the people who are running those businesses. So if I were the one, I could have tried as much as possible to negotiate a different price for the farmers to sell their milk to Brookside, so that if they are selling at that 7, we see if we can reach at 40 or 50, so that we keep on, so that we have a win-win situation, is the way he emphasized. If it's the issue of, we look at the issue of landlords and so forth, what he can do, he should not tax what is already being taxed or whatever Kenyans are using. He should open new avenues. That's why we say, when you look at the people who are paying taxes in Kenya, it is a small bracket. That's why we say the middle class is suffering to extreme end, because these are the people who are employed. They are holding the whole population in their backs. Huyu mtu anachajiwa pay as you earn, anachajiwa VAT, exercise duty, na yani anapigwa ushuru kila kona. But if we can open, so that people like us that maybe we don't have jobs, other people don't have jobs, they can get jobs, so that we open that taxable capacity, so that the people who can be pay taxes in Kenya, we can increase them even to maybe 30 million. Then this tax burden will go down, because now we shall have spread it to a larger base. But as long as we shall allow the 5 or 6 million or 7 million Kenyans who are employed in the formal sector to pay taxes, we will still complain because they are carrying our burden to greater extent. They are feeling the pain. They are feeling that pain. So you should look at avenues that we have not exploited. And that is why I stated very clearly. Now you should concentrate on looking at countries that have little relation with Kenya. Central African Republic, DRC, Chad, Sudan, Eritrea. These are countries that are very little cooperation with Kenya. Let's open there. Let's expand our market. Usichukue tu tukitoka ni Uganda ni Tanzania, Uganda Tanzania, Uganda Tanzania, mpaka inafika mahali tunakosa kitu wa kufanya, tunaanza kuongea kupiga kelele kwa tukiongea kwa mkutano. To open market, we need to see one day people going maybe even to Morocco, Mauritania, selling some things there. We open that market. Uganda tuna trade 80%, we are still going there. Sasa inakifika 100 tutafanya nini? Let's open where we have trading partnership of less than 10%. We open our market. We have a larger base so that we also we were able to colonize or we were able to get into bigger market. And that's why I was saying, if that things are done, I will be the first person to defend the presidency. I will be the first individual. But as long as that one is not done, is doing contrary to that, or maybe to an extreme that it is not promising, I found no reason at all, because these are things that are working. We have seen nation. That's one. Even Americans, they are trying as much as possible to expand their influence in Africa where they have less exploited. But sisi tunaenda kwenye tumeexploit mpaka imefika 80%. Sasa ndio iwe nini sasa? Iwe shabiki wa nini? We need to think a little bit more. Anyway, thank you, Robert. The opposition.
Roba, wait kidogo niambie, Francis. Tax on rent, this thing has been there for the longest time. It should always be 10%, not something that is being introduced by Ruto. This thing has been there for a long time. That's a correction.
You know, Brother Benson, I did taxation. It is 10% flat rate for any income more than 14 million per year. But that one is not what is the parliament. It is 30% to every owner of house, that is landlord. I'm not talking what is there. I'm talking what is likely to be implemented if that bill is passed. What is there is that those people who are earning less than 14 million per year, they are not paying any rates or any tax. But anybody who earns more than that, it is 10% flat rate. So what I'm talking is the new policy of 30% to any landlord within Nairobi. That's my complaint. The one which is there, it is okay. I have no problem with it. So, Roba.
Hey, I've been listening to you, Francis, since Bernard was there. Just to hear what you say. The man from Cachero, was it yesterday, the day before you were hosting the show? I mean, I can't a couple of days ago, just reacting to Ruto's Masuchat Day. I've been listening to Benson, and of course, I'm familiar with Duke of Maliba's politics. My friends, we have a problem. We have a problem in Kenya, in our country. It looks, some of you don't see it. That's why I keep on saying, even if it means that 2027 or whatever it is, when it comes tomorrow, Ruto will say he's going to rule forever. Some of you will say yes, because that's how stupid we are. And that's a fact. Yeah, now you are talking of Miguna. I want to mix up these things here, by the way. Some of us, we are talking as if Raila is dead at Miguna. I mean, who's Miguna? You know, the same people who are embracing Miguna few weeks ago, just last month, August, 2 months ago, when we were trying, some of us were trying to defend Papa. The same man who wants to now is going to be the minister of, I don't know, in industry or whatever, the guy called, what's his name? This guy, this guy, the MP from where
Owalo.
I mean the where the president comes from, what's his name?
Moses Kuria.
Moses Kuria. Was he going to become a minister? I don't know for what. The same man who terrorized. Just give me a second here. The same man who just talked against Baba, now he's talking about to reconcile. I mean, it's just the problem we have right now is we don't know where we are going and where we are coming from. I was not prepared for this. So Ruto does not know what he's doing right now. He has become somebody who's reacting. He's a president, he's reacting. And the reason why I'm saying that, I was so shocked. The few days when RAILA went out there just trying to say something, all of a sudden they plan something to Kericho or something which nobody knew where it was coming from. You know that what told me? The man has some retro chicken brain and he called himself a doctor. A doctor, first of all, even I don't know how he got his doctorate. He's the president of a country, ran the country. It's just like he's still celebrating. It's just like they are still campaigning. That's my issue with him. Some of us, since the election, I mean, we have been recovering. Even now, it's not normal. But still, my question to people who like Duke, I know Duke where your politics, how you supported Ruto. I don't know about Francis. Francis, you kind of in the middle. Sometimes it's up to, I don't know your scale. My question is, and that's what a lot of Kenyans we should ask, what have you done for me of lately? What have you done for me? My friends, I mean, some of us who came here, we said, we need a country where, at the end of the day, this is all about economy. It is economy, and jobs. But that's what, at this point, they are not telling us about the economy right now. And if you see the way they are doing it, the people, they say the bottom up. They have started from their head going down. That's where they have started. I mean, that's the way I see it. I came here, I think, of direction. Some of us, we accepted and we said we are there to move on. And we gave a very good advice. We said, for Kenya to be a country where everybody might be happy, we need to get ourselves this idea of a collapsing economy, a situation where we don't care about other people. But what shocked me, it is even the vetting process itself, the way they were vetting these guys in parliament. I mean, the process itself is like kids. It's as if it's just like we are doing it to fulfill. Nobody's even serious, asking questions. But instead, they are seated there because of the most stupid people called members of parliament. They are that stupid. Because they want, and they get paid for that. But when you're vetting people, you should ask questions and go their backgrounds. The questions they were asking, it's as if they're just there to pass time. And I don't see why vetting should be done like just almost like 90 minutes with one person or I mean, we are not serious on the process. We are not. And that's why even the president himself, he knows very well. He can do very little and the people will start kissing him, he has done a lot. Yeah. But let me come to the point here. What makes me mad about what's going on in our country is a situation where we have created this idea of lies, lying too much, and the people have started accepting lies. Let me give you an example. It looks like we never had a vice president in Kenya since 2017. Yeah, my network was just going down. So this idea of some people coming here telling us, oh, Ruto is trying to clean up the mess. To clean up which mess? Was not Ruto the first president of Kenya? He was. But we, the stupid people, we are being told he was not, and people believe on that. So, okay, he has come, he's now the president. We accept, all of us, we say there's nothing we can do. The question is, what has he done so far? So far, they have done nothing. What they do is just complaining, trying to bring RAILA in, trying to talk about Uhuru Kenyatta against Uhuru Kenyatta. Now they're bringing Miguna and Miguna now. So that's progress. Miguna is the progress. That's building the economy. You know, we are a country of, I think, I don't know. I mean, there's a word I can use. I don't want to use a bad word to say about the whole people as a community. But I've always said, it's so sad to see young people don't have jobs. Yeah, I'll give you an example of my sister. I paid until she got master's degree. Mpaka saa hii anauza tu mboga. It pains me. It pains me. And yet, the few people who get the opportunity, and you guys, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me, all those people who have been appointed to be a secretary, tell me, maybe I missed some, who is not a millionaire. Musalia Mudavadi, 4.4 billion, 4 billion. Amekura mpaka karibu kupasuka, 4 billion. Yeah? See all these MPs, oh, I'm what of this? I'm what of this? Some people, I mean, what are we doing? And that's where we go wrong. And if you start investigating, if you are investigating and being serious of some of these people, and say, hey, how did overnight somebody's a millionaire? Overnight, somebody's a millionaire. And that's what we have chosen as a country to be. Everybody's just like, I will go there and grab. And that's the kind of generation we are building up. That's the kind of country we have right now. First of all, the president himself is a crook. Yeah, he's a crook. He stole. And now they are stealing very, very, very good right now. He has put his own people, Minister of Transport, he put or whatever, the banking industry. Yeah, the same people, some of us, we have been complaining they don't even deserve to be in the government. Some of them, criminal record. Even though they have been convicted, they have not been convicted, but they will never be convicted because right now it looks like even the judiciary is part of Ruto. And that's what makes some of us to think there's something's not right here. What's the way going forward? As long as these people are not talking about the private sector, as long as they are not doing it, there's nothing which is going to happen in our country. We are going to be very poor. It will be the same thing. Whatever you see right now will be there next year, the year after, 2 years from now, it will never change. And because as the people, we have allowed that one to happen like that. So let's assume a few weeks from now, People have been given the opportunity to be cabinet secretaries. I'm just waiting even somebody to come up with their program, what he has to develop a program. This is what they want to do. Instead, they just sit there, they're waiting. They want to go in that offices, big cars with trucks, and just grabbing the money. That's all they want to do. There's nothing which is going to progress. It's up to us. It's up to the people. We demand the way we are demanding. And I'm very happy to see some of people like Maliba and others. They can also say there are some things like, okay, they have to do this and that. And I'm very happy when you said you were very disappointed when we had this idea of Ruto trying to use the church, which he used. He used some spiritual leaders from more especially central Kenya. He used the different denominations. He used his money. He bribed them to get access. And that's something we should just say no. But at this point, our country is hurting. I mean, I know that because we have families suffering. People don't have money. People don't have jobs. In the end country, if you want to be proud of our country, it is the economic factor. It's the economics. Do we have jobs? Is people working? If we have people working, then we become a producing country, like even those taxes we can pay. But my friends, let us not allow a government which is not telling us how they want to provide jobs, how they will get some of these jobs. But if they keep on saying what they are saying right now, just reacting to some issues, some situations like the vice president, yeah, we are not going to progress. Let me talk of this thing of Miguna. I agree with Teok. Don't believe on some people coming and like somebody was saying he's want to inherit the rural people. Inherit what? It does not inherit human beings. And that's where the problem is. And that's why some of us, we have been saying, as long as Kenya, we have tribal leaders. And that's a fact. Uhuru Kenyatta was a tribal leader. Raila is a tribal leader with the rural people. Let's be sincere with that. Kalonzo Musyoka and the rest of the people they have. They are not, I mean, we cannot, without their tribes, they are no people. If that's the kind of politics, then we are all dead. We want politics where it's just recognize people what they do. I come from Kisii County. I don't have no spokesman. I don't have nobody says, oh, I own Kisii or whatever, and so and so. And I remember Nyajai tried to do that kind of politics, but it was divided. That's what I want to see. I want to see when we go election night, I don't want to come here and start talking about Karenjins and Kikuyus. That's what's happening in our country. As long as we are on this trajectory of situations where some people, some cartels, some of them are lying to us. Oh, Saia tuongei mambo ya ukabira. My friends, it's ukabira. It's ukabira. That's it. Ruto knew very well, if we talk about Moi being in power, he could have not won. He knew it. He's smart. Give him that. He's very smart. But I'm sick and tired of we keep on saying Kenya problems for all these years, 59 years, almost 60 years. But when I checked, there have been 2 tribes who have been governing our country. I don't blame the people who come from those tribes. But something's not right. If Papa, with all what he did, he never became a president. Who's Miguna to inherit whatever you guys were talking about, or some other people? This idea of tribal has to end. We have to end. As long as we keep on doing this kind of recycling, yeah, I wanted to see somebody else in our vice presidency, even Kindiki, maybe Smeru, but that's better. But you can't come here and you are lying to us. It's just a lie. It's a lie. Why did Ruto never choose somebody from Kisii to be his running mate? Or somebody from Mombasa or somewhere? Why did he choose somebody from Kiambu or from Central, the mountain? Why? We are a tribe country. And this one has to end. Yeah? Moi was there for how many years? Kibaki came in, Kikuyu. Uhuru, 10 years, Kikuyu. Moi, Karenjin. Ruto, Karenjin. Tanganya, but we are not tribal. Kenya will not progress until people in central Kenya and the other parts of the country will decide, you know what Uhuru said. And I think Uhuru said it very right. It's time for somebody else to lead our country. But as long as we do this, is a cycle. Ruto atatoka, aweke Mkikuyu huko, Mkikuyu atatoka, aweke Mkarenjin, and that will go in your lifetime, my friends. You would never see no tribe other than the two ones who are ruling right now. That's something you can take to the bank. You can just say whatever you want. It's something that's happened for 60 years. It's going to happen another 60 years, going beyond. Unless we
So,
accept.
Robert,
Yes.
on that rejoinder, what is your perspective if you have a parliamentary system whereby the party with the largest member of parliament will be able to choose a prime minister who will be like the president, will be having executive power instead of having a presidential candidate that is well determined by the community?
That's what I really wanted. That's what I wanted from the beginning. I mean, that would be a fair way everybody has a shot. But this idea of just saying, oh, you know what? It's the majority who rules. And the two majorities have combined together. While some are 10 years, it's going to happen. Then somebody in here in between wait. Even I saw this professor now is saying, oh, the Kikuyus, you do the right thing. You have 30% of the government. Yeah? How comes we are not talking about people from other parts of the country? Why do you think some parts of the country have 6 cabinets, secretaries? 6. When some countries they don't have none. Something's not right. Something's not with our country. And those who think Ruto, I mean, I'm not against him. He's the president right now. But they have to come forward and tell me, I want him to answer. Why couldn't he get a running mate from other parts of the country other than from Central? Yeah? Ruto is a tribal. The vice president is even more worse until Aruya comes to be president, until I see a Kisii being a president, I see a Mansai being a president, or anybody else. Kenya is a tribal country. And we have to change the system, or else this country is going to break apart. It's going to break apart. Itafikia mahali where some of us, we are tired, some other people tired, like some of us, we are tired already. Not that because they won fairly, and you give them, they won in a fair game. It's because 2007, I know what happened. Was it 2010 or 2011, 2013, 2017? That's fine. Now RAILA is going to exit from the stage. What I'm waiting for, what else are they going to say? Because they hated RAILA so much. Now, are they going to say, what's the excuse? Until Ruto and Francis, until Ruto has to answer me a question. Why never chose a Mansai vice president, but he chose somebody from the mountain? At the Ukabira, Akuna Ukabira. You Akuna, I will never accept it. Never. Until other tribes becomes a president in the country. Until I see a small Teso. I see somebody from nowhere, maybe from Mombasa, from Giriama, maybe Kuria, then I'll be satisfied. But at this point, what people are taking a ride for us, they are riding on us. They are lying to us. They are lying to us. And those people who fought for them, shame on you. You are the people who are promoting tribal. tribal, 60 years. We had a chance, but we squandered this, whatever we did. RAILA is out now. Tuambie mtafanya nini sasa? That's what I want to hear. Because at this point, they are not talking about how they want to create jobs. I could be talking about jobs. We could advise them. Yeah. But they are not talking about it. Instead, now wanakuambia what was a mess. A mess. Somebody was the vice president of a country. He's trying to say he's cleaning up the mess of the former something else, but not like I was Tanganya cleaning up a mess of the previous government, and yet he was the vice president. They had us talk about jobs for our people. Imamba ya uchinga from them, this nonsense from them, I'm tired of it. They lie too much. That's what they've been doing. Francis, go ahead, man.
So, you know, one of the things that we have talked is about what you call tyrannical of numbers. Here, there's something that you call tyrannical of numbers in a way such that when you look at this something that you observe in 2022, that Ruto got votes, very many votes in Kisii. He got very many votes in Western. He also got very many votes from Mombasa, got votes from Nairobi. These are areas not well by Kalenjin dominated community, but dominated by other tribes. These tribes are very democratic to a point that they follow ideology, that whatever you come with, they impress. But we have a particular region that is always driven by hatred, that it is no longer an issue of either ideology or what. It is an issue of if they have been told you never be president. Now what happens is that region will always vote like a block because they have a common enemy. So if the other region become democratic and impress others, they only need maybe a little bit of Mambluya community and they seize power. That's what has been happening. But if we allow all of us to be democratically, without hatred, without anything in our hearts, we embrace everybody like brothers and sisters, we live well, we can see even an Ogiek becoming a president. Because if Ogiek comes with a good idea, the Luos will not reject him because he's not from his community. You will not reject him because we will embrace him because of the idea, and not that this man will let him because of his ethnicity. If we reach to that point,
let me cut you short. Francis.
Yes.
Who is the man who fought for democracy in Kenya? He had to go for chair for us. Was it not RAILA?
He is.
I mean, if RAILA, a man who went to jail for 8 years, maybe more than that, a man who came up and fighting for reforms, fighting for institutions, fighting for all these things. You want to tell me when it comes during election time, they call him, they start talking of people like Kulia talking about circumcision and other things? Yeah? I mean, what are you talking about?
You know, one of the things, let me tell you, I've been observing, I've been looking at it. Let's assume, let's do that mathematically because you have to speak about it. The Luos are 2.2 million. If you minus 2.2 from 6.9 what RAILA got, there is 4.7 people who voted for RAILA without any ethnicity attachment at all. But now let's go to the other side. Now, minus from the community, from the Rift Valley community and from the Central, and tell me to which extent did the other community vote. It was just a smaller portion, showing you clearly that unless we become democratic to a point that we can impress everybody regardless of who he is or who he is, like bila chuki, tunaweza pata kiongozi mzuri Kenya. Lakini kama tutakuwa tukiangalia mtu tunamuuliza jina ya pili, sasa ukiuliza mtu hata sasa ukiambia mtu unaitwa Roba na kuuliza Roba nani, ndio ili ajue venye atakuwa touch.
And that's what's happening in our country. Even in fact, Francis just brought up a point here. In fact, even those ones who are overseas, you know, when you get a Kenyan will never be satisfied until umwambie kuna tribe gani. What's your name? Roba. Then from there, they'll just keep one until you tell them, you try unatoka, then from there now, the watakwaja. Even from Tanzania, even though I'm not a fan of Tanzania, you know that, my wife comes from there, I'm not a fan of it. I want to be sincere because of the politics, it can't be, we are okay. The problem, yes.
Unaona hiyo Tanzania you are talking about, Nyerere, unaona 1961, when Richard Turnbull, who was the governor for Tanzania, left Tanzania to go to Germany. Nyerere having seized power through the TANU, the Tanzanian African National Union. Nyerere told Jomo Kenyatta and the president then was Kabaka Mutesa I, I will delay my independence so that your independence it will appear the same time as Tanzanian, Ugandans and Kenyans, so that we form East African Federation. He said this one will be able to deal with tribalism because they will not be talking about Kamba or Kikuyu. They will be talking about we Kenyans under federation. What is our take? We Tanzanians under our federation. What is our take? That is why when you go to Tanzania, they always talk like, we the Zanzibar, what is the government doing to help us? Sisi watu wa bara. Hiyo jina inatumikanga sana Tanzania. Sisi watu wa bara. Serikali inatusaidia namna gani? Lakini utasikia mimi Mtanzania mtu akisema ati mimi Munyamwezi, mimi Msukuma, mimi Munyakyusa, mimi Mpare. Hapana. I myself, my grandmother.
That's why we went wrong. Let me take to the history, even though some of us were not born when the people are fighting. So people are celebrating Masucha Day, yeah?
Yes.
Who are the Masuchas we are celebrating for? Remember Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Remember Jaramogi. What was he fighting for? He was fighting for my party in Kenya. Guess what? He was the first person to say, you know what? Hao wazungu wanini tununue mashamba kutoka kwao and yet it's mashamba yetu. Yeah? Just because of that, you know what happened? They differed with the Kenyatta, and since then, people believe that Jaramogi was against who? Kenyatta. But Jaramogi was doing the right thing. Can you imagine if Jaramogi that time he became the president and he promoted democracy, Kenya would be a different country. The people who fight for our country, they are the people we are betraying right now. Most of us at the Oginga family, we are just betraying them from independence until 2022. We never accept. We have not accepted what they did for us. Francis, your mic is open. That's why we have that kind of echo. So just tell me.
Maendeleo hayana budi yawe yana uhusiano na maisha ya watu. Hayana budi uyapime yamefanya nini kwa watu. Zile pesa hamkuzipata kwa kunyonya watu au kwa kuuza bangi. Mnazitumiaje katika kuleta maendeleo ya watu? Kwa hiyo tu usigi wa kwanza tunausema pale ni juu ya development has to be people centered. To be meaningful, development must be people centered. Kama sio people centered, it's not development ya kweli. Ni maneno tunaweza kusema. Sasa tukasema kama ni people centered, basi lazima haiwezi kataja tu kwamba wanashiba sana, kushiba ni kitu kizuri au wanavaa vizuri. Lazima tutaje mambo mengi tu. Tutaje elimu yao, tutaje afya yao, tutaje huko kuvaa kwao na usafiri wao. Lakini tutaje culture yao vile vile, utamaduni wao. Wanaishije katika utamaduni wao? Tutaje vile vile na mambo ya uhuru wao. Democracy. Kama kuna maendeleo kweli, kuna kwamba watu wana uhuru, kwamba siku hizi tunabishana sana juu ya mambo haya democracy, lakini tunachobishana sio democracy. Tunabishana mambo mengine. Hatubishani juu ya democracy yenyewe. Tunabishana juu ya misimamo ya kijinga jinga, lakini juu ya uhuru wa watu hatuwezi kubishana. Watu hawawezi kusema kwamba wana maendeleo na katika nchi yao hawawezi kutembea kwa uhuru. Wanaogopa, wanahofu, wanadhani asubuhi yoyote wakisikia mlangoni kwa anafikiri kaja mtu kuwapeleka kwenda kuwafunga. Na sasa nchi ya namna hiyo hawezi kusema ina maendeleo. Nchi haina uhuru wa watu. Kwa hiyo lazima iwe ni maisha ya uchumi kweli, maisha ya economics, lakini ni maisha yote kabisa ya mtu. Hapo ndipo mnapoweza kusema watu wanaendelea. Sasa hivyo ndivyo kwa kifupi tulivyokubaliana tutakavyopima maendeleo yetu katika miaka hii 30 iliyopita. Sasa tukaanza kipimo basi. Tulipoanza kipimo tukakuta kwamba katika vigezo vingi sana, kusema kweli nchi hizi zimefanya vizuri sana. Vizuri sana, nyingi sana. Ukichukua per capita income yao hiyo tunayosema imepanda. Karibu nchi zote imepanda per capita income. In real terms, sio imepanda tu kwa shilingi tu hesabu. Hapana, in real terms per capita income imepanda. Tukakuta kwamba elimu imeongezeka sana katika nchi zote hizi. Nilikuwa natumia mara kwa mara natumia mfano wa Tanzania, lakini si Tanzania peke yake, kwamba hiyo nilitaja pale jana leo hii kwamba tuna Wajerumani na Waingereza watuachia maengineer wawili, lakini sasa tuna maengineer maelfu. Walituacha illiterate, sasa ni illiterate. Nchi nyingine hazikufanya katika jambo kama hilo, hazikufanya vizuri sana kama Tanzania, lakini zote kabisa zimeongeza elimu primary, zimeongeza elimu secondary, zimeongeza elimu universities, zimeongeza elimu ya ufundi, zote kabisa, zote katika Karua. Ni vigumu sana kukuta nchi ambayo haikufanya maendeleo namna. Ukichukua maisha ya watu, sisi hapa wakati wa Uingereza wanatoka, ilikuwa expectation of life hapa ni miaka 35. Sasa hivi nadhani iko miaka 47, sijui ni mingi. Sasa 53. Sasa anasema profesa ni miaka 53. New York weusi wa New York, expectation of life yao ni miaka 46. Nataka mjue hivyo. Ndio definition ya maendeleo. Sisi ni miaka 53. Sasa nasema miaka 53 ni kidogo sana kwa sababu sasa hivi Ulaya ni over 70. Lakini nchi nyingi kabisa zimeongeza. Cuba ni close to 70. Na nyingi sana zimeongeza. Expectation ya life ya watu ni kubwa zaidi. Vifo vya watoto vimepungua sana katika Karua. Basi vipimo vingi vya namna hiyo ukichukua utakuta maendeleo ni makubwa sana. Infrastructure, kuongeza matumizi ya electricity, kuongeza matumizi ya maji bora, kuongeza mabarabara mazuri, transport ni nzuri zaidi, kuongeza utaratibu wa communication. Karibu nchi zote hizi zimefanya hatua kubwa sana. Karibu zote. Na hasa nchi kubwa hizi za Asia zimefanya mambo ya ajabu sana. China lile. Uchina inalima 7%. Inalima 7% ya ardhi inayolimwa duniani. 7%. Lakini wanalisha 20% ya population ya duniani. Bila kuhangaika kutafuta chakula mahala. Watu wa namna hiyo huwezi kusema hawajui kulima. Eti kwa sababu hawana mashamba makubwa. Eti kwa sababu hawana mashamba makubwa huwezi kusema wa China hawajui kulima. Wanalima 7% ya total area inayolimwa duniani. Wana feed 20% ya population ya dunia. Alafu katika mambo mengine, hata maendeleo mengine aina ya juu kabisa katika science and technology, kuna nchi nyingine zimepiga hatua kubwa sana. Kwa hiyo ikawa ndio hukumu yetu katika hilo. Lakini tulikuwa na mambo fulani ambayo tulidhani hatukufanya vizuri sana, na tunayasema humu. Moja ni katika kuchagua namna ya maendeleo. Mliposema tuanze jamani, tuzijenge nchi zetu, wengi tuliona Ulaya, kwa sababu Ulaya inapendeza. Tuliona Ulaya, North America, ile North tunaita North, hii tunaita South. Tuitazama North, tukakuta North ina meremeta, ina glitter, lakini wanasema kila king'aacho usidhani dhahabu, lakini sisi tulidhani yote ni dhahabu. Tuliona ule mng'ao wa Marekani na Ulaya linapendeza, kaskazini inapendeza sana. Kwa hiyo tukaona wao wana majibu ya maana ya maendeleo, na tufanye kama walivyofanya. Tulifanya hivyo, hatukufikiri sana, hatukujitahidi kufikiri sana na kusema sasa jamani, hivi ndivyo Ulaya walivyofanya, sisi tufanyeje? Hilo hatukulipa umuhimu sana. Tulisema Ulaya imefanya hivi na sisi tufanye hivyo, na matatizo yetu mengi yametokana na uamuzi huo wa kudhani inawezekana wote tuige Ulaya. Sasa inadhaniwa na wengi kwamba it is impossible, it simply cannot be done, can't be done. Kwanza dunia yenyewe haiwezi kubeba maendeleo ya unyang'anyi yale, amwe. Dunia yenyewe, hii planet haiwezi kubeba maendeleo namna. Sasa hilo kasoro moja, kwamba hatukufikiria sana model kwamba Watanzania mkae mseme jamani tunataka hasa maisha ya namna gani. Tulisema si wazungu wanayo, wanakunywa Coca-Cola na sisi tunywe. Basi tumekuwa ni watu wa kuiga, si wa kuunda taratibu zetu wenyewe za maendeleo. Hata pamoja na kuiga na kuona mazuri ya kuchukua katika kaskazini, tulichukua tu kama dodoki, na hii kumeza tu kama dodoki imetuletea matatizo. Hilo tunalieleza, tunakosa hilo tunalisema humo. La pili ambalo nitalisema na kuliachia hilo, katika mambo ya kuheshimu haki za binadamu, pamoja na kwamba nchi zetu hizi ni nchi ambazo zimepigania uhuru kwa kutaka kuleta haki za binadamu, lakini kwa kweli katika jambo la demokrasia hatuwezi kujivuna sana. Nchi za kusini tumepuuza sana haki za binadamu. Ni madikteta wengi sasa hivi ni wa kwetu. Ndio, madikteta wengi wa duniani sasa hivi ni wa kwetu. Wamo katika Afrika, Asia, Latin America. Na sasa kusema kweli wanaanza kubakia Afrika zaidi. Kupuuza tu maisha ya watu hivi, kuonea watu tu, kutojali watu hivi sana. Hao tabia za namna hiyo ziko zaidi kwetu sisi katika kusini kuliko kaskazini. Hilo jambo tumelikosoa humu, hilo jambo. Kwa hiyo tunaeleza jambo la demokrasi kwamba lazima hicho. Mtakaposoma mle mtakuta kwamba tuna iko
Yes, Duke.
Actually, what I can comment on that is about the copy pasting of what is happening in other parts of the world, especially in the US and UK and Europe, specifically UK. And that's what has not made Africa to progress to a large extent. Because what has made China to rise and to be an economic power is because they, first of all, scrutinize their identity, their culture, their resources, and they come up with a model which fits them as Chinese. Not trying to bring something from outside and trying to moderate. I'm saying that, for instance, for example, if you talk about specific freedom, if you try to implement them in Kenya or in African continents, people will talk about interfering with the freedom of other people. For example, if in Kenya you talk about let us have proper reproductive management, we inform people about family planning, about reproduction, so that we find people have manageable family to take care of. You know, in African countries, you find the poor of the poorest have 12 kids. You cannot even buy food. What about taking them to school? And if you don't take them to school, when they are at the age of 15, 16, they 12 also marry and get married. So that is continuous creation of poverty, which is to be very difficult to eradicate. But if maybe the government says maybe let us control the production and people, for instance, if you cannot manage a given number of people, we should have 2 kids, but we have good health care for them. That's what China did, and that has managed poverty and other issues. For example, if you are talking about we have food issues in Kenya, in China, for example, the government can maybe build a residential area in a given area and transfer our people and have a given project. Now assume Kenya tries maybe to say we have some areas in Kenya where there's a lot of rainfall, maybe in Kisii, in Limuru, Mount Kenya. Now we're going to build a city in Northeastern or somewhere where there is no rain, or Kambani, some parts. And then we transfer people this land, we do agriculture. People will say, my rights, my ancestors are buried here. So those are their rights, and then Kenya cannot progress. See, for example, what's happening in Democratic Republic of Congo. So if, for instance, you come with the specific way of dealing with that country, it can change very quick. But because they want democracy, there is election, people are hiding behind it. There was a documentary where some individuals from the UK, aeroplanes are landing in a forest in DRC and they're going with a lot of gold. So they are enjoying the way Congo is. So that's what we want. We should have come with a model which works for us. The way Chinese discovered that we cannot copy something from different people and try to use it. Another thing is about, for instance, we are asking about the President, William Ruto, launched 2 housing schemes. We have affordable housing scheme, which is going to kickstart in all counties of Kenya, and we have what we call social housing program. The social housing program is going to eliminate all slums in Kenya within 2 years. Yes, so but if maybe in 2 weeks they are going to launch it in Kipra, and I'm going to see what is going to be response. People will try to say, no, we don't want it. This is some petty politics instead of transforming the society and trying to do things. So that one is what I can say. However, I want also to respond to what Ropa said. Ropa, you were talking about the history of Raila Odinga. I agree with you, Raila Odinga has achieved much in this country, even more than William Ruto. But when it comes to selecting the leaders of a nation, in my personal perspective, we should focus the future more. So we should actually, what these people are capable of doing it in the future, presently and in the future, because we are living in the present and in the future. For example, maybe if you find that some of us, maybe we are raised by parents, and the parents who are good, they assisted us. But if you want somebody to do something, you look for a professional. You don't look about what that person, you talk whether that person is qualified or not. So it's more about what people can do right now and in the future than what people have done in the past. Of course, history can inform us about who individuals are, but leadership and politics is not about awarding people of what they have done in the past. It's about having a vision, having ideologies, so which can assist us to move into the future. So that's what I can respond.
Thank you. So, Robert, just 1 minute, then we have Benson.
Hey, Duke, let me start from where you just left and just say I'm 100% against a government trying to come and to build the houses for people. Doesn't know how to solve problems. There should be a better way of doing things. The private sector. So this government comes and build their, who's going to own the houses now? With those projects, who's going to own it? I mean, that's why I just said we are doing the wrong things. On top of that, you talked of something I will just give you, and I agree with you. We have a problem in Kenya right now. More especially since we had this idea of freedom and other things. Kenya is becoming a consuming country. We are not producing things of our own so that we can sell like other countries. Somebody was talking about where we get our food from. Uganda, Tanzania, fruits from Tanzania, flying through Namanga and other parts of the country, of the border. What happened to us? And we talk of saying, oh, we have to go mambo ya hunga na nini. It's because our politics and the way we have handled ourselves, we have created this vacuum. Now there's no, hakuna mtu anataka kwenda kwa shamba. Yeah? We are consuming fish from where? China. And that we are fishing like Victoria. We are becoming really bad. Even now we have to get maize from our neighbors. Maize. Imagine they are producing all this maize. We don't do it. That's what's killing us. That's what's killing us. We have to move this idea of becoming a consuming country and we start being productive again. With that one, we can solve our issues. Let me just give it to Benson just to make a comment.
Thank you very much, everyone. I just Robert, where are you at?
What do you mean?
Okay, are you in US, right?
I'm in Utawara.
Oh, okay. So okay. Because like I wanted to I see. I was just wanted to have a conversation with one with.
No, I'm down here in California.
Okay, I just wanted to have a conversation with somebody on the chat. He was talking about that he doesn't agree with me on said there's some midterm elections that are happening. I think if you watch earlier before the judgment of Roe Wade, if you look at the numbers, the GOP were kind of like doing well, but immediately after the ruling, it seems like the Democrats were taking over, So I think there you might agree with me, especially if you look at, especially like Georgia, where we have the Walker and the Reverend. And if you look at Georgia, is mostly predominant Republican, and like the Reverend is a very tight race, but the Reverend has more over. So like you find like those ones are, I think that due to the judgment that were made, and the guy was talking about crime. Crime has always been in US for ever since. So I think he should just go and check. What I might say, Robert, about everything that is happening in country. One thing that brings it on is about leadership and integrity. When we don't have that integrity part of it, that everything is going to go wrong. And this is what it's seeing, even we, the leaders themselves, they don't trust one another. You see, like that trustworthiness is not there. And that kind of like a situation whereby the leaders bring country together after election, that we call it the reconciliation of the people, the country, whereby you see you lost, we were in a very big war during election and you lost, and now since the election is over, let us just come together for the benefit of the country. And the reason why I'm saying this, you can even witness it in the public, whereby like the deputy and the president, they still blame these other people. They still blame Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta. They still bring it in instead of them focusing on how it's going to help the country. And this is not going to help the country, because it kind of throws the country into a campaign mode period, you know. So that is something that they should correct. And another thing that will always cost us is us, the voters. We will always vote the same people every day, even if you're told. And something that I might be wrong, and this one goes to our brothers in Central about Raila Odinga. And now I came to realize one thing, that the damage that was done for about the campaigning Raila Odinga ever since from 2007 to 2013 through 2017, it was a big damage. And it is something that is very generational. Like even the young ones, they've been told how bad this guy is. Yeah. So there are those who just like don't like him because the stories that they've been told about him, it's a generational story that it will take time for even the younger generation that is coming to reflect him as a human being. And that's a fact. And to tell you that is a fact, when we have, I'm in New York, so we usually kind of have some kind of conversation. We don't have like political kind of like, oh, you are from Nyanza, you are from, we usually have, but like if you listen to the majority of them and what they tell you like, even us when we were growing up, what we were told about him, it's not very easy to erase from our mind. Is like a generation is coming, they're being told this, they're being told this, they're being told this. So you find that it was not very easy for them to vote for him, not because he was not qualified, but just because the damage that was done along the generation. That is one thing that I could say.
First, let me just add what Benson has just said. I agree with you. I mean, I was so shocked, and I'm still shocked, because it looks like what happened in our country, especially during election, is there's no trust. And that trust will take maybe, I don't know how many generations.
Zilikuwa na fikra na mawazo kama tunavyofanya sasa hivi. Lakini ilipofika karne ya 18, inaitwa Age of Enlightenment. Age, reasoning age. Walianza kufikiri, kuhoji na kudadisi. Tunapofika katika karne hii, katika bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, tunapojadili budget, maana yake tunazo changamoto zinazotukabili kama taifa. Badala ya kukaa na kujiuliza kwa nini tuko hapa, tunatokaje hapa tulipo, tunaanza kuongea ngonjera na maneno ya Swahili, yani unafiki, woga, kujipenda endekeza na kuto kujadili mambo ya msingi. Ninajisikia uchungu sana. Mamia ya wananchi wanatuamini tuje tujadili vitu vya maana hapa. Tunaanza tunakubaliana akili ndogo itawale akili kubwa. James Madison mwaka 1822 anasema knowledge forever will govern ignorance. Tumekubali bunge hili knowledge ndogo igovern knowledge. Tumekubali ignorance igovern knowledge. Tunalipeleka wapi taifa? Akichangia profesa hapa ana tofauti na mtu wa darasa la pili. Huwezi kutofautisha mtu mwenye masters na mtu wa darasa la pili. Where are we taking this nation? Watu wametupa kula. Tunapoteza hela za Watanzania, tumekaa hapa. Tunaacha kujadili mambo ya msingi, tunawezaje kutoka kwenye matope haya? Karne hiyo ya 18 nayo isema walipoanza kuhoji, walipoanza kudadisi, ndipo mapinduzi ya viwanda yalivyojitokeza. No wonder watu wanaosema ni wataalamu wa uchumi wametufikisha hapa tulipo, if that is the case. Haya ndio masuala ambayo tunapaswa tuyajadili kama taifa. Budget inaonyesha hapa, kitabu cha uchumi cha Mheshimiwa Wasira, deni limekuwa bilioni 20. Trilioni 20. Ukigawanya ni kama karibu kila Mtanzania anadaiwa lakini na 80 na kitu. Hata mimba inadaiwa. Ndio taifa tulipofika hapa sasa hivi. Na ninashangaa katika mpango wake wa budget, taifa hili kama tunafuatilia na tunaenda na takwimu. Mdogo wangu amezungumza hapa kwamba tunatumia takwimu za nyuma. Unawezaje kupanga mambo na takwimu za nyuma? Leo hii katika taifa hili 44.2 ni watoto walio chini ya miaka 15. Maana yake hawa ni consumers. Wanakula zaidi, hawa produce. Tunawasomesha, wako shuleni. Na wanao produce katika nchi ni wachache sana kuliko wanaokula. Ukijumlisha na wazee, tuna mzigo mkubwa sana. Kwa hiyo kwa utaratibu wa budget tulionao hapa, there is no way kama tunaweza tukafanya maendeleo. It will take ages kubadilisha taifa hili kama tunaendelea na ngonjera sana na hii, na kuruhusu akili ndogo itawale akili kubwa. Watu wenye akili kubwa wanaweka akili zao mfukoni kwa sababu ya ushabiki wa kivyama, badala ya kukaa tukadiscuss, tukatoa matatizo yetu hapa. Sasa kama wanao consume ni wengi na wanao produce ni wachache, maana yake nini? Tutaendelea kuomba hela nje na kukopa hela nje ili tuwalishe, kwa sababu ni wajibu wa serikali kusomesha watoto. Ni wajibu wa serikali kuhakikisha watoto wanavaa, wa taifa kuhakikisha watoto wanavaa, wanasoma shule nzuri, lakini mpango mzima wa uchumi uko kimya, hauzungumzi. Hapa watu wasomi, watu ambao tuko 350, taifa limetuamini tukae hapa, tunatakiwa tujihoji. Ndio maana nimesema problems cannot be solved by the same level of thinking that created them. You guys, you're tired. Kwa sababu hamuwezi kutatua matatizo haya, mmetuweka kwenye mesi nyinyi wenyewe. Ni lazima akili ya juu zaidi iweze kutatua. Ni principle. Yani hauwezi kubadilisha. It's a principle. Yule ni mwana mahesabu. Na nikiunganisha insanity is keep doing the same thing in the same way and expecting different result. And this is what we are doing. Tunafanya hayo kila mwaka, budget ya namna hiyo hiyo. Ukienda kwenye elimu ni matatizo. Ukienda kwenye kilimo ni matatizo. Ukienda kwenye afya ni matatizo. Mwaka baada ya mwaka ni matatizo yale. Why can't we think a little bit more? Why can't we stretch our brain a little bit more? Kama taifa, nimeongea na watu wengine ambao ni maprofesa. Wanasema mara nyingi wakitoa ushauri wa kitaalamu, serikali hamsikilizi, na inawezekana wanakaa watu wachache wanajifungia, alafu wanakuja wanatoa maamuzi kwa sababu wanajua mambo ni yale yale, business as usual. Ndugu zangu, where are we going? Where are we heading? Takwimu zinaonyesha tena karibu 42% watoto wanaozaliwa wanadumaa. They cannot think properly. They cannot question, they cannot ask. Ubongo aliotupa Mungu ni lazima uwe stretched uweze kuchambua. Tumeumbwa ili tutatue matatizo hapa duniani, sio tu create matatizo. Tulipokuja hapa bungeni tunatakiwa tu solve problems. Bunge hili niliomba liwe bunge la kimapinduzi. To change namna ya kufikiri, to change namna ya kufanya vitu. Na wengine wanapata tabu hapa kwa sababu tumezoea bunge la chama kimoja. Tuna mfumo na traditional ya chama kimoja cha zamani. Ulimwengu umechange, alafu tumesimama mahali pamoja. Hatuendi na ulimwengu unavyokwenda. Maendeleo duniani yamekuja kwa kuwa na mawazo tofauti yanayopingana. Badala ya kutuzomea, mtusikilize. Huu ndio wajibu wetu. Mimi kama opposition siwezi kusifia hapo. Mimi sijaanza kusifia na kukosoa. Ufanye kazi yako vizuri na wewe utimize wajibu wako. Sasa deni kama hili kila mwaka linaongezeka, alafu tunakaa hapa tunasema serikali ya CCM itaendelea kutawala. So what? Ili iweje? Kwa sababu lengo la serikali kuwepo ni kutatua matatizo, tuhakikishe tuna improve maisha ya watu. Lakini watu kwa sababu wanalinda vyeo, na mmoja amesema mchungaji, au nitasema tu hata kama mtasema mtanitoa nje ya bunge, kama ukweli unakosewa au speak out. Kwa sababu hiyo ndio kazi ya wachungaji vile vile. Na mmoja alishauri hapa tuombewe. Sioni hata theory ya uchumi inayosema kwamba kama unataka kutatua matatizo ya uchumi tufanye maombi. Sinashangaa huyu mchumi amepata theologian. Hata Paulo anasema fanya kazi ya siri, sio waombewe. Unamnyima chakula, yeye anasema watu waombewe. Mimi kama mchungaji tunaombea wazinzi, wanaofumaniwa na wake za watu ndio tunawaombea. Mimi kama mchungaji tunaombea wenye mapepo. Hii ni principle tuna apply. Una consumers wengi, producers wachache, maana yake you have to produce more. Tafuta njia za kuproduce zaidi. We don't pray this. You don't have to pray for this. Alafu tunakaa hapa tumezalisha taifa la watu waoga, wanafiki, wanajipendekeza. Mbunge mzima mpaka mimi sijaja hapa sijapewa favor. Wananchi wa Iringa wamenichagua, wananiamini na najua wananiunga mkono, wananisikiliza. Sasa sihitaji kujipendekeza kueleza ukweli. As a nation tuko kwenye matatizo. We have to address these problems. Sio tunakuja hapa tunaweka ngonjera maneno ya kanga alafu watu mnawapigia makofi. Tunalipeleka wapi taifa hili hapa? Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mheshimiwa
Murumbu, you can come in.
Thank you. So guys, wale wote wenye wako kwa hii program nawashukuru sana. Good morning, good evening, kwa siku ya leo. Asante sana kwa kuleta hiyo program ya bunge la Tanzania na Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Unajua mpumbavu haelimiki, lakini mjinga huelimika. Na sasa unajua Kenya yetu tuko na wapumbavu wengi sana kuliko wajinga. Sasa hata kama wajinga wanajaribu kuambia wapumbavu lile yafaa lifanyiwe, they don't listen to it because they know more. That's the same way the guy was talking to Tanzanians. That's I've been saying here. You find you find people wametoka Kenya, wamekuja majuu, wamesoma ni maprofessors, madaktari, but when they go back home, they just go do the same thing, the things are happening back home. But when they are outside in the country here to this developed country, they do the right thing. That's the same hiyo jamaa anasema kuna maprofesa hapo, hao hata ni kama hata mtoto wa standard 2 anawashinda akili. Na vizuri pia amesema kuna maprofesa wale wanapeana ushauri mzuri, but because the wapumbavu ndio wamekalia kiti, they don't listen to them. Ndio naona za some like my friend Duke, the way I explain things ni kama ni mmoja wao. Ukiona vile na explain ni mtu well educated, but the way he has explained things ni mmoja wao. It's not helping. Inchi imedorora, wanaiba left and right, koti inaamua vitu vingine, wale wanachaguliwa na wale wako na ufisadi, wamedhoofisha inchi imeenda for. And then those are people that we are clapping for. They can't stand up and tell you guys, we know we are there, but what we are doing is not right. This is not the way to go. Sasa wajinga hata wanapojaribu kufanya hii ifanywe namna hii, kwa sababu wapumbavu ndio wamekaa pale kwa meza, they decide what they do. Nyinyi wajinga hakuna kitu mtafanya. That's where we are going. Then unakuja unalia kwamba inchi kuna njaa. Jamaa ameexplain vizuri kabisa. Hii njaa inakuwa cause na hao watu wenye wako kwa viti, hao wakubwa wamekaa pale ndio wana cause this problem. Wale wapumbavu wamekaa pale, wale wanajua kabisa. But the good thing is that sisi wajinga ambapo hatujui na wapumbavu wenye wanajua, sasa tuko kwa debe moja. We are just the same boat. Petroli haichagui ya kwamba wewe ulikuwa pande ile na huyu alikuwa pande hii. Wote tunatia tena wenye ndio wanaumia zaidi kuliko kwa sababu sisi tumezoea. Na mimi ningependa hata petroli ifike 500, sukari ifike 1000, unga ifike 2000. Let's just go in. Ndio tuone wale walikuwa wanasema ni is good, tuone uzuri wao sasa. Because hata Mswahili anasema mtoto akililia jembe mpe. Asiyefunzwa na wazazi kufunzwa na ulimwengu. Let the ulimwengu sasa itufunze sasa. You are well educated. Unaenda unasoma, umesoma degree mpaka una master, unasoma Uingereza. Walitoka wapi ndio ukafika mahali wako? America walitoka wapi? These people wamesoma, wamefoka wapi ndio ukafika? Kwa nini America shida ikitokea they come together? Right now vita inapigana Ukraine. Umesikia mwingine Republican wakisema kama haiwezekani. They are on one win because wanajua yule ni adui. They speak, ukifika hapo ya uzima wao na maisha yao, they speak one language. Ikifika wakati wa njaa wa nchi yao, njaa inauma wananchi, they speak one language. Biden alipoingia wakati Trump alipotoka, alipata watu wanaumia na corona inaua, akaandikia watu check zikaenda. He never supplied food. Hakutuma chakula, alituma pesa mwenyewe ujinunulie chakula. Hata sasa Biden baada ameandika ingine package nyingine imeandikwa sasa, kwa sababu watu wafaa nini, biashara zao ziendelee kwa njia nzuri ili wazalishe, kwa sababu watu walikufa wengi, watu walikosa biashara zao zilikufa, ili watu wapate kuile na inchi isimame, watu warudi makazini. But here we are dying, nothing is happening. Mtu anaambia anapeleka lori hiyo chakula ikipelekwa, very few people wanaenda kupata hiyo chakula. Very few. Tena wenye wanapeleka hiyo chakula ni magendo, wanaenda kuuza hiyo chakula. Kwa nini usitumie mamilioni yote, tumie kila, kwa sababu najua Mkenya wa sai kila Mkenya yuko kwa M-Pesa. tumua huyo kila mtu kwa pesa yake. Kwa nini? Kwa pesa yake aende basi wa supply chakula ende inunuliwe. Hiyo ndio pesa hiyo ni kila mtu atapata chakula. Mr. Roba, everybody going to get food. Lakini ukichukua malori na malori mnyapeleka ni nyinyi ni wakorofi, nyinyi lori hiyo mnaenda kuuza. Azifiki.
Na tena hiyo gari inapitia status and you see them. Corruption. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
Fuck them off.
Then you can kuja hapa kutuambia bla bla bla. Guys, sisi hatujasoma but we see these things very far. Mimi kijini kwenu huko Busia huko ndani huko. Chakula ifiki, it has been that. Mimi nimekuwa wakati njaa 1980 Sumbegina jamaa walikuwa hajazaliwa. Kumbuka Mr. Roba Kimbo ilikuwa 1978 after Moi kuingia uongozini. Basi ukakuja 1980 ambapo Amerika ilitusaidia na mahindi ya yellow. Wanawake walikuwa wanazalia kwa nini? Kwa laini wakitafuta chakula. Mimi nilikuwa nalala njaa. Unaenda kwa leo mpaka chakula huwezi pata. You go hungry. Sasa hii dunia imechanuka. Tumana pesa kwa kila mtu kwa sababu kila jina la mtu liko kwa rekodi ya Kenya. Every location, every village ina majina, every house na boma. Tumia pesa basi, tumia hiyo mahindi, tuma kwa wale wenye wanauza, ama tuma kwa kila kitu, kila mahali uende ununue chakula. That's what America do. Inahakikisha mwananchi anakula. Ninyi mnajijasia matumbo zenu, basi mkishafika huko kwa cheo mnachaguana na wale wenye hawajui hata wanaenda kufanya nini kwa ofisi, because kitu ya kuudhi sana nisikia mwingine akisema Juma akienda kwa ofisi kwa sababu alisafa sana, sasa yafaa kishafika pale wanamwandikia yule mtu ambapo amesoma kabisa, yuko na masters, amesoma kabisa uchumi, yeye anakaa kwa ofisi anaandika. Juma ni kwenda kusoma. Really? Kwa nini huyo mtu msipatie huyo mtu ambapo alisoma huyo afanye hiyo kazi? That's why we're failing. Vitu kama hivi they don't want to talk about it. Nina kama hao wameandikiwa mshahara wanakulanga hiyo. They eat, so they don't care if when you die. Kwa sababu Kenya watu ukienda Kenyatta usipolipa you have to pay, ndio ukubaliwe. Usipopay you die there, they don't care. Of which watu nyinyi wapumbavu, you eat from those people ambao chini yenu. You don't care hata kama wanakufa. Niliona vile ule mjamaa wale agents wasimamiwa wale wanapelekanga watoto nini Saudi Arabia. Vile alivyoongea, he doesn't care. Yao ni pesa ndio wanataka. Whether you go there you die, they don't care. That's the country we have right now.
It's good. Let me say something before you proceed. Unajua hii mambo ya, in fact, you just said a point where, do you know, when I see a vice president and other people, they are proud. They are proud because they are taking people to go and work outside the country. You know what? They cannot produce jobs in our country, but they are selling our people, and they are proud of it. People want to seek jobs outside the country. That's not an economy. We should be proud of our own producing jobs at home, but not getting our guards going to Saudi Arabia to be terrorized by some of the people down there.
They are proud because they are making millions. That's why they don't care if where they're going to there. That's why this government is there, is proud because he's making millions. He doesn't care hata kama unakufa huko. Wanakuja wanakupaka mafuta because you are stupid. Wanakupiga kofi huko na kubembeleza. Then they do whatever they do. They don't care. People who have brain, who understand how Kenya it is, they can't be given a chance. So what I can say na vile nani Karua alisema, yes, the law, the corrupt law, they corrupted the law and they gave Ruto this. He does not recognize Ruto because the law recognizes him. Na mtu kama Miguna, nimeona hapa Miguna, yes, yani is a laughing matter. Unaona vile wapumbavu wanachezeanga watu. Wakati Ruto and the same person walisedate Miguna na wakapatia Kuria akabeba akaenda akatupa yeye Dubai. Sasa hii wanajifanya ni wazuri, ati wamemrudisha, how the best people. Wale wenye walikuwa wanapinga hao si wazuri. Don't you see how pathetic it is? Na then Muguna anakuja, oh, amshukuru sana. Yule jamaa alipewa sedate mpaka kichwa iliruka. It's not functioning. Miguna is not functioning nowadays. Yes, he doesn't. Ile kiti iliharibu kichwa already. Walimmaliza. Na hiyo, let us say, Duke, my friend, this thing you think that yes is a joke, is coming to hunt us before, after. Inakuja. Wanasema the boy doesn't what? Inaiva huko ndani kwanza ndio inapasuka, ikipasuka unasikia vile inanuka. You are just cooking. These so few people ambapo wamechukua tribe mbili ndio sasa wanataka kukalia ya kwamba Atogek hana say, hata kama ameenda shule amesoma kabisa, he has not been given a space to lead the country or to have a good position. Ile kasa masoma ile saidia watu wake, he cannot give in that position. You give somebody you know, hata kama ni pumbavu. Really? What's the meaning of education in Kenya? What's the meaning of it? Kinavunda ndio kinapasuka. Tunaenda pale. Asanteni.
Karibu.
Yeah, before anyway, can I add what you just said? Yes. Thank you for, you know what you just said, that point there. You know, they have come to tell us our education is meaningless. And now they are telling, even if you are a governor, you don't need to have education to be a governor. You do not have the education to be what? And that's what they're promoting. And that's where we are going wrong. In fact, it happened when some officers in Nyaya House, where they even had the passports, you see somebody there in the office, he doesn't even know how to start a computer. But he has somebody who starts a computer who does things for him. I'm just like, this is a wastage. We are not moving into a situation where we are helping a country. Instead, we have people, educated people, even in universities. Some of them, they know through programs, but go to the offices. The people are seated there. There are people there, they are just like 2 or 3 people, they employ like 3 or 4 people who work for them. They don't just to computer work for them. I mean, even the Minister of Lands, I saw the same thing in Minister of Lands. Where are we headed to? We have to clean the house. We have to clean the house. Another thing, I keep on saying this one. Kenya has become a consuming country. We are not producing anything. Whatever little we produce is not enough. And that's why Said tunaongo na njaa. Because
Roba,
yes.
How do you want us to be producing whereas these people are being driven by hatred to kill Brookside because of association with a certain name, whereas Brookside is helping people? Why can't they just get in and negotiate a better deal? Why is it they want a cheaper meal from Uganda so that the consumers will have sufficient, but at the same time the people who are running those companies to collapse, because the moment they'll not be able to sustain the operation, the company will not exist.
Yeah, that's why some of us, we have been saying we have our wrong men in the office, and those ones who support Ruto, they say should come up and tell us why they support him. He already has been in the office all these days. He has been there. It's a mess. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what's north or south, west, east. They are just kicking everything out, things to work. But that's how stupid we are as a country. That's how stupid we are. In fact, to tell you the truth, when somebody comes here, they keep on telling us, oh, we are cleaning up the mess of the Rust government. The Rust government, where he was a vice president. That's how stupid we have become. He's going to clean up a mess. And now...
Let me just add one thing, my brother.
Yeah.
Ruto amechukua government hiyo. If I were Ruto, because he has been given a government 50 million that are hungry. If I were Ruto, I could not have rewarded to my friends who are low educated. Ikikuja kama cabinet secretaries ambao anakuja ku run the country, I look for the best people that can run the country, that will help me to run the country. Mambo ya urafiki ni vile tu ndugu yangu mkifanya biashara, hata nani Duke anafanya business, hana urafiki kwa biashara. Biashara haina urafiki. Biashara ukiwa naye, hata mtoto wako ukimweka kazi kufanya pale, you have to pay him. The way nilienda seminar nikasoma habari ya biashara. inasema kwa biashara ukiweka anybody that you have to pay him and write it down, haina urafiki, haina undugu ala mtoto, kwa sababu ukiweka urafiki, undugu, mtoto, biashara inaanguka and the long last utakuwa hauna chochote. So something like a country, Ruto kama angefanya, angeangalia, because we are specialists, watu wazuri dunia mzima, wa Kenya wako everywhere. Angeenda, wewe kuja hapa kama ni economy, wewe kuja hapa kama umesomea udaktari, wewe kuja hapa umesomea. Nataka hii nchi tuibadilishe saa hii. When I find you are not doing your job, I'll sack you and I'll jail you. Kama anataka kusafisha jina yake. I'm telling you, within 1 year, Kenya ingekuwa kama Tanzania Magufuli walikuwa wanafanya kazi. Ukipatikana, nataka mtu ambapo anaelewa kazi inafanyika, na kuweka hapa kama ni ukulima, fanye kila kitu iende sambamba. I need the right report. That's how the country can grow. Lakini kwenda kuanza kureward wale wenye wameua, wakina wale Didimas, mtu ameua life during the day, huyu mtu ako kwa bunge anakuja kusomea watu kwa ni really, what kind of country do we have right now?
So thank you. I think we'll start from Duke, and you talk extensively, you give your concluding remarks, because by 5 I'll be closing the show. So you take as little time as possible, be direct to the point, and also your conclusion. Welcome.
First of all, I want to respond to Murumbu. You see, Murumbu is trying to say that politics should be managed like business, which is very wrong. Politics is not business. It needs supporters who have political influence. Otherwise, without that, you cannot withstand it. That's why we have coalitions and predetermined pre-election agreements where we agree that we are going to give you specific positions, and this cuts across even Raila Odinga. He had already named some ministers. It's a political strategy, so it cannot work like that. Another statement I'm disagreeing with is when he's trying to say that the government should send money to each person, which is actually, it cannot function, because the food which was being flagged was going to the areas which are affected by drought. You find some people in schools, some people in very difficult areas, even to access food is difficult. It will be very difficult to do that, and not all of them have mobile phones or appropriate areas to buy food and such stuff. Also, regarding the is trying to say that the subsidies, actually was talking about subsidy and the cost of living, and he gave an example of US giving people money, something of that. But the distinction between US and Kenya is that one, US has accurate data. So for instance, so that when they are sending money, they know that some people maybe are earning less than, say, $125,000 per year. They are given their categories and they are given that assistance. But here in Kenya, you want the government to give subsidies to products across the shelf, where you find a billionaire goes in the supermarket, buys and benefits that. That's number one. Number two, US had what we call surplus resources. So that the government takes those resources and then it assists people. But a country like us, which has a budget deficit, and it means that the only resource of the money is the taxation. So if the government is compelled to give subsidies, it will tax the people more. And in the process of moving money from taxation to subsidies, there is people within. Those people take some money. That's why the government was giving 50 Kenyan shillings per liter of petrol or gas or fuel. But when that subsidy was removed and the government directed that the prices must operate as per the cost price and the markup, the reasonable markup, the fuel only increased by 20 bob. So meaning some people were pocketing 30 bob. There must be a reason. Why was the subsidy of 50 removed, but fuel only increased by 20? It means that that bob was being taken by some people. Lastly, the economy must also operate freely. If the economy does not operate freely,
Duke.
no, I'm concluding.
You have that proof of subsidy was 50 bob, and when it was removed, it shifted by 20 bob, meaning that 30 bob was not unaccounted for. Do you have that one, or is just an allegation?
That's the information. Just go and read the report and actually the data.
I've looked at it, it's not there. You have mentioned it thrice, and I've looked at it, it's not there.
Where have you looked at? I want you to read how much was the subsidy per liter before it was removed.
But subsidy records. You know, petrol is the only one that the subsidy was removed completely. Things like diesel and kerosene are still having partial subsidy.
Yes, I'm saying whether it's what the subsidy per liter. It was specified if you read from the government records. So it means it was misuse of government money. Also, I'm talking about this issue about Brookside and milk. We want to have a free market in East Africa. That it has been in the making for a long period of time. But Uhuru Kenyatta was a bottleneck. He wanted to he prevented, Uganda has a comparative advantage when it comes to milk. If you go to Tanzania, they have a comparative advantage when it comes to cereals. So he wants us to take products to Uganda freely, but he pretends he wants to prevent them from bringing milk because he owns the milk industry. So we have to come up with a free market whereby, it's about companies and few individuals making abnormal profits. So if we are able to remove, to have a fair competition whereby we are able to access products at a cheaper price, that's how we can lower the cost of living. But now you want the government to subsidize without the money.
Let me ask you, as long as you're working at a point of consumer that the price of commodity will go down, I have no problem with that. What about those industries when they will not be able to sustain the production? Will they not close down? And if they close down, what is about the job opportunity that are likely to be affected? These are the things that we need to address at both sides.
Not true.
You cannot
Number
just
one,
be led by consumption alone.
You should ask the question, is the price of milk high because the cost of producing it's very high? No, it's because a cartel like Uhuru Kenyatta buys milk at 20 bob per liter and then sells it at 7 bob to Kenyans.
It is 37 bob.
It is about a company making extremely abnormal profits beyond the markup price. For instance, the price of unga.
You cannot come here and just tell us President Kenyatta is a cartel. Even President Kenyatta is a cartel.
These people,
then Ruto is a double cartel.
Robert, let's wait. Go and find information. Look at the variable cost of production. Stima ya Kenya sio bei ya stima ya Uganda. Uganda, they have what we call Aswan. Is it Aswan High Dam or what? Something of such kind, Yeah?
Aswan High Dam.
Yes. And the small country, it can be able to be supplied by that single dam. Therefore, their cost of electricity is much lesser than that of Kenya. Kumbuka stima inatumika mpaka kwa mambo ya milk processing. Also remember, petroleum in Kenya is higher. So the moment they do transportation, the cost will go higher. Remember, even the payment of wage bill. Watu wenye wanalipangwa payment per hour in Kenya is much more than in Uganda. Therefore, you cannot expect a worker in Kenya to be in Uganda to be the worker in a milk factory in Uganda to be paid more than in Kenya. In Kenya, they pay more. So automatically the price of it will be higher. There's no way somebody will sell at a lower than the variable cost. So when you are coming here and claiming that, you know, is making a kill, which data do you have that the variable cost, that it is lower, but is charging a higher contribution margin? If you have that data, then you will agree. But as long as that data is not there, and maybe you are using maybe rumors, then you cannot agree on that level. We need to substantiate things very clearly. Usiamke tu useme ati oh, huu ni
No,
cartel, ati
can I
tunasikia ni
conclude
cartel.
because we are taking too much time. I want to conclude and give you the stage. We are talking about East Africa Federation, and this has been in the making for many years, the way we have the European Union. So do you want us to do away with it because of Uhuru Kenyatta and the East milk industry? Because
No.
we are talking about where we are going to have a common market where goods and services can move freely without the barriers at the border, the way we have the European Union, which has actually made the European to grow astronomically. Therefore, that has been in the making for the longest period of time. For instance, when the other day, when William Ruto went to Uganda and then Tanzania, they agreed to have one tourist visa. So coming next year, if a tourist is coming from UK or US, you just have one document, you enter into East Africa, and then you can move freely from Kenya to Tanzania to Uganda, all the way to Rwanda without any other documentation or border checks. So that will increase, it will double tourists actually to East Africa, because if you are a tourist and you want to come to Africa, and you know, if I go to East Africa, I can visit 5 countries for free. There is no need for you to go to Senegal, where you have to go to just that country. So you have to talk about the whole process of having a free market, and it has been in the making for a long period of time, but we cannot just try to. And that's how it works. When you talk about comparative advantages, we know there are things which we are producing cheaper than Uganda. And there are things that Uganda is producing cheaper than Kenya. There are things which Tanzania are producing cheaper than Kenya. That's what we call the comparative advantage. So in trade, comparative advantage means countries will focus in areas where they incur minimal costs in producing goods and services. If the costs are minimized, it means the prices of those goods and services will decrease.
So you know,
that is we over time the countries will specialize because of free trade. By open market and the competition, the market will reorient itself freely, the way the European Union did. So did the free market in the European Union maybe compromise the economy of Germany or the economy of UK? It's something good. Then regarding about the way we are, some people are saying that we are a consumer country. That's why William Ruto has introduced specific registration. For example, he's saying that you're going to minimize or extremely tax exports from Kenya which are not processed. So through that, you can find that there is a discouragement of exporting raw materials outside Kenya, so that there must be some value addition, and through that there will be an increase in the manufacturing industry. And actually, we are reading in East Africa. If you see the exports we take to Uganda, the exports we take to Tanzania, most of them are processed products. But what do we take from Tanzania? Onions, cereals. From Uganda, milk, and other raw materials. So we would have an advantage, because if we will be selling more of the processed goods to Uganda and Tanzania, then more employment opportunities can be created. So it's a good thing to see. Of course, there will be advantages and disadvantages, but advantages are more. Therefore, you cannot just talk about the milk processing industry, which belongs to an individual or one company, at the expense of the enormous advantage which will come with the market. So that's what I can say.
My issue is that, you know, when you are talking about free market, remember, government, one of the reasons why government tax import is that to create a conducive environment such that the homemade products are able to compete with international goods. There's no way Kenya can be compared with Japan in terms of technological advancement. Japan can use lesser money to make a vehicle compared to Kenya if it was making one. Therefore, for us to protect maybe a Kenyan industry in terms of vehicle, we have to institute tariffs so that people will not run to the Japanese vehicle, which are cheaper, but also will be able to buy Kenyan vehicle because are almost of equivalent prices. So pick an example now that Uganda you have allowed milk. Mimi kama mtu mwenye nanunua sina shida. Mimi nitanunua maziwa shilingi 25. I have no problem with that because I want to spend less. But remember, hiyo maziwa 25 ikikuja, piga animal feeds in Kenya ziko juu. Upiga mambo ya wage bill Kenya iko juu. So inamaanisha maziwa yenye hata ule mkulima akikamua ng'ombe hata akiuza, haezi uza less than hata 30. Hata haezi uza less than 30. So hakuna mtu atanunua maziwa ya 30 kukuwa na maziwa ya 25. What happens therefore ni ule mtu mwenye alikuwa anategemea ile ng'ombe ili kusomesha mtoto wake akiuza maziwa atabidi aiuze. Maana sasa kama maziwa inunuliki na inaharibika, unapelekanga wapi? Unauza. Kama ni mtu alikuwa ameajiriwa Brookside, maana Brookside haiuzi maziwa, kuna maziwa chipu ya Uganda imefika, wanafuta wafanyakazi. So at the end of the day, we shall be here depending on Ugandan milk and having Ugandan market being flourishing. So that one will mean the Kenya, we shall not be able to achieve industrialist as an industrialist country. What we can do, it's very simple. Let those people who we call the management accountant go there, calculate the cost of production, everything. Then come with the report. Is this 37 bob sustainable, what the Brookside is buying from farmers? If the answer is yes, let us progress. If the answer is no, we cannot continue to buy at that 7 bob. We need to look at it at inside high.
Just a minute. Can I interject you just 1 minute? The problem with you is that you are focusing on one product. When you are talking about bilateral trade or regional trade, you don't focus on one product. Maybe Kenya also has some 10 product which is producing cheaply and it will have more market in Uganda than. So you cannot focus on one product to determine the bilateral agreement or regional agreement, because each country has different mechanisms of producing. And also in a free market, the demand and the supply will settle the price. So in a free market economy, it operates on its own. So you cannot try to dictate and tell people set this price and set that price.
The
final point,
very clear. We
just
have
one final point before I move out. I wanted to give just a small statement before about the housing, because about the documenting the taxation and the housing sector in Kenya. Because right now in Kenya, we don't have any information about residential houses, commercial houses, to a large extent, with the exception of a few houses in the CPD and other areas. Some streets are not even numbered. The government cannot even have data on where individuals are residing, something of that kind. So what the government is trying to come up with, it's actually an automated system whereby all landlords will be registered and all tenants will be registered. So we will be having like data of what the occupants of given house, what they are paying, so that through that automation, the government will be able to even to have more revenue from that. Even we can have more organized standards of living in a way. So you see a lot of houses collapsing because there is no accurate data of the status of houses. So that's something critical. Even if we are talking about the taxation, that's something which can be debated, because there is a tax in place which the income tax which people have to pay, but they are not paying. And if somebody gets income from rent, that's an income. So some people don't declare that. I know several people who have residential buildings, flats with 50 units, but when it comes to giving tax return, they feel nil tax return. That's why the government does not have money, and it's borrowing, and that's something which is commendable.
Duke, on that point, my question, you are not answering my question.
No, let me finish so that you progress.
Francis, how does the projects of you say the government building houses for people Yeah, how does it help to develop the economy of the country? If the government, we just say everything the government does, we are talking about, we want to go private. Yeah. Look at
Yes,
National
I will
Bank.
just answer that.
National Bank collapsed. Look at Mias, Sony, and other places where we have the government having hands there. And that's why I say what you are saying is okay. But there's something you said about, William Ruto. He has started a project of building houses. I'm against that. We want everything to go private. And something which goes private is always the right way to go.
Let me finish what I started, please, so that you love your time. There's no problem. Eh? So what I was saying is that as long as you are encouraging about cheaper things, at the end of the day, there's what we call national interest. There's what an expense of a country. Mumias collapsed because people will buy sugar from Brazil at a cheaper price, come and repackage in Mumias, then sell it to Kenya supermarket. Then what will happen to the Mumias sugar? Nobody to buy it. The moment they don't have anybody to buy, therefore the farmers will not be paid. When farmers are not paid, what happens is that they cut down the sugar cane so that they go and plant another thing. Then Mumias collapse. So at the end of the day, as long as we're looking at the larger perspective of stomach, we must also look at our industry. We must also look at how do we able to generate more income, because hiyo maziwa hata Uganda ikikuja ikiwa cheaper, the only employment will come with it is the transportation man. The man will be doing transportation. No any other kind of employment it can give you. But when we have our own, we shall have those people who are working there, who are distributing that milk, those who are doing so many other activities there, accountants and so forth. So these are the things that we look at them at the expense of Kenyan. Then you don't just look at it on one side alone. This milk is being sold by people to educate their children. So the moment you want to bring the prices down because of opening border, what happens to those somebody who depend on income on milk alone? Huyo mtu atauza hiyo ng'ombe na akiuza hiyo ni shida nyingine unatuletea kwa nchi. So these are the things we need to consider. Then on the issue of housing, I found it very ridiculous that somebody associates falling of houses with government data. That is what we call criminality in nature. There are those steps that are used when you are constructing a house. There are procedural that you use. There are materials that are required. There are permits that you need to get when you are building certain kind of houses. Kuna mahali huwezi jenga gorofa because of the kind of the soil which is there. So the moment you try to evade all that kind of procedure, that's why we have some issues that are occurring in such way. So the issue of the taxes that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the issue of taxes that is currently being charged 10% flat rate for anybody who earns from rent or more than 14 million. No, I'm talking about 30% flat rate on anybody with rental income that is likely to be introduced. This will mean even those people with as low as 3 houses or 4 houses of 2 units will have to pay rent. What happens? As I said earlier, the final bearer of the tax is always the consumer. So kama ulikuwa unalipa 4,000 unalipa 4,200 ama 500. Ikifika hapo pesa inapunguzwa kwa mfuko, shida zinakuwa mingi. Anyway, thank you. Let me just leave it for Richie. I think amefika and he will just be coordinating onwards from there.
But Nini Ropa asked me a question. Richard, if you give me an opportunity, I answer that.
Go ahead, Duke.
Oh. So, Ropa, you are trying to say that housing should actually be an affair of the private sector. And I'm disagreeing with you because, number one, the private sector is not considering individuals at the portal. You find, for instance, you find people are constructing 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. Right now, if that's number one, there's nobody who's considering the informal settlement who can now solve, for instance, Kipra. How can the private sector come in and solve the crisis of Kipra or eliminate that slum? It's impossible. The government must come in. Number three, the private sector has exaggerated the prices. Actually, the rental market has actually been overrated in Kenya. And if the government is not very careful, we will have what we call the housing bubble, actually, which caused the global financial crisis. It's a situation where you find every Kenyan who has money a lot of people, even my friends, they are simply thinking of building a residential structure. They don't care where those occupants are going to get money to pay him. So if the government comes in, tries to invest every so that the prices goes down, it means that attractiveness will decrease. And what does that mean? It means the people who have money who are going to invest, they can go to the manufacturing sector. Sorry, you see, if you construct, for example, 90 units of 2-bedroom, for example, after they are done, you will even hire maybe one person, the caretaker, or even two, the watchman, you see? But maybe if that amount, that's almost, you are talking about millions of money, hundreds of millions of money. Maybe if you come up with a processing industry, it will be able to hire a lot of people, and you can even make more money and more profits. So even if you come up with something, so it's about trying to assist those at the bottom, trying to bring fair competition so that there is fairness in pricing and all that. So that's what I can say.
Yes, Roba, you want to react to that?
Yeah, Jacob never answered my question. I was just trying. The picture I'm trying to get to you is this: you have not answered this question of the government coming in. There are some industries which the government has been involved. They have corruption, and that's where we have a lot of corruption. Yeah, like I gave you example of Mumia Sugar Company, Sony. I gave you National Bank, and some of the things. So me, the way I just see this way, what we are doing is the same thing we have been doing before. And this is not like you are now trying to impress William Ruto is doing something special. He's not doing something special. They are doing this one to come and get money, steal money from people, and later on these things are on corrupts, like the way they did some other projects. That's the way I just see it. At this point, I'm very, very disappointed with what's going on, more especially with the Ruto government. I think the more we go, the more we are proving our case. But I think people need to come up and say, whenever you lay out a project, because they have not told us who's going to do the construction, how much it's going to cost. And my problem is, who owns this project now? Who owns the houses? The government? At the end of the day, how is it going to happen? Okay? The best thing they could have done is to give up some of these soft roads maybe people can do themselves. They build these houses by themselves. But the government to come in, I'm against it, and I will always be against it. I'm a private sector person, and that's the only way we can grow the economy of our country. As long as the government is out of our way, we'll be okay. But as long as they keep on injecting in every sector, everything, they are there, everything, we are going to be in big, big, big trouble. That's the way I say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Roba. I don't know. Kenyan all the time ako hapa ama is this Njiru?
Huyo amelala huyo.
Okay, sawa. Let me put him huko nyuma ya. Domi karibu.
Okay, Jambo. I salute you all. Now, there is something that always interests me about the development of the nation. It is, I like, okay, what interests me much more than anything else is about industrialization. You see, there is, you can say some things here, some part of it I may agree with, though I think there's some part he needs to get some more practical information about. Okay, let me start off by at least let me talk something about housing. In as much as yes, we need the private sector in housing. But unfortunately, here in Kenya, it has proved to be not to be working for the common man. See, I think somebody has cited, I think Francis also cited an example of Kibera. There was a time Kibera, during the Grand Coalition, Kibera, they started building houses. It was the first project of slum upgrading. And they started building houses the government started building the houses. Okay, it was RAILA's project of building houses for Kibera residents, of which that would be very difficult for a common man to do that. And the good thing about it is they build good houses and they set a cheap price for those people who are going to occupy. In developed countries, all housing, there are some countries which have said that all housing belongs to the government. In order to protect a person that is going to live in order to regulate the cost of living of a citizen, the government knows that taking care of housing will take care of a lot of things concerning a common man, because the common man is having the hardest time on paying for the house. Now, I think it was 2,000. They were supposed to pay 2,500 or so, somewhere there, of which that is affordable. I think it was two houses. It was two houses, so that this person, the occupants you can even rent one house and live in one house. To give this person who was supposed to be very poor, at least a chance that he lives in one house, one side, and he can rent the other side. I don't know whether it was two rooms, something of the sort. I've not gone there, but the information that we have that were given was that this person was supposed to have two houses, each and every person that is given. Okay. Also, on the other side, the reason as to why there is a problem giving to private just that way to control the houses, to build houses. Let me give you an example of Kiambu. In developed, organized, let me say organized countries, housing is built towards the places that cannot be agricultural viable. For example, according to if our government was organized enough, housing will be going towards at the river. But unfortunately, because they let it loose, the housing is going towards Kiambu. Kiambu was supposed to be the land for agriculture. I can tell you, okay, I'm a resident of Karua West. Before we lived, it's just I think 2016, 2006 that I shifted to Karua West. That land was full of coffee. That side was full of coffee, and as I'm talking now, you can hardly see a coffee plant on that side. All from whether it's Maroroi, whether it's up to Kiambu Road, this side, from this center, how do you call it, this center? Okay, the junction of bypass and Kiambu Road. That side, there is no coffee. It's all residential. Now, you are killing production of food. That is the importance of government taking, taking a very key role in housing. If it's government controlled, Kiambu should be left for agriculture, and people and building of houses should go towards dry places. That's how organized countries do. So that's one of the major problems with leaving private developers to develop houses. Okay, let me talk about industrialization. I think back to the milk case. Yesterday, some of us were not here. You see, if the president is saying that we buy cheap milk from Uganda and process our milk and sell out, first of all, one unfortunate thing is, if you're processing milk to sell out, price is part of the deal. Because you process milk with you process milk, the expensive milk, you process it, but when you go to sell, you will not have anywhere to sell because that country you want to sell to, it has so many other places that they are selling milk. It's not Kenya alone will be selling milk. It's a competition. And one of those things, Mr. Duke, that is a problem with Kenya selling out our products is price. I'll give you an example. Okay, so Francis has given you an example. I come from a sugar belt, and I can tell you the cheap sugar of Brazil is the one that has killed our industry. So you have killed sugar industry, and you want also to kill the milk industry even before it starts. Mr. Duke, I can tell you for a fact, this one, you don't have enough explanation on this. Even if you explain, it cannot add up. Everything is money. It's about money. If at all you are going to tell us that we produce a lot of milk at a high price and import milk from Uganda, the importer will just import milk, the exporter, they will work on importing milk from Uganda and process, and they will leave your milk here. And as Ruto has shown us, it is a proof, Duke, Ruto is a liar, and he has proved that. Tafadhali wacha kutudanganya. Ruto has proved that, and he has proved by giving false promises and not following them. So what he wants to do is this. He wants to open okay. And one of those things that destroyed the sugar that they want also to do with the milk is this. While Mumias is struggling, while Nzoia is struggling with their sugar, they are opening doors from Uganda to sell. I think it was in 2020, was it 2016 or so? 2016 or 2015, somewhere there. They went to Uganda and negotiated that they will be selling milk from Kenya to Uganda, and they will be buying Uganda sugar, the excess sugar, the excess sugar. Okay, the sugar that I think, okay, the one that we are producing is not enough. So the remaining part, okay, assuming I think we are producing, by then we were producing 70%. So the 30% was to come from Uganda. Uganda itself was selling sugar, was having a deficit of 17%. They are not producing enough sugar for themselves, imagine. And you go to Uganda to negotiate to bring Ugandan sugar. we see on the shelves of our supermarkets, Uganda sugar. Uganda sugar is there. Now you import sugar from Uganda that is cheap, of which we also know that it is not coming from Uganda. If Uganda have a deficit, then they are also getting sugar from somewhere. That sugar is not coming from Uganda. Then they bring sugar in Kenya to paralyze our sugar production. And you are telling us that we allow that. So the milk that we are sending to Uganda, right now, Uganda should be selling us milk. My friend, let us think outside the box. Let us not be just sycophants, because what you're doing is being sycophant. It is not real. What you're giving us is not a reality at all. If you are getting sugar cheap from Uganda to Kenya, it has flooded and killed sugar factory. Now you want to get cheap milk from Uganda to Kenya. My friend, even if you are going to tell us that it is open market and this East Africa community, you cannot let the East Africa community kill your own industry just because of that name East Africa, whatever. No. And if anything, let me remind you. Do you know that Bidco shifted from Kenya to Uganda? The reason being, cost of production here in Kenya is higher than Uganda. So what do? They shift to Uganda, they produce from Uganda and sell it to Kenya. That is what is happening. And now, you are talking of, we have so many things that we are producing cheaper. What is it that we are producing cheaper that we are selling to Uganda? Let me tell you, what we can produce and sell to Uganda is what Uganda does not have. But what they are also producing in Uganda, we can't sell to them because theirs is cheaper. What we can sell to them is what they do not have. What we can sell to Uganda, to Tanzania, is what they do not have. But if they have, look here, imagine one of those things that made Uganda think of bringing their goods through Tanzania, and they said it's easier. It is because of the clogging of Mombasa port. And that is exactly what Ruto is doing again, to go and clog the Mombasa port, which will discourage people from getting things through Kenya. There are ships that have been going to Tanzania to be offloaded so that they go around. They find it easier for what they want to get through through Tanzania. Why? It is because the port is clogged. So, my friend, let us think outside the box. Everything is mathematical. Everything is just mathematical. 1 + 1 is 2. It can never be 3. So what you're trying to tell us is, you want it to be 3. No. And I'm giving you a practical example. Bidco shifted. And so many companies have been shifting to other countries. And to discourage even industrialization is, the government of Kenya today, they want to increase tax on manufacturing. Yeah, they are increasing tax. So it is not a plus. You talked of milk. Let me bring you back to the milk. According to you, you are saying it is Uhuru. It is Uhuru who has been increasing milk prices. Let me remind you that they have been KCC. The difference between KCC, which is government, with Brookside, I think it was only about 2 shillings or so. Why, if you think that it is Uhuru, and by the way, it has been 50 shillings for a very long time. Milk has been 50 shillings for a very long time, from even the time of of Kibaki, it has been 50. So the whole thing is taxation. In fact, right now, it is because of they have been increased. At least at this time it's 37. They're buying at 37. They were buying at 20. At least during Uhuru's time, they increased to 37, which is a plus. That is to buy from farmers. They are buying at 37. So the major problem is the taxes on production is the problem. Imagine you have increased the power. Power right now is high. The cost of power is very high. Milk industry depend almost 100% on power supply from electricity. Almost 100%. Heaters use heating. Everybody knows that heating is very expensive. Electrical heating is very expensive. And that is the expenditure the milk industry is going through. The milk factories are going through. So just giving a blanket statement, by the way, it is not Uhuru alone that is producing milk. Even even these guys how do you call this place? Just after Wiru, I can't remember the place. Githunguri. The Githunguri, they are producing milk and they are not selling it even cheaper. So telling us that it's Uhuru to blame because of milk, that is a practical lie. Because everywhere, milk is very expensive. In all the producers are selling milk expensive. So it's not Uhuru. The problem is the cost of production. And even if it were Uhuru, by the way, have you ever tried to do that production? Because there are people who are packaging. They are just only boiling and packaging only. But still, it's very expensive. So, tafadhali, let us not just give blanket statements. Let us not lie to Kenyans. For now, let me stop there. I'll present a letter.
Okay, thank you, Domi. Duke, I think you did not hear what the president said. Perhaps I should give you the right information from the president's mouth so that as we discuss this issue of production and opening the floodgates of the East African commerce, we can have a real understanding of what the president's idea was. So let me...
We have a huge market in EAC, in Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We now have the market infrastructure for us to take over the market in our continent. The reason why our continent is importing milk, powder, food, is because Kenya has not taken its place. Kenya is supposed to be the country that would position Africa appropriately to be able to make sure that we supply every commodity, every product that we should. Instead, we are having a quarrel, small quarrel. Oh, Uganda is bringing cheaper milk. Uganda should bring cheaper milk because they can produce it much more cheaply. We should be adding value to our own milk. We add value to our own milk, and I want to say here, we had a program of improving on our milk value chain. We had first 300 milk coolers. That product was sabotaged, that program was sabotaged because of interest, but I have gone back to that product. We are going to have another 660 milk coolers. We're going to add value to our milk. What we should be doing is our milk from our farmers. We should be adding value, producing butter, using it to produce powder, and go and sell it in DRC, go and sell it in Central Africa, go and sell it in West Africa. And then we get the cheaper milk from Uganda and we drink. Sindio? Yeah. Instead of having a quarrel with having a quarrel with Uganda, why are we having a quarrel with Uganda? We are having a quarrel with Uganda because we have refused to take our rightful place in our continent. We should have made. We have a huge market.
Duke, I think you've listened to what William Ruto said, that we have in, let me begin from the top. He said that right now we have infrastructure that would make Kenyan have take its position. What infrastructure makes in a month that Ruto has been in office? What infrastructure are we talking about that would make Kenya a powerhouse in Africa in terms of selling its produce to other nations? So that's number one, infrastructure. I don't know which infrastructure William Ruto is talking about. Number two, he's talking about bringing cheaper milk into Kenya. You know, it makes, when you listen to William Ruto speak, it looks like, you know, I look at Ruto and I think this guy is a comedian. He has a lot of what we called in not practical, the opposite of practical. What do you call that? There's a word for that. I'm trying to find that word.
Theoretical.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Domi. He has a lot of theory. You know, the ideas that come from Ruto's mouth is textbook ideas, things that have never been.
Or fiction.
Very academic.
Very academic ideas. So you are telling people here that you are ready to import milk from Uganda. Now, number one, you are telling people that you had the 300 milk coolers that were sabotaged. I don't know what that means, because it is either they exist right now, they're on the ground right now, but they are not functioning, or they do not exist at all. And then you go ahead and promise people another 660 milk coolers. Now, perhaps one of you anafanya biashara ya maziwa. Mimi sijui mambo ya biashara ya maziwa, Roba. Can somebody explain to us, can you do this thing he's calling adding value to milk in a milk cooler plant? Perhaps, Roba, you can educate us on that.
Let me just come in. First of all, we don't have milk problem. We don't have a crisis. What we have, our people needs now, remember, is other kind of food. What he's trying to do right now is trying to punish the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. That's what he's trying to do. And at the same time, and I think he might be one of the people who are maybe one of the shareholders of milk from Uganda. You see, that's what Ruto has been doing. He just, whatever you see is happening right now, by that you find out there are some connections of him from the other side of Uganda, trying to make back to Kenya and make money out of it. That's all what's going on. And that's wrong economics. I mean, they talk of a free market. It's a free market, but not in the expense of our country.
Yeah, let me finish before I give you an opportunity, Duke. I want to say this. And Roba, when you say punishing Uhuru Kenyatta is not just the sole producer of milk in Kenya. There are so many other small farmers that produce milk in Kenya. I don't know how much interest Uhuru Kenyatta has in the milk industry in Kenya, but I want to believe this, that when you allow milk from Uganda, the one that William Ruto is talking about, the cheap milk from Uganda, and you do not have a policy that protect your farmer, ule wa chini pale kidogo, you are going to kill that business. You're going to kill that business. It is not going to hurt Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru Kenyatta can re-strategize. He can go into a different, if he's the person that is supplying milk to Kenya, he can move from selling milk to milk powder and probably export that milk because he has the capacity. How about that person who sells 20 liters of milk to the local companies so that they can package and do the rest? How about that person? How are you going to protect that person? That's question number one. Number two, we are talking about lowering the price of milk. Now, like Domi said here, there are many things that go into determining how much a packet of milk is going to be sold at. And it's not just about what the government says or how much tax. There is also the aspect of feeds. the biggest issue that we have right now, and farmers have been complaining, is the prices of feeds. Who is going to regulate the price of feed in the country? If the government, if William Ruto cannot protect the local farmer with exorbitant prices, improvement of transport, competition, and then to top it up all, you bring in milk from Uganda and you say that you're going to help the farmer process his milk so that we can export this milk and then drink from Uganda. I think some of these ideas, when I sit down and listen to some of these ideas that these people are giving us, I look at people who have no clue what they're talking about. And the funny thing, the people that I said this yesterday and I'm going to repeat again, this was a meeting between the president and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. This guy is lecturing people who started from scratch, people who built their companies from nothing. You know, the likes of Manu Chandaria. You can ask us, tell us what Manu Chandaria. We have a history. We have a track history of Manu Chandaria. We have a track history of, all these people that have companies in Kenya. We can see what they did, to reach where they are. William Ruto has never opened a factory in Kenya. And if he has, maybe Duke will tell us today. So he's bringing in a lot of theory, textbook ideas that cannot be implemented on the ground. If you allow that, you're going to make Kenyans suffer. You're going to kill the business of milk in Kenya. And it is going back to what we used to see in the sugar industry. We allowed importers to bring sugar into Kenya. What did they do? They went, bought sugar outside at a cheaper price, came into Kenya. All they needed was a bag yenye imeandikwa Mumia Sugar Company. Simple. Domi has told you that. You bring sugar from outside, you repackage it using Kenyan packaging bags, and then you sell it to the market. And that is one of the reasons why Mumia's sugar went down. Duke.
You see, most of you are giving contradicting statements. First of all, many of you have been complaining about the cost of living in Kenya. But also when we are the government is trying to lower the cost, also you are complaining about a few industry owners who are going to make losses. But the question I've asked and nobody has answered me is, there has been efforts almost 10 years before William Ruto became the president about having East Africa as a free trade area. That is, if you are in Kenya, you can take any product to Uganda and sell it. If you are in Uganda, you can sell. So, do you want that to stop because of milk? That's number one. Number two, exports from Uganda to Kenya and exports from Kenya to Uganda. Which one are more? We export more to Uganda. So what if also what we are selling to them, then they say, now we want to produce it here. So when 2 countries or 3 countries are trading, there must be advantage and disadvantage of trade, but always advantages are more. Talking about the price of sugar, where Dominic, you were saying that the cost of sugar prices, all the collapse of Mumias is because of sugar from Uganda. That's false. Actually, what has been happening is this. It's because of cartels, and most of these cartels are the government officials of the outgoing regime. What they do, they go and import sugar from Brazil, extremely very cheap. Then they partner with supermarkets. So what's happening is actually pirates. For example,
who's the outgoing regime? Was he not William Ruto, the vice president? You guys, you keep on lying to people. William Ruto was the first president of Kenya until he became a president.
Let me even add to that, Duke, before you continue, because we'll give you an opportunity to finish your remarks. Duke, when you tell us about the outgoing regime here, I have played a video here, not once, not twice, of farmers in Rift Valley complaining about cartels who are part of their selected MPs, elected MPs. They were even blaming the people that were close to the person that you are calling the outgoing regime. I mean, no, actually, it's not the deputy president at that particular time. And I've played it here so many times. So when you tell us that all the faults that are associated with the failure of industries in Kenya are because of Uhuru Kenyatta, then you are lying to us. That is number one. And another thing that I want to correct here, it is not true that all products are sold across the borders in East Africa. That's not a factual statement. That's wrong. That is incorrect. When you hear that we have goods that can be sold across the border and goods that cannot be sold, this thing is there to regulate and protect the local producers and the local farmers. Right now, as we speak, there are goods that you cannot sell across the border. You cannot sell across to Uganda, and you know that. And you also have avoided my question to you. I want you to tell us here. William Ruto is talking about infrastructure that will make Kenya a pioneer, a stronghold in terms of doing commerce across the continent. Which are these infrastructures that we did not know in the beginning?
Okay, let me conclude what I was saying. When I talk about the outgoing government, I'm talking about the president. For me, I'm the kind of person who believes that the person who has the control and absolute power, the most powerful, who can actually bring things into order, is the president. Now, for example, if William Ruto fails, you want to start talking about Kashawa? We have to hold the president accountable. No, what I was saying is this: if you go to supermarkets across Kenya, go to Quickmart today. Quickmart has sugar, packaged sugar called Quickmart. Go to Naivas, packaged sugar called Naivas. That's piracy. Where is that sugar producing industry called Quickmart? Or where is that sugar manufacturing industry called Naivas? None. So that's piracy. Because where did they get this sugar from? Do they have a manufacturing plant? So I know how it happens. Powerful politicians go to import sugar and then they fraud it across supermarkets in Kenya. So that's why the mere sugar was eliminated from the shelves. So that's what has been happening, not from Uganda, but government officials doing that. About the infrastructure which we have, we are currently reading in terms of manufacturing. We are producing a lot of milk products. So we have established industries. For instance, if you talk about the Remea, talk about we have like 20 companies, more than actually 50 companies producing milk products. So these are industries which are set producing yogurts and other milk products. But what is limited is their market. They are selling to Kenyans. So if the market's open, then you can find, for example, the Remea yogurt in Arusha, in Kambara. So this means that the demand will triple, if not double. That means that farm will require more workers to produce that products. Number two, it will require more people to transport that product to Uganda and Tanzania to other countries. So that's what I'm talking about. Talking about the currents, actually, there was a program which was to be rolled out. Actually, it was in initial stages of its making, whereby every ward will have what we call like a cooling plant. You know, milk is very perishable. If you are unable to take it to the market, or you don't have like a refrigeration mechanism, it means that it can even be useless within a day or so. So if we have that infrastructure at every ward, we have like a cooling plant where people can store milk and it can be easily transported to manufacturing centers. It means there will be bargaining of farmers, and there will not. So, but because it was against the interest of an individual, that program was stopped. Ask the people from Mount Kenya; they know. It's not somebody. It's not Ruto saying it. Ask anybody from Mount Kenya, they know what happened to that program. Ask this one called Mwangi Wairia, he knows the story because he was the first champion to bring that, you call it, one person, one cow, and but he forced that. He actually went ahead and used the county government to bring, like, in every ward he has like a cooling plant.
Duke, let me
So
ask
that's
you,
what we are talking about.
Duke, what happens in a milk cooling cooling plant? What happens? What is this William Ruto is talking about, value addition in a milk cooling plant?
No, you don't differentiate. You have to differentiate between cooling plants and manufacturing centers. In cooling plants, where there is like storage and refrigeration of milk, so that it can withstand time before maybe it's delivered to areas where it can be converted to other products. You see, so if somebody has a cow, for example, if you talk about Oma Bay, or somewhere in Siaya, and we don't have manufacturing, an industry which converts milk into products which can be take time to expire or to go bad. For example, they can take in a year or 2 years or 6 months. Then if there is no cooling plant, it means it would be impossible for farmers from a given ward in Siaya to take their products to Kisumu in a day. So there must be a mechanism. But when, for instance, we have some cooling centers within a ward, and in a cooling, we can have a cooling center, and then there is specific vehicles which transport milk to industries. That means it adds value to milk, and farmers are confident that the milk will not go bad. So if you go to some areas, you find people selling milk in cups along the way, and when they are not to sell the stock, they return to home and they drink like that.
Okay, so from what I understand is William Ruto is saying that the value addition that you're doing at milk cooling plants is by helping the farmers to keep their milk good for a long time, or is that what we are calling value addition? And that is what is going to make our milk be, sell outside the country at a higher price. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what the president was trying to.
I actually answered the question. I answered that question the first time. I said we have a lot of companies in Kenya which have invested in milk processing. For instance, if you talk about the Remea produces a variety of milk products, from yogurts to cheese to what. However, you find that the market is limited to Nairobi or to Kenya. Therefore, if we don't have barriers of milk products across the borders of Kenya and Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania, it means that those processing plants like the Remea will have high demand. Actually, even the best yogurt in Kenya is the Remea, highly demanded across Kenya. Therefore, because we have that barrier of milk products, it means we cannot even sell this processed product to Uganda, and Uganda is not actually processing too much. So that if maybe we open borders, we can buy a lot of milk from Uganda and then process it to yogurt, to cheese, to other products, or to powder, and then export it to DRC. You can imagine DRC getting milk products from Australia. Can you imagine that? From Australia.
Okay, let me move on to Chaka Mdume. But Usea, you want to make a comment? Just a minute. Duke, there's one thing that you guys are not telling us.
I'll make a question, the comment on what, then you proceed to Chaka.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute. There's one thing that you guys are not telling us here. You are not telling us why Uganda is producing their milk at a cheaper price than Kenya. That is one thing you should address, because even if we say that you're going to sell our milk, we are going to add value to our milk and sell it to other countries outside. You are not telling us why producing milk in Kenya is still expensive. That is one thing you should address first, so that as we try to be competitive at the level of production of milk in East Africa, you should also tell us why we expect Uganda not to add value to their milk and also sell it at a cheaper price than us outside. Kuseo karibu.
Oh yes. Good evening, Robert, Duke. you are naming you Duke of Edinburgh, then Chaka and Richie. I just wanted to point out regarding what Duke is, the line Duke is taking is not right. Which individual is this which has stopped other people from producing milk? This is not right. I remember Julia made some comments here yesterday when your colleague was here, Budia, and he had nothing to substantiate what he's saying. He had nothing to substantiate what he's saying. Could you list down the factories, I think 5 or so of them, that you are saying? Because I'm doing some research and I'm going to find out how these companies stopped or rather working, functioning. They were all around various cooperatives. But then do me a favor, give me the list so that I can compare it with what I'm trying to find out. Because the whole of this week we have been talking about an individual taking over certain producers at gunpoint. That is what Mbude was saying yesterday. Today, Duke is back on the same thing. He's saying that the individual is to blame. And as far as I know, if you are talking to Brookside is a properly managed commercial company competing with everybody else in the country. And as I think Julia pointed out, nobody on any of those areas has complained that they were forced to do anything at gunpoint. So could you favor, just in terms of your substantiation, give a list of the affected factories or producers? Then I'll do some in-depth research and revert.
Oh, okay, thank you, Kuseo. Duke, as you look for that answer, I want you also to add on top of this. If we are talking about monopoly or maybe powerful companies or powerful families fighting for space and edging out the other companies in production of milk, I want you also to tell us here, because it's true that power production at KPLC, majority shareholder right now as we speak is one guy by the name of Dindi Nyoro. I want you also to correlate the two scenarios and tell us why, if Dindi Nyoro is a person who believes in economics of hustler bottom up, why are we still paying power at the levels that we are paying at? If you're talking about state capture like you used to, the previous regime, state capture, edging out, buying companies at gunpoint, like Sale said, why are we still having the same scenario with KPLC? Chaka Mdume, karibu.
Asante Makedi, Roba, Duke, Kwesei. Langu si kubwa hivyo leo. Nilikuwa najifundisha kuhusiana na hii mambo mnazungumzia maziwa. Sina utaalamu nayo. Lakini tu nina maswali kidogo najiuliza. Kama kweli ni kufanya value addition kwa mazao yetu, especially maziwa yanazungumziwa hapa. La kwanza, wangekuwa wakulima wameongezewa bei. Wanaona kweli sasa hivi hii product yetu inatupa manufaa. Alafu tena kama ni kufanywa manufacturing hapa nchini ndivyo itolewe, kama ni kuuzwa Uganda, Kongo, Tanzania ni sawa. Lakini kama ni kununua maziwa Uganda tena alafu ndo tuje tuwafanyie value addition kwetu, hapana. Hapa kuna hidden secret in between. Na nitilia mashaka kama ule mkutano wa kwanza kabisa wa rais kwamba alienda Uganda basi alizungumza swala hili. Hapa ni kuweza kumhakikisha kwamba wameua kiwanda cha Brookside chenye ambacho kinamilikiwa na former president. So ni ishara wazi kwamba hawa watu wako na vita vikubwa tu na Uhuru, kwa sababu ya msimamo wake kwamba aliweza akapindua yale walitegemea kwamba wangeshikwa mkono na kuhakikisha kwamba wameendeleza yale walikuwa wanayafanya. Hakungekuwa na upingaji. Sasa Uhuru kurudi upande mwingine basi ilikuwa balaa kwao, na ndio vita, kwa sababu hakuna siku moja hawazungumzii kuhusiana na Handshake Brothers. Chochote kibaya ni Handshake Brothers, chochote kibaya Handshake Brothers. Cha kunishangaza ni kwamba hawakuwa nje hawa ya upinzani. Hawa wote wanaozungumzia walikuwa ndani ya serikali. So kama ni value addition na mambo hayo yote ya wangekuwa na nafasi wangeyazungumzia tukayaona, lakini hizi ni propaganda na huu mpango una lengo lake. Ni wachache watakaofaidi katika hii hali ambayo tunaweka kwamba itamsaidia Mkenya. Hii itakuwa ni ya wale wachache wenye wamepanga kwamba wao ndio watakaofaidi kuhusiana na hiyo biashara yao between Uganda na Kenya. Pili, Martha Karua kuzungumzia kwamba simtambui Rais Ruto. Huyu ni rais wa mahakama, true, na ni haki yake kuzungumza, na si yeye tu, na wengi tu, kwa sababu kukicha kuna mapya. Kukicha wanazuka na hili, wanazuka na lile. Unaona kwamba ni ishara wazi hawa watu hawakuwa wamejipanga katika hii serikali yao. Walidhania tu kwamba labda ni mchezo, lakini mwisho si wajipata kweli wapo katika hii hali. Sasa kila kitu ni kigumu, kwa sababu kunao mtu anakuwa na talent ya kuzungumza na kumobilize watu, kuhakikisha watu wamegeuza nia. Sasa ikija wakati wa utendaji, sasa balaa inakuwa pale. Kwa hiyo Martha Karua ana haki, na mimi pia nami kama Mkenya mwingine ambaye ni mrengo ule nina haki ya kuzungumza hayo. Wamebaki wametoa serikali, wafanyie watu kazi. Cha kwanza kabisa ambacho wangefanya hii serikali hii ni kumrahisishia mwananchi wa kawaida maisha yake, na kurahisisha ni kwamba wangeachilia ile pesa ilikuwa imezuia angalau bidhaa, mafuta na chakula ibaki. Sasa ile ambayo imetolewa, lakini hatuoni outcome yake. Still bado sisi tunahangaika, bado tunaumia, bado mwananchi anaumia tu, especially wale ambao hawana kazi kama sisi, tunategemea nguvu zetu ndio tu survive. Tunaumia. Lakini haya anazungumzia Duke, hizo propaganda. Unaona jambo ni zuri, lakini tuliangalia ni ndipo zaidi linaishia wapi. Pili, waachane kabisa na masuala ya Uhuru na Raila na nini. Wametoa serikali ya wote. Kenya hii ni ya watu wote, wale walipiga kura, wala hawajapiga kura upande wao, sisi bado ni wa Kenya. They've been given that chance, let them make use of it. Instead of this they are blaming game. Mimi nimechokana na hizo blaming game zao za kila siku, maana kila kukicha Uhuru hivi. Sasa wanapigana na Uhuru, kwani Uhuru kosa lake ni nini? So kindly Duke, rudi tu kwa wenzako, wasikize hawa wanaozungumza kwa sababu ya kumsaidia Mkenya. Asanteni, nitamaliza baadaye.
Okay, asante sana Chaka. Wacha niende kwa Hussein.
Oh yes, good evening once again, Domi, Riri. Welcome for joining us. I'll just talk first about the issue of the milk, and then a little on the sugar, and then of course then the promises and the issue about is it I don't accept what Martha is trying to talk about here. And then the other one is about the other one I don't think I have any issue. Is RAILA ODINGA the president of the masses? Well, if I were just to comment about that, I don't know whether when Baba was sworn in as the people's president, whether there were any term limits. So maybe that is still in force, because I'm not so sure whether there are any term limits for that swearing in. Now the issue about sugar, as much as Duke was saying that the previous government is to blame. Well, you can blame the previous government, but for those who bother to check, some of us, me personally, before I come here, I normally bother myself to check a few issues before I open my mouth. So you see, I've heard Richie saying that some people brought Mumia sugar or the other factories. No, not Mumia sugar. Used to the packaging of the other companies to pack the Brazilian and maybe something else you forgot is that a lot of other cheap sugar also was coming from Sudan. For whatever reason, Sudan was also importing a lot of cheap, exporting to Kenya. Now, in the beginning, these things were done exactly what Duke is trying to say here. It is done the politically correct. And to blame the previous government and leave for example, the current president who was deeply inside it, especially when it comes to maize importation, these food imports. You cannot delink the current president from the maize importation and the sugar importations. So now the challenge here is this. Those importations, they are normally given on the politically correct, according to the politically correct. If you are bringing maize, which is so-called sugar, which is supposed to compete with the other local sugars, you just bring, and then you are supposed to release it to the public and sell to the public. Now ask yourself, why pack it into the Mumia's sugars packaging? The secret is that in the past, they were free to do exactly what Duke is trying to say here. Naivas sugar, Nakumat sugar, Uchumi sugar. They were free to do that. But you all remember some of the importation which had, I think, were contamination in terms of mercuries and the like. And even there was a time they brought in rice, which was also not the best. And I think there was also another time they brought in maize, which had that chemical, they call it what? The chemical content in the imported maize was too much. So basically,
it was called aflatoxin.
Exactly. Basically trying to make it unfit. Now, when you do that and the certificate for importation themselves have been given on preferential treatment, you find that these people, when they foresee losing this product being banned, they now try to incorporate the local producers so that it looks like the importation was done by the same local fellows. So in terms of this contamination, you want to do away with it. And that is how they want to brush it aside. You may actually think that the contaminated one is not being sold. Kumbe it is being sold under the brand of the good one, the brand name. Now, here then lies the problem. When it was found that cartels, the way you call them, were importing these food products and selling them cheaply and killing the local factories, at one point, I think the government came up with a policy stating that since we are supposed to import from the preferential trade areas, I think the East African countries, Central and East African countries had a preferential trade area whereby certain taxes are not supposed to be levied. Certain taxes are not supposed to be levied. So what do? You import from within, like now milk now from Uganda, it should be easily able to sell and compete with the milk in Kenya. And Kenya, for example, cannot trade with their milk outside the preferential trade area. They are supposed to do everything within, and so that the best producers, the cheaper producers, get the best of. You concentrate on what you can cheaply produce, and you don't interfere with the production on the other side. For this milk which is coming from Uganda, you will find that the people who are importing it into Kenya are again the politically correct. And by politically correct, I mean, I want you to see in the inbuilt corruption in this. Take, for example, the Sony. I had done some papers on the Sony sugar production somewhere in past Kisi. You find that when the government found out that cartels were bringing in cheap sugar and thereby killing the local factories, it was agreed that we do not want cartels to be the ones who import sugar. Instead, let the factories, Mumias, for example, all the other factories, they are the ones who are given the import certificates to import the sugar into the country. Now, your cartels, daring as they are, as much as you want to say that they are the previous government, they went and snatched these import certificates from import certificates from those factories. Individual private fellows who want to make a kill, they import with the, call it the Mumias importation shortage certificate, and then they come and package them in the Mumias packets and sell them as Mumia sugar. Now, there lies in the corruption which keeps killing your local factories. What does it mean? It means that even if you wanted to restrict the importation to the factories themselves, still the powers that be, they snatch those certificates and use them to enrich themselves by investing in the importation and then selling at the expensive Mumia sugar. Now, I just want to make a final comment on the. You see, when the president gives a speech, and you realize that the cabinet for the current government is not yet in place, and yet they go issuing a lot of policy decisions. You remember how the handshake brothers have been blamed, and how Mr. Gachaguas used to say that the president just went to sleep, he abandoned the big four. And I remember the big four was about housing. Now, the other day, in the last week alone, there were so many launching and openings of houses, which apparently came under the previous big four agenda on the housing side. So exactly how do they turn around to say that the big four failed, collapsed, and at the same time, even before this cabinet is set up, the president is opening houses and launching continuation to complete the housing projects. Now, you all remember about the so-called slum upgrading, which took place some years back. I happen to have been aware of what happened in a place called Mudurwa. I think those sides of Mudurwa. I think it is Duke who was saying that the people who are, first of all, removed from the shanties which were there, then they put up the two-roomed houses, and now they were supposed to relocate back the people who are evacuated from those areas. Now, the challenge here is that I think the same thing also happened in Kibera. But now, when some of these units were ready, the biggest challenge is when they are ready, who do you give these houses? You find that the list of the people who are supposed to get the houses are again doctored. The houses, strictly speaking, were supposed to be given free. I understand under the current housing program, the current government, they are going to be paying some 5,000 on a monthly basis to own the houses eventually. Well, whether that will work, I'm not so sure. But the challenge is, when you go, for example, in Kaloleni, remove all those people and put up houses there, who are going to be buying them? If you don't have the database, Kenya, the biggest part of the biggest problem, you don't have the database of all these people. That is why even simple things like the recorded births, recorded deaths is still a challenge to the country. You cannot even have a database of people who died last month, people who were born last month. Those are the sort of things you need for planning and what have you. Even if you are to go to the Kalolenis, you want to bring down those shanties so that you build up the current housing development status. The challenge is, do you have the data? Or who lives there? so that when the houses are ready and you want to allocate them to the people who are there, you have correct data. They are all doctored every other time. The lists are being changed. I don't know whether you are aware of what happened in Kibera, for example. When some of the houses were ready, they had a big problem. Who should occupy the newly built houses? And interestingly, even the people who were given those houses, they refused to occupy them. The people you think were living in those carton and karatasi houses, they did refuse to move into the newly built houses. Instead, they want to rent them and continue to live in the carton houses besides. Now you can then see the challenges which is faced by the people you are saying that you want to improve them to be living in the houses. They were busy trying to own the houses, but they themselves don't want to stay there. They want to continue to live in the kiosks. Well, I don't know what strategies the president has to deal with those cases, because they are going to be there for some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuseo. Let me go to Oriri so that we have an open forum. Karibu, Oriri.
Okay. I think I've been one of the people who are called secret admirers of you guys. Been listening for quite a while. I think I've only come in one time, and this is my second time to appear here. And so I'm happy to join with you guys. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, and that's where I've been following you guys. I've got so much to share, but right now, I would simply say that the complexity of our situation creates an environment where you don't know where East and West is coming from. And I think this is almost by design, so that nobody knows what's happening. Because any simple question, you cannot get an answer. And things have been marred so much that we talk about democracy, we talk about planning, but actually we're not doing that. And to my friend Duke, and listening to you argue for a system that I don't think knows itself, the new regime. I don't think they know what they're trying to accomplish. I think they're floundering around trying to figure out what needs to be done. Because I'll give you an example. I live in Cleveland, Ohio. I've been here for almost 30 years. One of the people have been here for a long time. But I come home, so I come to Kenya. And one of the beautiful things around this election was that some of us had been able to convince the communities, business community here in the US. I met Baba in Washington, and some of us have been courting American interests and business community here, so that when the new government that we thought was supposed to be clear and cleaner, kind of clear the clogs, so that good investment, good money can come in. Is some of us, we go back to them, there's almost like they don't want to talk to us anymore. And simply because Kenya is not a remote place anymore. Everything you just by Google, the communication is so clear, so fast, that any serious person who wants to invest in our economy can know exactly what's going on. So we can't tell them, we can't argue for some things that don't make sense. And that's why I think talking and discussing how we can create a system that is credible, that can help us, to move forward, I think is key. I'll give you an example. Election. Election is everything. You see, Kibaki won fairly clean. And because of that win, he had a lot of capital around the world. Kenya was viewed differently economically. And so people are ready to come in. And so just the boost from just a credible election allowed Kibaki to do the thing that he did. I have a small group of friends. By the way, I attended Harvard Business School. And this young group of people, in fact, just before election, we met a group of us at Harvard at the school. And we were talking about, I raised the issue of Kenya. And we are doing a project in Ghana, and we are telling these guys, let's look at Kenya. This is what is coming. There was such excitement about Kenya. Then all of a sudden, things worked out. So the best, what I would say, the best advertisement for Kenya economics and helping our country was the election. And we missed it. And so here we have a group of people who do not know what is going on. It's more of a wishful thinking. The price of milk, Ugandan connection and all that. So I have a lot to say, but I think for us who believe in good governance, good system to be created, we got to raise our voices, because a lot of our people don't know what's happening. They don't know that the day we messed up the election, our rating went down. And you can't look for money, good money out there. You can get money, but you're going to get wrong money, bad money, which is actually a quick, just quick come and make bucks and leave, which is not able to help our economy to build itself. So there's a lot that needs to be done. And so as thinkers, let us use critical thinking instead of parroting what this new government is trying to do, which I don't think they know what they're doing. That's what I want to say, but I'm happy to join you guys, and I'll be seeing you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oriri, and you're welcome. Sometimes when you make your maiden speech, we give you more time. Unfortunately, you excuse yourself very early, but you'll still have another opportunity to make your remarks. We are only 6 of us here, so karibu sana. So, Duke, there are so many questions that were asked, and I hope you are ready to respond to some of these, and then we can have Ropa come in.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I want to
Richie, allow him to give me a sample of the list of those factories that he was talking about.
I just wanted what Oli just said, make a correction there. Then just a second. I'm not going to take a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I hope you meant Quebec won clean election 202, but not 207, because 207 Quebec lost the election.
Thank you very much. Yes, to the first. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Duke, I think it's your turn now.
Actually, regarding the milk processing scandals or conflict of interest, the elephant in the room is Brookside. Brookside actually controls slightly about 50% of Kenya's milk. And that company has been acquiring many milk processing small companies. Even from Uganda, it actually acquired 2019, there is a milk processing factory. It's called something to do with Samia. It's acquired it. So, and what happened is that we are aware that it's owned by the Kenyatta family or Uhuru Kenyatta. After acquiring all the smaller companies or small processing factories, the president...
Just give me a few of them so that I list them down. I'm going to do the research.
No, you can do, it's actually Brookside. I've said it's Brookside to control more than 50. That's extreme. More than 50% of the processed market in Kenya. So after acquiring at industry or companies, the president introduced 16% VAT of milk from outside Kenya. Then after that, you can actually check that. You can, those are facts. Then after that,
I want to know the ones they took over, like Tuzo. I think Tuzo is one of them, isn't it?
Yes.
Who are giving me about 5 or 4?
Five what?
Factories that they took over unfairly. Like Mwangi Waria's place, which were the factories that they were taken over?
Okay, hold on, Kusewa. I think there's a lot of feedback when you unmute your mic. I want Duke to finish and then we can respond to that.
No, that's number one. Number two, the reason why the free trade area in the free trade agreement in East Africa was not finalized when President Kenyatta was the president, because he wanted exceptions for when it comes to milk products, and that was very unfair to Uganda, because that's the comparative advantage. It's the in milk. That's why it has its comparative advantage. If you check, for instance, what we export to Uganda, we are talking about more of processed commodities like plastics and footwear. That's what we export to Uganda. So that's why it was not finalized, because they wanted like to have a free trade with specific exceptions. But some countries were, the exceptions were affecting other countries. So that's what was the reason. Coming to Kenya Power, the cost of, why it's the cost of milk expensive, also the cost of energy can also be a factor. But why is the cost of electricity very expensive in Kenya? Most of you are trying to say that those who own shares don't work. No, that's not true. If you check the shareholders, actually no person owns more than 1% of KPRC. It's 50% by the Ministry of Treasury, and the banks owns something of that. No person owns more than 1% of the KPRC. The reason is this: KPRC does not generate electricity. It actually buys electricity from companies and then distributes to Kenyans. That's number one. And the main suppliers, we have KenGen and we have other companies. But because of political interest and what, they wanted to increase the amount of electricity in Kenya. And then they came up with something whereby the government comes into an agreement with what we call independent power producers. Those are private companies which comes up and produce electricity, and they sell that electricity to KPRC. What is funny, the contracts were 20 years. So, for example, if I have a data here, if you can see, the cost per unit which it buys from KenGen, it's 5 Kenyan shillings. Then if you come to what we call Turkana wind power, it buys at 9 Kenyan shillings. But when you come to private or independent power producers who are private companies, for example, we talk about Savo Power Company Limited. It is 47 per unit. You see that? You come, there's also what's called Gulf Power Limited. It's 121. You come to another one called Triumph Generating Cooperative Limited. It's 173. A lot of it. So when it happens that way, you find that there are those in power, politicians, who come up with this agreement or policies, and then they go and set their own companies. And these people have a security tenor that for 20 years, KPRC will be buying from them at that price. 20 years, you can imagine about that. So it means if you aggregate those expenses up to the cost of electricity goes very high. So that's why even it's very unfair to KenGen. When KenGen can sell at 5 and a company also sells at 173, that's extreme. So actually, that's what I can say.
Okay, Duke. I don't know if you are aware. I know we want to paint the family of the former president look bad, but I can tell you, in a free market economy, everybody fights for survival. I talked about this and I told Mbudia yesterday. You cannot blame a bigger company for fighting for its own space in a milk commerce, because when you talk about Brookside buying companies even in Uganda, we know the issues of mergers and acquisitions. These are things that are within the law. And I want to remind you that there are so many companies. You know, we are trying to make this thing look like Brookside has monopolized the milk industry in Kenya, which is not true. It's not true. There are other companies that are buying milk, and they have no interest. They survived even in Uhuru Kenyatta's regime. So we try to find a speck in the eye of Brookside, but the aggressiveness that Brookside has been able to use to reach where it is commendable. And I'm not saying that because I supported Uhuru Kenyatta when after they came together and agreed to work together with Raila Odinga. I want to mention here that when you talk about the power generation issue in Kenya Power, KenGen, and all that, we know very well that the person that was in charge of making sure that Kenya Power produces power at a cheaper rate and all that was a person that was a colleague and a friend and an ally to William Ruto, in the name of the former energy minister, who is what's his name, Mosea. You know, this guy who was Keter. And we know the issues that ran in that ministry, where we had people even siphoning oil, from KPC. We know these issues. We know the issues of Kenya Power buying poles, these poles, like concrete poles, from a company in Kitengela. We have the data here. We can present this. So I'm mentioning specifically the issue of power. The people who contributed to the prices that you're talking about here are the same people that are in government right now. We have the data, we have the evidence. And so sometimes when you come here and try to point that Uhuru Kenyatta has monopolized the milk industry, and we try to show that he was the bad person in this government, and William Ruto was the good person in this government. Sometimes we are lying to ourselves here, because right now William Ruto, as we speak, is the president of the Republic of Kenya. If there are policies that will help the Kenyan farmers improve on the prices of milk, William Ruto is supposed to be pushing for those policies. Unfortunately, all these things that you're talking about, and we hear that William Ruto has gone to Uganda, he has talked to Museveni, and they have Suluhu in Tanzania, and they have got rid of 47 trade barriers. And then I told you, these guys are so academic in nature. All these things, they come. Which trade barriers are you telling us you got rid of? The 47 trade barriers, and you're not even mentioning this is what we did. This is the agreement that we had. In the first place, we talk here and we say that most of these things that are supposed to be done by a government are policies that are passed through cabinets. So if you come and tell us here that the cabinet is not set up and so we should give you time, you should also come here and tell us that some of these things that William Ruto says on the podiums are false. Because you cannot just throw a blanket statement and say 47 trade barriers have gone out of the way so that we can have East Africa doing business freely, and you don't tell us what these barriers are. You don't tell us what we are going to gain from this agreement that you had with Museveni. I don't know if Domi wanted to say something on that.
You see, what I think is, before I'll start with this issue of barriers. Even America also has barriers with other countries. you cannot remove all the barriers from, the trade barriers. My friend, every country looks at its benefit of its people, and you cannot just lift everything. You expose your country. Let me tell you, every country has its own weak points. Kenya, being ahead of all other countries in East Africa economically, if you are going to lift everything, I can assure you that is a way to bring down the nation's economy. That is why you see every country, go to US, go to UK, they try to protect their whatever that, even if, even if they will agree to lift some of the barriers, but before they lift any barrier, they must be sure that they have protected their people. For example, I remember dealing with this issue of sugar. So many years ago, they were supposed, I don't know, I can't remember the body. I think it was preferential trade area or something. They were supposed to remove all the taxes, all the barriers on sugar export and import. But Kenya excused itself, and they said, let us first put in place our structures in our country first before we remove the barriers. Ruto has not said any structure, any new policy to control, and you're excited to tell us that we have removed the barriers. My friend, you'll be in for a shock. Let us just take a local example. You are in an area, you buy land in a place where everybody around you is poor. Let's go to the extreme. Everybody around you is poor. The first thing you will do, people do, and you will also do, is to put a fence around you and have one gate. Otherwise, you'll be open everything. Everybody will be coming in and take anything he wants. There is nothing like lifting all the barriers, trade barriers. There is nothing that is exposing your country into to be hit economically. So that one, Wajana and I. Now there is another point that you have come to agreement with us, that the cost of production of milk is the major problem. Electricity being one of it. You agree with that? So stop placing the whole burden, the whole blame on Uhuru. We have agreed also, and you also have agreed that, I don't know the market share of Brookside Company. You say that you have said that it's about 50%. Okay, let's take it as 50%. Remember, 49%. Okay, assuming it's 51.
70%. You said 70.
70%. Okay, that's not true. But assuming it's 70%, because I know KCC is also big. Take 70%. Okay, this 30% is also selling the same price. You see, telling us, let us do the fair comparison. If Brookside was selling their milk at, assuming 80, and these other companies are selling at 70, then at least you can have an argument. If all other companies are almost selling almost the same thing with a difference of 5 shillings or so, the problem is not Brookside. The problem is cost of production. And it will go up because of expenditure. Duke, we have the government increased electricity. How do you expect it to go down? And there is another thing that is underlined, Duke, Tafadhali, Duke and all other people who have the same mind, all our listeners. You see, talking of these few companies of few individuals, protecting those few companies of few individuals, that we should not just keep protecting the few companies of few individuals. You are forgetting this. Those 2 or 3 individuals, I'm assuming even if it's 2 or 3, they have employed masses. They have employed hundreds of thousands of people. You cannot stop protecting those companies. Yes, it is a fact. You bring down that company, even the purchasing. Wewe utatengeneza vitu zako na utakosa watu wa kuinunua. They will lack, because now these people who are earning their living on Brookside, those people who are selling their milk to Brookside will not be selling their milk to Brookside anymore. Before this other company come up and stabilize, my friend, their milk will be. In fact, probably some of their products, some of their milk farms will just go down, will just perish for good. Those people who are transporting the milk of that Brookside, those who are working in the factory of Brookside, remember those people who are working in the factory are the customers to the mama mboga, ndio wanabebwa na pikipiki, yeah, ndio those are the people who are the market. For what you should do is this: in as much as you want to create a space for every other producer, or for those small producers, or for those small factories, or those small businesses, you have to protect these big businesses too. And when you are trying to create a balance, so that you should, okay, before as you try to create some policies, in fact it should be policy, it should be done by policy. Try to get a policies right that are going to protect that small farmer, that small that person who wants to start a small factory of milk. Create policies, not declarations, not roadside declarations, because those roadside declarations are the ones that are going to bring down the. Now try to imagine if Brookside today decides, today we are shifting our plant to Uganda, because they can do that. If they frustrate Brookside, they can move to Uganda. By the time you set up another factory to take care of that, you will be in a mess. So, you know, there is something I've learned with Ruto is this. Ruto, one thing, probably he does not have advisors. 1, 2, this is somebody who knows everything. So he does not even try to research. He does not ask to be told. You see, when you go, what I expected was, as he goes to meet the manufacturers, he'll go to sit down and be told. First, let them tell you before you can challenge them. Let them give you whatever challenge they are facing. Let them express themselves, because you depend on these people. For a fact, let me tell you, the president depends on the manufacturers more than they depend on him, because they can move to somewhere else. Yeah, and will end up getting into an economical ditch. You sit down with them, let them tell you first, before you can, in fact, let them tell you. Then you go and sit down with your cabinet after something like 2 months or so. Then you call a meeting again. It is when you can tell them what you also think. You cannot go to lecture them. My friend, these guys have been in business much longer than you. You cannot go to lecture. What we need of the president is to sit down and also be told. That is the best thing first. We have been having a CEOs. Okay, the company I was working in Kenya Railways. We have had so many CEOs coming, but the first thing the CEO coming in, he comes to meet the people, and he gives his speech. Okay, probably he will tell you, okay, I have come, I'm so and so. He will introduce himself and wait to be told, because we know it better than you know. We have been there. We have been in the company all these years. We know it better than you do. Before you give us your vision, let us tell you first what we think. Then, okay, even if you give us your vision, it's okay. But greater percentage of the time when you get in, listen first. And let you be told, let them tell you. Then after what they have told you, you can sit down and strategize on your vision. How am I going to change what they have told me to this? That will be the best thing.
Okay, Domi. Thank you. I know we want to react to that, but this issue that we are talking about is very sensitive, and I want to just play a short clip here, and then I go to Roba.
Of the problems our people are facing, and that's why we are saying increase the revenue, remove the machines, then we do business together in a very good way. Na kama mtaki kufanya biashara, usijuzi nimeuliza hawa my friends, uko na bango gani? Wananiambia governor, ukiendelea kusema hivi tutaenda Rwanda. Mimi nataka niseme you can live for Rwanda like yesterday, we don't care. Kwa sababu that yesterday is not helping us as it is now. So you can leave if you want, because you cannot blackmail and push us. What we are saying, even if you leave, we can as well announce a new contract list internationally. Na tutakuwa na watu wa kununua chai and list the rates at our own terms, not in their own terms. Sasa hii madarau lazima ishe. We must have respect from our investors here in James Finlay, Unilever, Baga Williams Sudani. They must deal with us with respect going forward, and they must respect the people of Kericho County. Mimi kama governor of Kericho, I have a responsibility to ensure that our people get the best out of their resources. And that is the journey they have given me to travel going forward.
Okay, just to make introduction of that video, that is Kericho governor, Dr. somebody, I can't remember his name, but he's saying that Brookside...
Is he Barchok or somebody?
No, Barchok is Bomet. This is the first time governor, elected governor for Kericho County. He was saying that Finlay and I don't know what's the other company that are in Kericho? They can leave soon. You know,
Highland Produce and James Finlay.
Yeah, there's those companies that we know, and the issue here is about mechanization, agricultural mechanization, whereby it is purported that when these companies brought in machines to harvest tea, there are people, Kericho residents, lost employment. So
the tea pickers.
Yeah. So the government is saying if the companies cannot get rid of those machines, then they should leave, probably go to Rwanda. Anyway, that was just by the way. Roba, karibu.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a lot of time. Like Tommy, I think Tommy's, yeah, he took a lot of time. But let me just say this. You know, when you hear what comes from people like Duke's mouth, you wonder, I mean, is this the way William Ruto is going to run our country? So here is a situation where we have one of the performing company, Brookside, and now the owner or the owners, they are being called cartels. If that's the case, then we are dead now. Where we have to support the private sector. There's one thing. I want to give you some names, and you tell me what they have in common. We used to have Kenya Comparative Criminalist, KCC. Where is it now? Where's Kenya Postal Service? Why is Kenya Power struggling? Where is National Bank? Where is Mumias, Sony, Zoe, and other things where the government is involved? Let me give you other companies and you tell me the difference. How is Safaricom doing? How about Equity, Kenya Commercial Bank, and the rest? Do you know the difference? Anything where the government is involved is corruption. But the other things where the government is not involved is progressing. And that's the example of Brookside. You see, we have one of the, so far, I can say one of the ineffective presidents right now. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just guessing things to happen. And those who are supporting him, I want to hear what they want to say so far. What has he done? What has he done? Or going there just saluting everything, Kwamache, Sucha, whatever it is, being honored. And when Naira speaks, what they do? Naira just spoke. He went there, Buga Wananchi, something there. Just a simple thing. Just, to join those guys to support them. Then he says this thing, one. Then the next day, you hear there's they want to have a meeting in Kericho, something which was not there, so that they can go and pass Raila. And this guy, called the vice president, is the most useless person I've ever had who's a vice president. He's a crook. He believes only in his tribe. Yeah? We have not forgotten what he said a few months ago. So, I keep on bringing this point here. Things are not going to change. These things are going to be the same thing tomorrow, 2 years from now. Because the people we have at State House, William Ruto and his company, they have chicken brains right now. Even I don't know how he got his doctorate. I don't know. They are not helping the country. Instead of trying to build what we have, they are destroying. And that's what they're after. Someone has told me, wake me up when things change. This is wrong. This is wrong. We can't go this way. So far, this man has failed. We have to agree with that. And those who are supporting him, like Tuk and the rest of the people, this is miserable. It is bad. People are suffering. Tell me, we know he's involved on chicken and eggs. How comes he never went for eggs, but he went for milk, which is run by Kenyatta family? Why? Yes, you have to answer some questions here. But William Ruto was a wrong man with this presidency. They don't know what they're doing, or they're just hitting their chests. They want the story election. We know that. That's fine. But until this cycling of Kikuyu and Karenjin cartels stop, until we stop these things here, I'm tired. 60 years is enough. And the Kenya is not progressing. Instead, they are just telling us, when you wake a president, deputy president, we can't deputy president, now in the president. We are tired of it. We are tired of it. And now I know what they want to do. So they want to just put their people all over the place again. Now they are giving us a cabinet. Can you imagine the head from Mombasa to make a decision for me, him, her, and some other people there? It's scary. It's scary. We can't go this way as a country. But it's what it is because we're Iba. Like if they go this way, then we can start protesting. We can call for whatever it is. We are not scared of them, but let them, from what has been going on here, leave Uhuru Kenyatta alone. Leave him alone. You guys are failing, leave him alone. And now you want to kill his Brookside because he's being successful, you want to kill it. We can't go that way. We have to respect whatever he have and start. Let amechenga nini? Tell us. Or amechenga what he has aliiba, his store. Which can Ruto, tell me which company you have built other than the one you store from us. Yeah? Leave old Kenyatta alone from this mess. That's what I want to say, Makiadi.
All right. Thank you, Roba. Let me move on to Mise because I can see we have more people joining in. So we want to make it brief so that everybody has an opportunity to speak. So Mise.
You know, when Roba is in the house, I'm afraid to talk. Roba. So I'm going to say some things, but Roba, you have to be kind to me. You are my brother, you know. So I need that immunity from you.
But I need you give me reasons why you led Mr. Miguna to leave Canada where you are. I mean, I'm shocked.
He's perfectly okay back home. So we will let him be. And I think his heart is at peace. So we will let him be. But that being said, I will not speak on what Robert spoke about, but I'm just going to focus on the subject of today, where it says, I don't accept President Ruto's presidency. It is the Lord that accepts him. And that is Mother Karua who said that. For me, first of all, let me say hi to all of you, Robert, Duke, Okoseo, you know, I have a problem pronouncing your name, Oriri, Domi, Saimo, and Makiadi. I almost forget you, Makiadi. But I want to agree with other things that you're speaking, but I also want to be very fair and focus on how the trajectory our country is taking. I think, first of all, Mother's comments are inconsequential. Mother is still talking about the elections, and we are in the month of October, heading to the month of November. She is talking about the number of governors, the number of leaders of Azimio that they have, and how they can come together, gang, to make sure that the agenda of Azimio has been fulfilled. On one side, she's talking about good governance, Hongera. On the other side, she's I find Mother's speech for today myopic, and in other words, it lacks imagination, foresight, and more importantly, it lacked intellectual oversight. And the reason why I'm saying that, as a someone who is patriotic, should be focusing on more the tone of uniting our country. As someone who is an advocate of High Court, someone who has practiced law for quite a number of years, I appreciate her saying that she recognizes and acknowledges that the law accepts Ruto to be the president. If she doesn't, that is her personal opinion, and she is rightly perfect within that. However, for me, I look back in 2007 when Raila's victory was stolen. And during that time, it was Mother on the other side who worked very hard and even swore Mwai Kibaki at night, you know, and when Raila's victory was being stolen. So today, I find her pretentious trying to say that she's fighting for justice and democracy in our country when she was an embedment to that justice in 2007. The very person that she said that she does not agree with style of politics, that she should be retiring, going to Bondo when Kibaki will be going to home. I think it's very pretentious of Mother Karua to be posing as a champion of justice and democracy. Number two, Mother Karua is a letdown to Baba. She did not bring a lot of votes from her home yard, on her backyard. So really, if she didn't bring anything from her backyard, she should be the last person championing or trying to criticize. I do agree that the government is taking too much to talk and talk and talk and give empty promises and promises that are not being fulfilled. But at the same time, we must be ready to see that we are able to look back on history and see who have been true champions and those who are lying, who are taking right. And Domi, you know, I heard you saying that the president should sit down and be told. You know, my friend Domi, every time you are such a persistent and passionate person whom I find that is putting the government down in everything that he does. The president cannot sit down and be told. The president can work in consultation with other people who will help him to fulfill or execute his agenda as he promised the people of the Republic of Kenya. So you saying that people have been there, done that, you forget that William Ruto has been in the last 10 years, 2 terms in government. In 2007, he was there. Up to the Kibaki government, the serikali ya nusu mkate, he was there when Raila fired him from the ministry. So he's been there, he's been in the government for some time. One thing I don't agree with him, he's not a first-time person in government. Right now, he should be on his feet, working towards getting solutions for the Kenyans, for the solutions that he so promised Kenyans. So, but you asking the president to sit back and be told is actually ill-informed. And I think if you really want him to sit down and be told, I think you should have run for that office and you will be in a better position to tell him. And lastly, let me say that the challenge, we have an economical crisis, a global crisis. From where I sit, the cost of living every day is changing. And I am thinking that Kenya should start thinking on other ways, getting out of its comfort and finding other ways that they can improve the food security, how to create the jobs, and also the clip that you played. I think I do agree with what that gentleman is trying to say. My brother Robert, when you go to Kisii and when you pass through the Kericho, the tea plantations, you will realize, I remember my grandfather used to go way back. My grandfather used to go to the tea plantation and they could come back with food when they go to pluck teas and all that. But recently, when I passed there, I think it was the month of August, when I passed through the plantations, you can hardly see people there. There are machines that are now plucking the teas, and they have now started planting the teas to allow the machines to pluck the teas. So it is okay that they are introducing machines to do the job. That means they are reducing the number of people who are doing the job. So I see where he's coming from. Now, before they introduce this, I think the government should regulate and let us know how are they going to compensate the people that they are letting go from their works, from their jobs, the people who have depended on that kind of a job the rest of their life. When they are going home, when they are losing their jobs, when they are being retrenched because they are being replaced by machines, where are they going? What are they going to get out of being replaced by the machines? I think it's a good conversation that they should begin having in order to agree how going forward before they go ahead and implement certain things. They should work in consultation with the government. Let me stop there. But the idea of machines, if you look like EPZ, for example, if you look at EPZ, even though they are less paid, they are not paid very well, but you can realize that EPZ employs a lot of people because they have to process. Now, even though they are paid either maybe below the minimum wage, at least they get something they go home with. But if you bring machines that will replace people, where are these people going? What is their livelihood going to look like after you retrench them? I think it's a question that we need to start addressing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mise. Let me go to Simon. Domi, I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Let me allow Simon to speak, and then we'll come back to you.
Habari zenu. Asanteni sana, the whole bench. I see the whole quorum is here. Koseo, Tuko Mariba, Robana. Wamechangamka kweli kweli. I'm excited to see you all. Now, I have not been able to listen properly to everything, but I think I got an idea of what is the topic of the day is. And I was thinking earlier before I tuned in, because I listened to what Mother Karua had to say, and she said that Ruto is not my president, but the law accept him. In my own thinking, I was thinking that we had the same from Raila Odinga. I don't know, 2-3 days ago, when ex-president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta went to buy some meat somewhere in the market, people approached him, and
it was city market.
Yeah, city market. This is the same sentiment that I had, that he told them that he's not. They were trying to kumulidia tuko na shida saa hii. I was like very categorical. You guys, I am not in the office now. That's you can ask your president. You did your own thing, and that's not my president. Raila is my president. So these are some of the few people who have been able to speak on live camera. Those are the few readers who have spoken. There's so many other readers who are saying that, and they have not yet been on the camera. There's so many people who voted for Raila Odinga, and they have the same feeling. So when it is coming from the readership, and I'm feeling like there's a movement that is being built, and this movement is going to be solidified by the lack of the government to perform. And I will repeat, I am from the mountain, and the people from the mountain still they are divided, but they are not as divided as they were on the August 9. Now the division is two-sided. One side is saying, especially from the area that I come from and the people that I have spoken to, that the ones who are soft on the government, they say, let's give the government time. The government has already been there barely a month. This is only the second month. So let's give the government time. But as they speak, you can hear they don't have the confidence. But there's some that I have reason to, and they are lamenting. They are very mad because, and this is what I think the Kenya Kwanza government did to the people. It overpromised. That's number one. Number two, there was a lot of lies. Number three, the whole thing was an entire conmanship. And they have reasoned. I have had people from Nanyuki say that they don't want to hear the word hustler. They don't want even to hear the word hustler. So the thing is, I'm seeing when the leaders come in and they have the same feeling with the common mwananchi, who is the hustler, who is the waziko. I am feeling that this rebellion is going to build and is going to gain momentum. And I was thinking to myself, if I look at the Kenyan system that we have today, we have the governors, we have the senators, the MCA would be like the representative in the American system. So I'm feeling this is a system that was borrowed from the American system. My question that I have been asking myself, why did they borrow the midterm elections? Because if we had a midterm, trust me, 90% of the people who have been elected in this government, they could have been wiped out in the next 2.5 years. 5 years is a long time, and these people, if not checked, if they go at the rate that they are going, and I don't see what is going to stop them. Our country as we know it, as we predicted, as some of the leaders predicted, it's going to be really bad. It's going to be in a very bad position. Because what happens when you start chasing out the investors? What is going to happen when you start killing the industries that have taken so many years to build, the likes of Brookside and the rest? What's going to happen? Those people, me on the side, I heard what Mise had to say. And I'm feeling like, and I have, this conversation is not new. I've had it so many times before. Me, on my part, I believe that machines are only supposed to be employed where there is no human capital. If you don't have humans that can do the job, you are short-handed, then employ the machines. So I think the country, Kenya, and most of the Africa has not maturized to a level whereby we need all these machines. But there's a better way of the government and the companies negotiating, not the kind of language that that Makiadi put us here. Insultive language. You don't invest, because you can sit with these people, tell them, okay, we know this, you can even compensate these people, tell them you sit on a negotiation table, tell them we really don't need these machines. How much did it cost you? $1 million. Okay, go ahead, ship it to another country that needs it. We will compensate, but we need our people working. And this should have been the contract at the beginning of when they come to the country. You have to hire our people. That's what countries that have got some mental capacity do. You have a contract, it's written. When you come in, introduce this company, you have to hire 80%, 70% of our people, and we are not going to use the machines. So this is something still the ministry of labor, the ministry of agriculture, they can do all these. We don't have the governor, have to have every governor having those issues all over the country, discussing and insulting, abusing these companies. They're going to leave. You know what's going to happen next? All the investors going to be scared, even the ones that wanted to invest in Kenya. Today, who do you think want to invest in Kenya? And the kind of loss that we are experiencing now is going to be even more when all these investors who are waiting to see the direction the government is going to take, they don't come in. There's another billions of dollars that are not going to come to Kenya just because of the nature and the aggressive nature of the country is taking. Now, I'm going to listen from there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Domi wanted to say something, but I think, Simon, you brought in a very important issue about how we address our investors in Kenya. You know, it's not that Kenya has no laws. If you come to a country like Kenya to invest, there are those laws that are stipulate what percentage of foreign workers you can bring into your company or you can come with, and what positions are left for Kenyans. These are laws that are there, but I I I I I, I take with great exception the demeanor in which we want to address these issues. You know, the bravado that we are showing our investors. You know, that governor, if we are able, like the president said, if we are able to address issues like somebody coming and building on your plot, we can sit down and discuss with that person. Why is it so difficult? If you want to make that a policy whereby Simon, ukikuja ujenge kwa plot yangu, we can still sit down with you and agree how much I'll give you so that tusibomoe nyumba yangu. Why don't we have the same demeanor when talking to our investors? Because these are people who want to, make money from our land. It is our land. We have all rights to either agree to what they want or deny them. But then there's a language in which we are supposed to use to address these people. You cannot tell an investor that has set up an industry in Kenya that ukitaka kwenda Rwanda, you should have gone like yesterday. That is not how we address people. These are companies that when you talk to them, like you said, when you talk to them, tell them, if we have no value, we don't find value from your company as a host county, then there are other forms in which we need compensation so that our people can also benefit from this. But like Domi said here, and I'll repeat again, this KK government has no idea of what it's doing. It has no idea of what it's doing. And Mise, it's good that you support Kenya Kwanza and Duke. I would have wished you to listen to Linturi's grilling at Parliament today. So Linturi is the nominee for agriculture, and was asked about the issue of food security. Linturi said categorically that we cannot lower the cost of food unless we go back to subsidizing. What does the president say? The president says we are not going to subsidize food anymore. We are going to subsidize agricultural production so that we have food security. So these are two people who are going to be sitting on the same government with different ideologies. And what is the Kenyan person going through right now? The Kenyan citizenry is still suffering from drought. The Kenyan citizenry cannot feed themselves. The Kenyan citizenry cannot afford food. And we continue suffering. So, Mise, when Domi says that these people are just wasting time, they have no idea what they are supposed to be doing, it's true. It's true. Because we have been in this thing for a long time. The first thing that these people came into government did is to get away, to do away with the subsidies. And if we are telling these people that we will give you more time, more than the 100 days that have been begging to be given, they should also make policies that are short term to help common mwananchi at this moment. We should not just think about 6 months when people are dying of hunger right now. What is the short-term policy that this government has in order to mitigate the issues that are being raised by the common mwananchi in terms of food security, in terms of hunger, in terms of drought? Let me go to Domi, and then I don't know who was supposed to be speaking next. Sijuni Kuseo. In a minute, Domi, and then we go to Kuseo.
Okay. About the subsidies, I want to bring a practical example. You're in the house, probably you just got employment. You just got employed. Then your child is asking you, "We don't have milk. We don't have food." Then you tell him or her that, "Wait, at the end of the month, I'll get a salary." Really? Is that an answer you can give to a child? So that is the way the Ruto government is behaving. For that food to be ready. Now remember this, from today, this October, it is until this, those places that they plant a lot of, they do large-scale farming of maize. They do it. They plant probably in March or April, and we are talking about the first harvest is usually in July. So you are telling Kenyans to starve until July. My friend, you're not, hakuna kitu utakuwa unasema. Now, you cannot tell Kenyans. You see, first of all, as a president, you have 5 years. You have 5 years, yeah? It is not a 1-year thing. Relax first. Deal with the problem that is affecting Kenyans now first. Ensure everybody is fed. Or even if not everybody is fed 100%, at least people are in position to feed their families. Yeah? Then after that, after doing that, start now the working on, because to me, according to me, the subsidies on fertilizer would have come. In fact, that such a kind of speech would be in Jamhuri Day. Hiyo ndio sasa utatuambia about we are subsidizing fertilizer. Right now, we need people to eat fast. You cannot postpone eating. That is one. Okay. Me say you have talked about you are challenging the statement that I said, sit down and be told. And I will repeat, you are new in office, you have to sit down and be told first. Before you react. Now, what is Ruto reacting to about the manufacturing? What are you reacting to? You have to sit down and let them explain their challenges before you challenge them on how are we going to, okay, so that when you come the next time, you will tell them, okay, you told me this and this. And sometimes, even if you know, as a manager, even if you know the challenges, let them speak themselves. So that when you come the next time to communicate to them, you are going to tell them on what even they themselves spoke. You can challenge them on what they spoke. So you have to sit down and be told first. And that is a fact. Look at the bright CEOs. They take over the company. They don't speak much. They will listen. They come to listen. So what Ruto will be doing now is to listen. Before you give direction, listen. Okay, you can give a general direction from the start of your reign. Tell people how you want things to be done in Kenya as a general statement. But when you are going to meet groups, it is for them to tell you. You cannot challenge them on what you don't know. And for a fact, I can tell you, in the life, in manufacturing, Ruto knows nothing. And that is a fact. Because he's not a manufacturer. He does not know the challenges. He may just be told, anaambiwaka challenges zenye wanapitia ni hii na hii, kijuju. But you don't know the real challenges these people are doing. They are supposed to tell you, okay, hapa kumetufanyia hivi, na tungepata hii, tungepunguza hii. Kama unataka tufanye biashara vizuri, if you want us to pay your people well, then the government should do this.
We can't hear some noise from his background, so we can't hear him.
Domi, if you want to move,
are you okay?
Move.
Okay, I'll move. I think the person has moved. Okay, what I was saying is, so that the manufacturers should also explain what the challenges they are going through, and they tell you, okay, if you want us to perform this way, do this for us. If you want us to pay your people well, make this road, do this, give us cheap electricity also, such a things. At least listen to them first. But you come in to tell them, okay, even if you make all the noise, you will tell them whatever you tell them, and they will go back to their manufacturing. Without it, they will not do what you have said, because what you are saying probably is not practical. Imagine me say, you are coming to tell them, because I know part of what he wants to say is to increase their employability. Okay, I mean the ability to employ. Yes, you will tell them that. If they were able by themselves, they would not need you to tell them that. Wangekuwa wameshaongeza. But listen to them, let them tell you why they are not employing many, why they are reducing, they are retrenching. Then go sit down with your cabinet and prepare to come and face them. Tell them, okay, we have had this, you said this, we are thinking this way. So that is what I'm saying. I was saying the problem with Ruto, he knows everything. Okay, that's what I did.
Okay, thank you, Domi. Duke, I'll come to you briefly. Kuseo, you wanted to say something, and then we go to Duke.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the sort of tangent that has been taken by this current government, and interestingly, most of the weighty issues that the president and the deputy have been, you call them roadside declarations. You see, the government is not yet in place, and they're coming up with certain serious policy issues which you just wonder who exactly is meeting, what is it saying what. You see, for example, the issue on the GMO lifting of the ban. Well, I thought that matter needed to be dealt with by a formally constituted cabinet. Now, on second hand, you wonder whether if it backfires, you can actually say that it wasn't his government, because his cabinet is not yet in place. It will be said that where did that decision come from? Where did that decision come from? So you remember, like now on the Mashujaa Day, he's talking about serious, more or less, I would call them long-term government issues, like the idea of he concentrated on saying how they want to do 200,000 houses a year, how they want to plant 5 billion trees a year. Of course, the issue of bringing in, I think, 1.4 million acres under irrigation. Of course, the fertilizer subsidy, which will bear fruits in, call it, 1 year's time or so, or maybe after 6 months. Now, if the fuel subsidy is not going to be reversed, and we all know in Kenya that once you have anything touching on fuel, all the other commodities are affected in terms of inflation and prices going up, which is just worsening the cost of living. Now, of course, you are aware of the dying people who are dying because of hunger and what have you. Now, I thought in terms of priority, food issues needed to be there in place. Instead of telling us that they have lifted the ban on GMO maize, okay, GMO products, I thought they would say that they are bringing in food, call it the maize from Uganda, so long as it is the right food which will not have issues, to be in place. Now, the issues around this 600 cooling water views for milk, again, to be realized way after 6 months. So, in other words, in the short term, these hardships which wananchi are facing, the hardships, we are not seeing issues, the immediate issues being addressed. Now, if you listen to the vetting that was going on, you realize that these people, the so-called CSS who have been vetted, Between them, they have already clocked 12 billion. Now, these are the people who you wonder whether the issues which is touching their support base, which they refer to as the hustlers, is really their priority. And they are not ashamed of it. Now, if you listen now, if Linturi is saying that there is no way the subsidy, if you can reduce the cost of food or whatever, unless the subsidy is in place. Even in the short run, are we saying that we cannot have the subsidy to help Kenyans? No, those are, for me, things which I'm wondering aloud. Now, I just want to conclude by asking Duke. Duke, I told you that I was preparing to do some very well researched paper, because what is happening around Brookside is that Brookside took over certain not very well performing factories, and they were all done on commercial basis. Now, to imply that an individual imposed these takeovers, I think that was very, very unfair, especially for people who are purely on commercial basis. And I'm quite sure that Brookside is not a politicized company. They are purely in business in the space where they are, and they do what businesses people do. More or less, I think you remember these days there is, I think, a bank called Consolidated Bank. If you remember how it came about, it was, I think, coming together of several other smaller banks who could not raise the then dictated capital that was required by the central bank to sustain a bank. Now, they realized that the going was tough. So, and they decided to come together, and that is how they formed the Consolidated Bank. And as far as I know, although I'm going to come up with more details, Brookside simply took over some of the then struggling factories so that they could merge together and become call it takeover. And there was nobody who was forced to do anything. Thank you.
Yeah, Duke, you had lifted your hand up. Let me give you that chance.
The question you should ask yourself is that why the takeoff of too many companies, more than 5, then the president implements protectionism mechanism whereby it prevents commodities from other countries of West Africa, so that the Brookside will have more market as a monopoly and the prices will increase. Why? Was that a coincidence? And Brookside is dealing in milk production and processing, and also those other companies are doing the same. Why will other companies not do well and Brookside is doing well? So those are the question. But
don't worry, Duke, I'm going to do my research and come back in the next few days with the facts.
Okay, but when you talk about the issue of subsidies, even if we subsidize some commodities halfway, there are still Kenyans who are going to struggle. The fact is that we have some Kenyans who are extremely poor. When you say that unga be 50, there will also others who will not have that 50. But what is important is this. We should have like a sustainable strategy to solving problems. If you are trying to solve a problem and it's not sustainable, it means you are even increasing the problem, because you don't have money, you go to pour more to give subsidies. So it means in the long run, that money has been given to people. It's not going to create profit. There is no project that is going to generate income. So ultimately, you will tax people more. And I've said that not once, not twice. Also, the issue that if you increase the price of fuel, something, all commodity, the price of other commodities will increase, not to such extent. For instance, the price of unga has reduced actually. The 2 kg package now it's 170, and it was 230. Why? Because the government insisted that the markup price should be genuine, not more than 10%. You can imagine you find that companies trying to take advantage of even a small increase of gas or petrol, and they triple the prices. So you can ask your question, why has the price of unga reduced from 230 to 170 per 2 kg packages? Because of when you have a government which is strict, which is trying to monitor the way companies not to mistreat consumers. That's the also talking about Brookside. I think there is a provision in the government where companies are not allowed to, and also that in the US, companies are not allowed to have, I think, more than 30% of the market share, especially by taking up. If, for instance, you have a company which is, if there is a match of two companies, and if those two companies match and control more than 30% of the share of a given sector, it should not be allowed to take place. That happens in across many countries. So that prevents to have monopolies which can raise the prices as they want.
You are saying more than 30% of the market share?
There's something of that kind of the market share in a sector. You check about that. Even in the US, a lot of companies have been prevented from merging due to that. So finally to say, what also the contention of not expanding the market to asking in the supermarkets, go and check the prices across the supermarkets. Also, many of you are advocating for protectionism. You are not. For instance, you want countries to be isolated, to exist in vacuum, whereby products will not come from outside the country. And the basket case, which should discourage that, is the UK. Currently, the economy of the UK is having issues. Actually, it is struggling more than other European counterparts like the France, like Germany, because it's tried to dissociate itself from a union which was functioning. And also the case which is successful with the European Union. After the formation of the European Union, and there was free trade, free movement of people across the borders, the economy of the European Union has increased. So I think the question should be, for instance, if there is free trade in East Africa, how Kenya is going to gain the ultimate gain from that, but not trying to focus on one industry. No, assume, for example, by having a free market, Kenya would gain maybe say 700 billion. But without free, we will not gain. We will have the status quo as they are. So what's the ultimate or the aggregate gain from free trade? There must be advantages of that. That's why across many countries, there are free trade areas, whether it's, I think even the US and Mexico and Canada has some agreements. Even there are several parts, even in the West Africa, in South Africa. So there is evidence that when there is a free market, it means they will expand the production of the market will increase. Because if a company is having customers from Kenya and now it's free to explore the customers in Tanzania and Uganda, it will increase. So that's what I can say.
Yeah, I know Roba is itching to respond to that, but Duke, you brought an important issue about free trade areas, and I agree with you. We have NAFTA, we have all those trade agreements between countries. What I would have wished you to show us is a written agreement from William Ruto and Museveni, or Suluhu, in terms of what goods are going to be zero rated across the countries, what Kenyans will benefit from these agreements that we are being told, the 44 barriers that have been removed, unless you show us a document that we can publish and show farmers this is what we are going to gain from this agreement, then what you're selling us, you're selling to us here is just hot air. Roba.
Yes, in fact, on that same point, Duke is speaking as if Uhuru Kenyatta was just, he wakes up, he puts everything on his own. Kenya is a democracy. When Uhuru was a president, so for you to come here and say he just promoted whatever industry he owned, which was the milk, then from there he put some of these sanctions. I mean, that's not a true statement. And in fact, what you just said, that about Ruto and whatever East Africa Union, I mean, we are not doing things in the old fashion. Whatever they agreed has to be approved by parliament, because as we are a democracy, Tanzania is a dictatorship, Uganda is a dictatorship. Let's be sincere. So, not like these things are being just going there, the president says whatever says, it happens. That's what Duke wants us to believe. And one thing I want to bring up here is this. One of the things I came when I go to Kenya, I came to realize one of the companies which is just like, which comes close in a developed country where you can say the operations and other things, is Brookside. I mean, it's Brookside. And now when you are telling me, just because they acquired struggling companies, and now that it was just a cartel takeover, I mean, that's out of your mind. Yeah, that's out of your mind. Brookside is one of the companies we need. We need more companies like them to operate. I mean, I'm just telling you. We have seen a lot of companies, big companies. But Brookside is the only company in Kenya in terms of when you talk of transport and other logistics somewhere there, which comes to cross. I mean, just like, okay, you can see, there's hope here. But if now we want to kill it, it makes no sense. Before I finish, Duke, we know elections have come, have gone. It's time for William Ruto to rule the country, to be our president. Whatever happened, as some of us, we have moved on. But him, he's doing nothing. People are suffering. And I'm telling you, if this thing goes through Christmas, people are just angry. People are just starving because of nothing's being done. It's going to have it very, very rough come next year. And I'm telling you, this is not a Kenyan country like before Moi time or whatever, first president, where you can go freely, lie to people, you dictate them, and you don't care what the outcome is. This one is going to be very bad for him. He will be held accountable for it, because our people are no longer the way they used to be, like, just like what the president said, that's what he says, and nothing happens. We are watching him, we are looking at him, and we are waiting all these cabinet, whatever you can call them, and we are waiting. This is the most useless parliament so far. The most useless parliament. And they are very stupid. We are waiting for them to tell us, because they are so quiet, they can't even just, that's a problem with our people, man. There's a problem with the Kenyan. When somebody, like the governor, you see the governor of Kericho, he's just abusing people who are invested. People are investors, I'm sorry. He's abusing them. The kind of language he's using, very rude. Because he knows whether you like or not, him is going to make some money. But he doesn't care about those people who depend from these investors who have come and invested in the country. That's where we go wrong. When you get power just like we get trained of it. We forget. That's a problem. And William Ruto and the governor, so the governor from Kericho, they are good examples of people who have just got power, and now they think they can just, I was about to use a very bad word, or everybody. Let me just leave it there.
All right, don't use that word, Roba. Anyway, let me. I know Missy has been silent for a while. I want us also to go to Missy, but Duke, you had lifted your hand. I hope it's just a 30 seconds comment. Then we go to Missy and then Simon. Duke, you had a question?
No, I wanted to comment on the issue of Kericho. You see, what happens if, for instance, you see the contracts which those companies have. They are actually one-sided contracts whereby some of them were actually pre-colonial contracts which have been extended through backdoor over the years. And that's how you find the government is losing a lot of money. For instance, if you see some houses, government properties or houses in the CBD or across Kenya, you find a house which actually generates millions per month is leased at like 200,000 per year. That's how the government loses money. Therefore, the government should implement specific strategies, for instance, ensuring that all tea must be processed before exported. Those must be the provision which those companies must obey. Otherwise, they should be abandoned.
Okay, Mise.
Thank you, Makiadi. I think I just wanted to say that on issues of what has been articulated there, I think Kuseo spoke about roadside declaration, and also Domi spoke of the same. So they also ended up identifying that that is a policy issue, and if it's a policy issue, then they would know there is something called policy cycle, and under the policy cycle, there are stages of a policy cycle. So we have identification, gathering of information. Besides gathering of information, we have decision making, implementation, and then after implementation, we have evaluation, and then at the last stage, we have termination or renewing of that policy. So I just want to say, to me, roadside declaration can be translated into policy. So if people in the process, you gather information, identify a problem, and you have gathered information and you make a decision that you're going to address it. So there is under implementation, there's also budget allocation that you are going, in order to be able to achieve or execute that policy. So for me, it's the priority, the order of priority is where I'm having issues. If they want to declare issues alongside the road and implement it in order of priority, I honestly don't have a problem. One, I think also is better to understand that the work of the government is to create an enabling environment for its citizens to trade in terms of have good security and enforcing rules and regulations and making sure that they have made sure the economy is good, for foreign relationship is okay, and so on. So, and the public services as well. So for me, I am more concerned with this government in matters of service delivery and the time that it's taking to deliver the so promised services. That is where I'm having a problem. How they want to run their government is okay. But in terms of priority, is where I'm having a challenge. And I want to agree with Domi for once that yes, we must look at the long term and the short term, long term and short term approach in making sure that we have addressed our problems. It is okay to increase food production, enable farmers to be able to produce enough, but that is not going to happen overnight. That is going to take some time. But before then, what can we do to keep people going? It is okay to create jobs, invest in enable small and medium enterprises to be able to hire or create employment. But how long is this going to take? If the projection is 3 years or 2 years, is this addressing the immediate and imminent challenges that the people are facing? On that approach, I want to agree with everyone on that. But also, the government has its own approach. But it's okay for the president to say they want to plant trees. Trees are not a short-term project, as a long-term. But again, we also expect that if we plant trees, trees come with benefits at a later stage. This is not even a 10-year project that benefit that we start getting. It's going to take a little while. Now, Makiadi, you asked of a document of a free trade within East Africa, whether there is an agreement. I think you need to check the EPA document. It's there. Maybe I was actually trying to forward to send to you on WhatsApp. There is a document. There's an agreement, a free trade agreement among the East African community, and there is an extension to the with actually also that also part of it, not AU but EU as well, how we should trade with them and what are terms of engagement. So we do have that agreement, and probably you need to take a minute and see. I will send to you on your WhatsApp.
Yeah, Mise, I just wanted to know, my issue is not with the EPA or whatever you're calling it. My issue is with the last trip by the President of the Republic of Kenya. I would have wished to see a document. I don't know if you're referring to the same document or...
No. I mean, let's first understand that Kenya exports. We have said this here again and again. Kenya exports about not exports. Exports about a value of about 3.4 billion Kenyan shillings to Uganda. 8% of steel and other stones, jewelry, and that we export to Uganda. So the foreign trip of the President of the Republic to Uganda would not be in vain to cement that continued relationship with our trading partners like country like Uganda and so on. So to me, that is part of his duties to foster foreign affairs so that we can continue having good relationship. Because do you remember this time when we started having issues with Migingo? We did not settle. Every other time we were thinking of, maybe Uganda is going to attack us. Remember the challenges that we've had with Somali. So when we have peaceful neighbors, it is something to appreciate. It's just like Canada, Mexico, and US. They enjoy a certain relationship that enables them, whether they do have certain challenges, they can sit down and reason together because they are peaceful neighbors. And geographically, it disadvantages them because they are the immediate neighbor isolated from the other side. So for me, I don't have an issue with the president's foreign trips.
Okay, let me move on to Simon, and I'll come back to you, Mise. Perhaps I would want to hear how on a scale of 1 to 10, what you give this government for the first 1 month that they have been in office. I would love to hear why you rate that government the way you rate it. But let me move on to Simon first, and then we go to Domi.
Thank you very much again, Makiendi. I have a reason to the several panelists that have been able to speak. And I wanted to say something about something that was mentioned earlier about how Mother Karua was, how she behaved in 2007, were representing the government of the day, the President Mwai Kibaki, and to me, that I started to be corrected at the time. She got 2 cups. She had 2 cups, and she can always alternate them. I think at the time she acted as the lawyer that she is, as the counsel that she is. So if you hire a lawyer, Makiadi, they're just gonna get the facts, and then they're gonna ask you a few questions, and then they're gonna interpret them and they're gonna represent you. So it is just common sense that if you're in the government of the day, for example, today, if in Ludo's government, there's multiple lawyers like the likes of the milkmen and the rest. If they are asked to, if the government is in any kind of trouble, in any, even if it's elections law, they're gonna be on the government side. So you saw it's just the politics and the law that is in the people in the governing positions. You saw in 2013 or somewhere after the elections, you saw the guy that we are talking about today, the Miguna, swearing in Raila Odinga. And what did you say? Miguna was acting as the lawyer he was. But if you want to know the consistency of Miguna, you have to look at his history. You have to see what he does on a daily basis. You have to look at his background. So right now he's on the side of the government. So basically, he and our politicians, and most of them are, like where their stomachs are. They're basically where their stomachs are. That's what it is. So, but having said that, you have to look at the core principles of the personality. This person keep changing as per every cycle, or they have some kind of consistency. So when you look like right now, what Mother Karua has shown consistently is the same that she has to say as she sees it. She calls the shot. She says what she sees. So to me, that is not something that I can say that you just can pinpoint to her and say that just because she said what she said in 2007, that is a complete discredit of her. She represented the government at the time, and she won. She today can be hired by Ruto and represent him. So that's the lawyer she is. Moving from that, I heard about one panelist talking about the service delivery is the worry that he does have, but and I totally disagree. He has every reason to worry, and so do I. So do most Kenyans, and the reason is very simple. What do you expect when you don't appoint people based on merit? What do you expect? What is going to happen? When you have people like Moses Kuria, who have no history of running any big institution, what do you expect? Somebody who has never even learned a cattle dip, like Aisha Jumwa, and then you give them a whole cabinet secretary. What do you expect? That is a question that is in a lot of us in our people's mind. It's not only on Mrs. Mind, it's a question that we're asking, and we know If you go to some of the developed countries, and even in Kenya, I remember we were being asked back in the day to produce certificate of good conduct. What happened to the certificate of good conduct? If you go to other countries that are developed, they will tell you, we need you to see your background check. If Makiadi, you have been a thief for most part of your life. I'm just using you as an example because I can kick you around. You're gonna do nothing. So if you have been a thief most of your life, and we give you the ministry of whatever energy, what is expected of you? The only thing that you can do is what you are good in, thieving, stealing. That's what you're gonna do. So basically, when it comes to service delivery, anybody who thinks that the Ruto government is gonna deliver, you're in a slumberland and you better wake up. And you know what I'm thinking? Let's assume that the elections were never stolen. If the elections were never stolen, and the majority of Kenyans decided, even after being told by the people who have seen the character of Ruto and his cohorts, you have seen their behavior. They have been in every coffer, in every public coffer, and you have been warned by somebody. If, for example, we have been sharing the same office with you, Missy. We have been sharing the office with you for the last 10 years. Are you not the right person to talk about my character? So to me, what I feel, as much as I feel the pain for my country, I think it comes a time that you say, you get what you pay for. That's what the Kenyan people bargain for. So if this government doesn't deliver, which to me is not going to deliver, it has started on a very wrong note, electing the wrong people, killing all the institutions that are there have been performing, killing all the industries, killing all the entrepreneurs, backstabbing. I don't think I have zero hope for it to perform. And as I don't have any hope, and I think a lot of Kenyans are gonna be the same. And I hope they'll be mad and they will learn a lesson. So I was thinking, like, for example, why did the president not offer to import eggs from Uganda and Tanzania? And he specified the milk. Why? Thank you so much.
Mise, unmute.
Okay, Simon Siende, I just want to jog your mind. You talked of 2007 as Mother Karua, who was a lawyer. Then, and I also wanted to remind you, Mother Karua, of 2013. Okay, so, and I will read. I was actually trying to look exactly what she said. So this is what she said. Before I forget, and by vote. Okay, so this is what exactly I'm gonna read. She said in 2013, I just want to assume she acted in the capacity of a lawyer. And when you are a lawyer, by any time, by the code of ethics, conduct and ethics. You're bound to conduct yourself in a manner that does not contravene or contradict the law. So at any time, you are highly required, both in private and in public. Now, what Mother Karua said in 2013, she said that I do not share any values with the Prime Minister, RAILA Amolo Odinga, nor do I admire his politics. In fact, I've been calling upon him to go home with President Kibaki. Both he and President Kibaki have been totally unable to uproot corruption within their ranks. And therefore, the voters of Kenya ought to be good enough to send both home, one by vote and the other by law. So if by any chance we were giving an exception that in 2013 she acted as in the capacity of a lawyer, which actually that was at a later date when they went to court, but prior to going to court, she was very fierce, and she was against Raila Amolo Odinga in 2013. She did that, and she publicly said that Raila Amolo Odinga had failed to uproot corruption from within his ranks. And also she said that she does not admire the values. She does not share, neither does she admire the politics of Raila Amolo Odinga. So I was just wondering, since when she started sharing the values and admiring the politics of Raila Amolo Odinga. So Mother Karua should be the last person to be even speaking today, because, or rather criticizing or talking about corruption, or even being at the forefront talking about Raila Amolo Odinga. She was a perpetrator of injustice against the victory of Raila Amolo Odinga in 2007. Better the enemy you don't know than the enemy that dines with you every day. And that is what is happening with Raila Amolo Odinga. So we cannot forgive him. At a very personal capacity, at a later date in 2013, she actually confirmed the same statements that she made in 2007. I just wanted to jog your mind.
Well, you did very good. Can I respond? Yeah, you did very good, Mise. I don't have the privilege, nor the capacity, nor the advantage of being in front of a computer like you are. So everything that we say, I can see you going to the computer and checking. I'm just using my memory. So that's number one. Number two, I think you went too far. You should ask, or either you chose not to finish your statement. You should have finished by saying, by going to the recent past, which is 2022. If you were closely watching the politics, and please don't Google again, just use your memory at home. If you just looked at the current 2022 politics, I'll remind you, without looking anywhere, that Mother Karua was the had a very hard time making her decision whether to join Ruto or to join Raila Amolo Odinga. Why? Because she had issues with both. But she had a very strong, she had to make a decision. Mother Karua, you hate it, you love it. She's an important and integral part of the Kenyan politics. So both Raila and Ruto wanted her to be in their camp. So, and then she took quite a long time to make a decision, and it took her to evaluating the personality or the personality of every individual, the two of them, and the team. that they were their teams that were behind them. And it didn't matter how much pressure that you put on her. She's not going to make a decision.
How much time did
Finally, she did make the decision. And the decision that she made, she said, I asked you not to Google. You're still Googling.
No, I'm not.
I say,
you're not on my side here to know if I'm Googling.
Hold on, Miss.
But talk about Kalonzo. How long did he take to make a decision?
Hold on, Miss. You're given time to respond. We'll give you time to respond. Go ahead, Simon.
What I'm saying is very simple. She said, I have looked at both. And even though I don't agree with most of what they stand for, I'm inclined to move, to lean towards Raila Amolo Odinga. And she leaned at the background where she comes from. When you started, you didn't go back enough to 1992, when she was her lawyer. I could be wrong with a year. Again, I'm not looking at the computer. I could be wrong with a year. But she was her lawyer. So you cannot say she was representing her knowing that she has nothing in common with her. Although she may have come and said that, she shares a lot of things, a lot of beliefs, a lot of fighting for the people. And that is a big one. Fighting for the people, for Mother Karua and Raila Amolo Odinga. If nothing else, they are very similar. Who has Ruto fought for? Tell us one person or one village that Mr. Ruto has ever helped. We have seen people in very small capacities, even buying ambulances for people, but doing a borehole for people. Ruto has never done anything. And those are the bases that formed Mother Karua's decision to support Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll come to you, Domi. I don't know why Misa is trying to take us back to these kind of politics. I think we settled this thing a long time ago. You selectively choose to, quote Martha Karua, but failed to tell us that Musalia Mudavadi, Amason Kingi, the likes of Wetangula were all on Raila's side, and they crossed over to William Ruto's side. So I don't know. I don't think this is a road that we want to take right now, because we'll probably be going back to something that we are not destined to discuss today. But having said,
Makiad, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
I think I spoke. The subject of today is not Wetangula. It's not the rest of the people that you mentioned, but it is the context is Mother's speech today, and that is why I spoke about her. But that being said, in terms of making a decision, we do have other people, and that's why I wanted to remind Seymour that even Kalonzo, it took Kalonzo a long time as well to decide. People made decisions towards where they thought they could get a position. So if you thought that Mother Karua did not join Ruto because of other reasons, Mother Karua chose where she could be given a position, and and the fact that Raila Amolo Odinga was desperate to woo the voters of Central, he chose her on two accounts. One, coming from the region of Central, and two, the gender, to woo the women, so that Mother could bring in the women voters. So really and truly, Mother chose where her interest would be factored, because on the other side, maybe she couldn't be accorded the same opportunity she was accorded in Azimia.
Missy, you're trying to lower this debate. Let me ask you something, and I don't want you to answer right now because Julia is here and Domi wants to speak in a minute. Do you want to tell me that the reason why Raila Odinga chose, you want to be serious that you're telling us one of the reasons why Raila Odinga chose Martha Karua was to bring the women vote to his basket. Do you have the data that shows how many women voted for Raila in 2017 that would not have voted for him in 2022? That's question number one. Number two, what data do you have to show that William was performing very well with women voters as compared to Raila Odinga? Domi, in a minute, and then we go to Julia.
I think, you see, the problem with the argument that Mise is bringing up is, it's like you are bringing one-sided of the whole thing, or just using a minor thing to explain the whole thing. One thing, okay, about the choice. Let me start with the choice. The choice of Martha Karua. If you are talking of women, we had Charity Ngilu, who is a very strong woman. In fact, politically, he existed before Martha Karua. If you are talking of the population to be brought in fact, the debate, we also debated on Mtembei. Kalonzo's force, or what Kalonzo would bring, was much more than what Martha Karua would have brought. So that is not that one. Me say for all sake, leave alone such an argument, because they don't carry any water. Okay, if I may say about Martha Karua, you see, we cannot judge Martha Karua on two issues, and we forget about so many things that Martha Karua stands for. Okay, he stood with Kibaki in 2007. Fine. Of which, anyway, even Wetangula stood with the Kibaki, and he was a hardline on that side. But in the end, he came to support. He came to work with Raila. Remember one of those? In fact, Wetangula was among the hardliners in that discussion. He was among those people who went to do the discussion with Kofi Annan. But afterwards, he joined Raila's camp. Okay, in 2013, remember, Martha Karua was Vai, and he would say anything to support his Vai. So we cannot also judge Martha Karua just 100% on that. He might have said that he does not share anything. But let us face the reality. Martha Karua is a fighter for human rights as Raila. Martha Karua is strict on law. I mean, on corruption, like Raila. Raila ended up losing his political support of the Kalenjin, just because he was he was enforcing the planting of trees in Mao. At least there is something he stands for politically that is against corruption, and that is what Raila stands for. They have a lot of similarities, but he had to, politically, that is she had to take that stand in 2013 because she also, so that we cannot judge her on such an issue. If before we judge somebody, let us look at the major things and how many things he has done on the wrong before we can judge him. Like now, we judge Ruto the way he is because he has consistently. The problem is not one-off. Not that he did something once and forgot, or he did two things that we can point, he did this and this. But he has consistent. We look at the consistency. We should not judge Martha Karua just on those two occasions. Look at what else has she done? What else has she been? What does she stand for? Those are very important issues. I think that's what we should look at. But I think Martha Karua was the best for RAILA, despite the fact that she would. According to me, if it happens that RAILA anasimama tena, I would really support that he stands with Martha Karua. Because to me, that's one of the best people.
All right.
And also in Kenya, we should also somehow be forgiving. Let us forgive some things. Let us not hold too much. Okay. I think that's what I would say.
Safi Domi. Let me go to Julia next. Karibu.
Asante. Good to see you, Makiadi Domi. Hi, Miss. You owe me some questions. Zajana, Benson. Lakini Miss, unapenda kuchokoza watu saa zile wanataka kulala.
Habari yako Julia, you look good by the way. I like the earrings and I like the background, everything in you. You look perfect.
That won't change my mind. Now, mother is a good person.
That was what we are calling a very academic approach. The same way William Ruto is making statements to try and distract us from the real thing. Go ahead, Julia.
Yeah, Mr. is trying to distract me, but he's saying something about mother. Mother is a good person. Just like Domi has said, if we supporting Kibaki does not mean she has lost her principles. And then she said if she says she's not satisfied with Kibaki and Raila's fight against corruption, even me, I was not satisfied. Because I think it's the era of Kibaki and Raila where we had Golden Bag, all those bra, Murungaru sijui akafutwa kazi, Mwirari had a scandal. So if Martha Karua said that, I think we need to agree with her. So whether I was voting for Kibaki or not, I would agree with her that Kibaki could have done better in the fight against corruption. So if she said that, that's okay. Now, if she supported Kibaki in 2007, that's her choice. Everybody has a political choice. So, I mean, she had Kibaki and Raila. And I don't think Kibaki had corruption scandals. The only thing that happened at the election may not have been fair in 2007. So, I don't think we can pin her down for that, Mise. And then if 2013, she's not again with Uhuru, I don't know, I can't remember exactly what happened. That's her political choice. But the bottom line is, Martha Karua has no corruption scandals, Mr. Mise. That's the bottom line. She has no corruption scandals. Now, Raila also has no corruption scandals. So if they differed at one time in terms of ideologies, it's okay if they differed. And sometimes if you have Raila and Kibaki and you want to decide who to support, I think you may be torn between the two of them because the two people are gentlemen and they don't have corruption scandals. So if I tell you I was supporting Kibaki, it is not because I had very many good reasonable reasons against Raila. It's just that I'd support one of them. So I think we can't pin down Mother for that, Mise. And it is even, I think, unfair to compare Mother with the likes of the people in Udaku and all the others. But in 2022, now you say 2022, she comes out, she takes her time, she doesn't decide, she takes her time to decide whether to be, by the way, one thing I'm sure of about Mother is that she was very sure, she even had said, she was very sure, and she was very sure she cannot work with Ruto. That one, she was very sure. The only thing she had not decided that worked with Raila. But for Ruto, Mother alikuwa ameamua because she has her principles. Because why? We know who Ruto is. You people, you like us to paint Ruto, we know he's a chief of corruption. So Mother had a very good reason to say that she had made up her mind she cannot work with Ruto. But for Raila, she can't pin down Raila for corruption scandals. But she said one thing, that even on the other side of Raila, there are corrupt people. And even me, I agree with her. that there are some people who are backing Raila that had corruption scandals or have had corruption scandals. So I would have felt the same like mother. In fact, I was wondering when Baba was campaigning, and there are some people that I suspect to be corrupt in Azimio, I was asking myself how Baba was going to handle it after he gets to power. And I was praying that he doesn't behave the way Ruto has behaved. And I truly believe Baba would have done something different. Now, on overall, my view, is that it is only mother and Baba that would have helped us fight the corruption war in Kenya. Otherwise, it's easy to combine both. Let me go back to the topic. Now, mother talked about something about Ruto's presidency. I agree with her. I don't think it's legitimate. And though now he's been sworn in, like mother says, so if he's been sworn in, we can say the law accepts the law in Kenya. I would put it this way. Ruto's presidency has been promoted by the impunity in Kenya. So it is a presidency that was promoted through impunity. So I would say like mother. Now I want to talk about Miguna's entrance. And even if you have not said anything about Miguna, what do you think about the place of Miguna Makiadi in Kenya's politics? I think it's an interesting thing to think about. Somebody the other day was saying that Miguna is a hero. I don't know what Miguna has done for Kenya, apart from swearing Baba. I need to be helped there. The other thing that when we talk about heroes, I don't know who the president recognized during the Heroes Day, because my heroes are the people who have changed Kenya. And I think I can start from Baba. And I can mention a number of people who are still there, the people like Orengo, people that I saw fight for multi-party democracy. I think there are many people we can talk about. Even Paul Mwite fought a good fight. And then the late Kenneth Matiba, Rubia, we have Jaramogi Oginga. I remember that when Kenneth Matiba was detained, Jaramogi and his team are the ones who went to Kamukunji. Then we can go back the fight for independence. We can go talk about the fight for multi-party democracy, Constitution 2010, and then we can talk about the fight for independence. We can go down memory lane. But somebody asked me, I don't know, I don't know who asked who. What has Ruto done for this country? Ni nini ametufanyia? Mtu aniambie tu, wewe kama unatetea Ruto, uniambie Ruto has done 1, 2, 3. I want someone to tell me the difference Ruto has made in this country. Let me tell you, fellow Kenyans, I'm not embarrassed and ashamed to say this, that I'm also addressing Geoffrey Ruto and others. Ruto will be remembered for corruption scandals. Ruto and Gachagua will be remembered for major corruption scandals in Kenya and other worse things that we do not want to discuss again on this TV. But we shall remember Baba for fighting for this country. We shall remember him on the streets all the time. We shall remember him for Constitution 2010. We shall remember him for multi-party democracy. We shall remember Kenneth Matiba for multi-party democracy. We shall remember Jaramogi Oginga for independence and multi-party democracy. Masida Murilo, we shall remember them for multi-party democracy. There are people we shall remember in this country for the things they have done. But I'm asking myself, you people, what shall we remember Ruto for? I think me and my children and my grandchildren, because I will teach them, I will not be spreading hate, but I got to teach them history about who we shall remember. I hope they don't remember Ruto, because they may remember Ruto for major corruption scandals. But my question is, what is the place of Miguna in today's politics? Je, amekuja, do you think he's taking over from Baba? For me, I don't think so. I watched something. I don't market whether you watched that. I have that clip. Bunge la Wananchi, wale watu. I have not been paying attention to that. But I think those people are beginning to make sense in the politics of Kenya. And they were warning Miguna that let him not think that he's taking the place of Baba. And I'm thinking that it's really going to be hard for somebody to take the place of Baba. He has worked hard for it. If people from Mount Kenya feel he has worked hard for it, Baba is no longer just a Luo kingpin. He's a national leader. He means a lot to the whole country. So I don't think Miguna is going to take the place of Baba. And if he was thinking that he's going to to make a difference in the politics of Kenya, I think he's really very mistaken, because he used a very wrong dimension. He began by insulting Uhuru and RAILA, and he's forgetting that Uhuru and RAILA still have their backyard and their support. And then when he is doing that, he said that something about the current government, and he said that he doesn't believe that Ruto is one who enabled him to come back home. So Miguna is a confrontational man. So I don't think he's going to fit in the Kenya Kwanza government. In fact, I said yesterday, I think it's going to be a pain on Ruto's A for some time now, as soon as he settles down. But I'm wondering if he's thinking he can take over Raila's place. I think he's mistaken, but I stand to be corrected. I would like to hear what the members of the panel say. Asante, Makiadi.
Okay, thank you, Julia. I can see Mbudia is here. Perhaps he will tell us what role Miguna is coming to play in the Kenyan political scene. But I don't know if, Julia, you did not have a chance to listen to what the President William Ruto's speech was all about. I think he acknowledged one hero, and that hero is the son of a peasant who rose from walking barefoot and selling chicken on the sides of the roads of somewhere in Kamagut or somewhere in Sugoi, and became president. So that was one of the people that was acknowledged, and I think that is the only person that I had being acknowledged in that function. Miguna, I don't know. You know, some people, some analysts are talking about Miguna, you know, being brought back to the country, or being allowed back to the country to try and keep Raila Odinga busy. I don't know how true that is, because I've never had Raila Odinga respond to Miguna's attacks. I think there are people who are better off positioned to answer to Miguna's outbursts, and I don't think Raila Odinga will lower himself to you know, a position whereby he'll be answering to Miguna's attack. So Miguna is a Kenyan. Just like we always say here, it is a sad thing that happened to him. It's good that he's allowed back into his country. He has the freedom to talk what he wants, but one thing that he'll not expect. I was listening to the interview between Miguna and Joe Ageo today, and he was claiming that Raila Odinga was given money, cash, and Joe Ageo called it out. And he said, you must bring evidence. If you don't have evidence, then we cannot allow you to do this on this show. And Miguna is leading Joe Ageo to go and have an interview with Raila Odinga to ask him if he indeed was given money. So you can see he is being positioned in, you know, strategically to make sure that he keeps Raila Odinga busy with all his outbursts. But I don't think Raila Odinga is going to lower himself into that category whereby they'll be answering each other with Miguna. That is something that I will not expect Raila Odinga to do. Julia, you want to comment on that?
I want to say that about Ruto not really talking about heroes is because if you talk about heroes, people will be like, and you, umetufanyia nini? Unaona, he's avoiding that path. He got to, you see, Uhuru and Kibaki and others took their time to mention those heroes. I mean, our past presidents, they have taken their time to mention our heroes. But Ruto will avoid that path very much because, you know, he's on the contrary. He's on the other side. Then about Miguna, I think Miguna is a careless talker. He's not a mature politician. And I can compare, I think Miguna and Kuria can be put in the same boat. I think those two people can be in the same boat. So I don't think it's going to be significant. And you are like saying, I think Baba should not respond to Miguna's statements and outrageous statements because he's not, they are not in the same genre. Sijui Budhi ametoroka ama wifi imemtupa.
Atarudi tu. But what I want to say is this: I don't know what the priority of. Okay, I'm looking at the way this government is doing its stuff. You know, you want to kill so many birds with one stone. I think they are trying to do a lot of things that are not working out. So that's why you see one day they do this, they try to try to divert people's attention from the critical issues. And the reason why this Miguna return was highly publicized was because they wanted to create a perception in the country that there's a person who is going to liberate the so-called Lake region. It was all politics. I mean, him coming back is good. I totally condemn the way he was treated, but the publicity that the return was given was supposed to send a message to somebody. Unfortunately, it was a failure, a big failure. And you know, these journalists run around the country asking questions. Miguna was expecting to have the numbers that he thought he would have at the airport. He said he published
and a crowd like you remember Makiadi, a crowd like, you know, the only other person who received a crowd is Baba. You remember the time that I don't know where Baba was coming from and who was preventing him from addressing people. You remember that?
Yeah,
Then
the
the
return
other
from the US. Yeah.
yeah, the return from the US. Then the other person who received that was Matiba. You know, you come back home and the whole country comes to a standstill. So I don't know what Ruto was expecting. Who was going to eat for Miguna? I need someone to help me understand that.
Yeah, so they publicize this thing as if in Itango matter, I'm a matter. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's like mwokozi wa watu wanarudi kutoka ng'ambo kuokoa wale ambao wamefinyiliwa. But the truth is, Miguna is a nobody's dog. And the earlier these people realize that, the better, because you cannot tame Miguna. You cannot tame Miguna. You know, it's
Yeah,
it's
you
like
cannot tame him. You cannot
tame him.
tame him.
It's like somebody who gets a snake when it's still in its egg. I mean, it has not hatched yet, and then you feed it, and this is a poisonous snake. It will bite you one day. So these people are trying to impress Miguna, and we have videos here of the likes of Murkomen, who was saying that Miguna is a person is a threat to the national security of the Republic of Kenya. We have videos of Moses Kuria in the same jet that Miguna was being exiled in, and saying that we are making sure that this guy is going to Canada. So these people that are all of a sudden turning out to be mashabiki wa Miguna are the same people that were persecuting him. I was looking at the videos today, and there's a video that is very clear that Raila was in the airport and he was being pushed around with the police officers here trying to take Miguna to the plane. And now the same people who are saying this guy should leave because he's a threat to us are the same people who are welcoming him back because they think they can use him. I can assure you, it is only a matter of days. It is only a matter of days. And Joageo asked Miguna if he's willing to take up a position in William Ruto's government, especially the CAS position. He said he cannot be bribed. He cannot take an illegal position. So you are yet to see his true self.
In the event he takes a position, that would be so much drama in Ruto's government. I'm telling you. In fact, if they thought they were going to use him against Baba, they are so mistaken. They should have let him stay in Canada. You know, if Miguna had come back during the days of Uhuru, he would have made some impact because it would be like he's back, though they didn't want him to be back. But now he's back. Uhuru is retired. Then Ruto is one bringing him back to try and bring down the popularity of Baba. That is going to work against Ruto's government. It is going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to watching that drama, Makiadi.
Okay, let me give Mbudhi an opportunity to speak.
Yeah,
I hope internet
can I-
itakuangusha.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to certain things that you have said about
na internet mise.
Yeah,
Let's allow him to speak.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Richie. Good to see you, Julia and Mise.
Yeah, let me start off with Miguna, and we all agree, and I think we are all in agreement that I think what happened to Miguna should not happen to any other Kenyan, and that was the highest of injustice for any citizen, and I hope it will never happen again. And it's good to see Miguna back as a private citizen like any other person. But reading to the details is three things. One, anyone who is watching the next phase of politics in Kenya knows that a revolution is imminent. Like consolidating a revolution, and that's why we are all here mentioning, bunge la wananchi. That's why we are mentioning. That's why you see a lot of targeted campaign about, what Ruto is not doing well, and that's why you see other private citizens like former President Uhuru Kenyatta in the streets, and it's shaping up very well and very fast. And I think 90 days, end of 90 days is the beginning of a movement that is leading towards a revolution. And in that sense, somebody to acquire that kind of mentality is the General Miguna. So I think Miguna have been brought in as a special purpose vehicle to deal with those kind of people. He fashions himself as a general, and I think that will be one of the special assignment that Ruto will give Miguna, because me and you know that that is what the opposition is thinking wherever they are, and you can see, from media and all that, that is shaping up. Number two, in response to the revolution, is to demonstrate that there was travesty of justice, there was extrajudicious killings, and you can see the movement on what happened, the special unit that killed 643. You can see Haki Africa, you can see some media targeted towards extrajudicial. So that is also shaping as a response of the past regime. How many people killed? And I think extraditing Miguna was the beginning of a special unit that would act against, a blatant violation of people's human rights and blatant a violation to our constitution. In the coming days, the government of Dr. William Ruto is going to demonstrate how Uhuru and his people, Ibicho, Matiang'i, Kinoti, how they have killed over 700 people who are supporting Ruto, and it is shaping up. Anyone can see that. So Miguna will start with Miguna telling the story, and now you can see the Indians, you can see the guy from Dagoretti, and it will shape up to 700 people. And Miguna will be coming handy to read a narrative of what happened. Having said that, the convergence somewhere along the way would be trying to find a compromise, because both teams will play hard, tough around those two areas, and Miguna comes in handy. That is what I read. That is what I hear behind the curtains and how it is shaping up. And I think those are the discussions that are coming up in the coming weeks. Somebody's asking about Jacob Juma and Musando. Those were done in 2018 and 2017 and 2016, 2017. I think the handshake brothers should have dealt with Musando. They should have dealt with Jacob Juma. Let me dive into the issue of
But
mother.
before you move to the issue of Mother Karua, I'd love to ask you a question here, because you authoritatively say here that the William Ruto, no, the handshake brothers, so to speak, are responsible for the death of 700 or so people, which is very regrettable, because that's probably, I mean, Kenyans and people from outside the country. But my question to you is this: how are you able to differentiate who the handshake brothers killed, so to speak, and who was killed by the other wing of government? Where are you able? How are you able to draw a distinction between the two?
I was addressing myself into future and the things that will shape the future. So I think Musando and Jacob Juma and are in the list of Robert Ouko and others. So I was addressing myself into the future and how the future will shape up. And I don't think Musando.
Budia, let me also ask you as you respond to Makiadi. So I think that one will take us, if you have confidence that that is going to shape the future, that will take us to pinpoint that one man, William Ruto, and all the people that we suspect, or the allegations of assassinations and killings made against him. You know, you're talking about a government, a handshake government. Uhuru Kenyatta is not even being pointed as him doing this. But remember, William Ruto has the allegations against him of death, mass deportation, and all that. We can go back and go back. We can go back. You see, the fact that this happened before 2018 does not mean someone is not guilty. It does not mean that we have forgiven them. You see, so if anybody is thinking that they can bring this game and try and taint Uhuru's government, it is very easy to go, as you discuss this. It's very easy to go back to what happened when and who is been accused for doing 1, 2, 3. Somebody's pointing at some of the comments on the comment section asking about Musando, Jacob Juma, and I think we can go back, ask about 2007, the Molo killings, the church, the Kiambaa church, and all that, blah, 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 blah. I mean, there'll be no limit to us asking questions. So I don't know where this conversation is taking us, and I don't know where what Miguna is in this kind of conversation, because he has been away in the country. I don't know what evidence he holds where, as who to Kenya, and as what role he played that he can provide such evidences, or I don't know whether that is just propaganda. So
Okay,
yeah, Budia.
Can I finish so that you can respond, because I will lose my thought, my line of thought. You can ask the questions.
No, I think you've been here for a while. You know, sometimes we only interject when we hear outrageous statements, and we allow you also as panelists to interject when somebody makes an outrageous statement which they cannot actually, provide evidence. And because this issue of extrajudicial killing is something that has been happening in Kenya for a long time. So we know, like Julia said, that there are people who had cases at The Hague, and one of them was Uhuru Kenyatta, whose case we know, how it ended up, and the other case that was almost, being revived is the case of William Ruto. So as we talk also about extrajudicial killing, we should also be asking ourselves here, how did the ICC terminate the case of William Ruto vis-a-vis the 2007 election violence?
Yeah, what about Paul Gisheru? So, Benson, I asked you yesterday, and I kindly advised you, when you come to this channel, let us speak things that we can substantiate. Let us not say that the government did 1, 2, 3. You said, I don't know, 700 people were killed. If really you are taken to court by somebody, if somebody quotes you here and takes you to court, can you substantiate this? And because we are on national TV, we don't want us to make allegations that we cannot substantiate. we try to avoid that. We try to not to go to outrageous allegations. If I talk about allegations against Ruto, the only thing I can talk about is allegations at The Hague. Otherwise, I don't have any details beyond that. I cannot even give you the numbers of the people. I cannot talk about the names of the people. You know, I cannot tell you how it was done because I don't have details. And the only words I can say are allegations at the ICC. And I will use the word allegations because I don't have anything beyond that. So what I'm asking you, if you go to, no, let me finish. Let me advise you that as you go on, you prevent yourself from making allegations that you cannot substantiate. So if you cannot substantiate something, I kindly ask you, don't make allegations on this TV that you cannot substantiate. Asante, unaweza endelea.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. When I say 643, these are documented cases. I want to refer you to Haki Africa, which is a human rights organization that have already documented 643 cases that have happened between 2018 and 2022. So I am not talking about allegation and propaganda. I'm talking about those who know about Yara River, those who knows, including yesterday, hundreds of people who are in Mount Kenya forest and hundreds of people who are in those who know Kilimambogo belt of Adi River. So Adi River. So these are documented. They are there. I'll invite you to follow Haki Africa in the coming weeks because that is shaping up very well. And I can tell you that the organization of the DCI and the police, the first duty they are going to address is how we killed people, including the 2 Indians that we killed some days before the elections. And that's what I was saying. These are the things that are coming into future. In the coming months, these things will shape up the discussion in our country. Having said that, I want to jump into the statement by Mother Karua. You know, Mother Karua was and will remain one of the gallant girls of Mount Kenya, the one that we loved from 1992 to 2009. She was brilliant, she held high, and she was a fighter for Mount Kenya. We have a tremendous respect to Mother Karua. But I can tell you three things about Mother Karua. One, she's living in her past glory, and when we really needed Mother Karua, and especially the Mount Kenya, she walked away from President Mwai Kibaki at the height of an old man who was facing a lot of challenges and opposition. Mother Karua walked away. We, as community, in this year, we went back to look for Mother Karua to come and help us in the struggle that the community was going through. We, as a community, we were going through a difficult period, and we were looking for our gallant fighters. We went for Mother Karua. She abandoned her people in the hour of need. The day Mother Karua said that she's not going with his people, with her people, she's going to join the other side of divide. That is where we separated. And I'm talking about a community. So we have a lot of respect to Mother Karua, but she's in our past. We have new kings in Mount Kenya. We have new queens in Mount Kenya. We have Alice Wahome. We have Dede Nyoro. We have Kimani Ichung'wah, and those are people into our future. So Mother Karua is good. She can deal with her. She can deal with her disappointment, and I pray that peace be upon her. Having said that, it is a case where people makes the wrong decision. Politics is local. You look at where the people are. And anyone who imagined that Mother Karua would have brought in votes to any coalition and especially the opposite side where the Kikuyu was actually she was there just for optic. She failed to bring votes, including her own polling station. That tells you where the communities were. So Mother Karua is good for the past. And finally, it's also to remind Mother Karua what we were told by the former senator of Laikipia, Gigi Kariuki. In 1983, Gigi Kariuki told us, hakuna serikali ya kike. Ukiona serikali imetawazwa imepatiwa nini, so nobody should just imagine that there is a feminine government. When government takes power, it takes absolute power. So any other statements that you recognize, you don't recognize, is just a misconstrued idea, and it will fall onto her face. On what was the other issue? There was something else. Okay, let me stop at that.
Yeah, Mbudia, I sometimes ask myself why it is so, why it was so important for Martha Karua to join the other side, as you claim, knowing very well that she had no votes. I ask myself, because it is either Mother, he has disappeared, Julia. Mbudia has made out.
I wanted to ask him what he meant by ati hakuna serikali ya kike. I was still waiting for Mr. to react. I don't know why Mr. did not react towards that.
No. I mean, I was duly guided by Makiadi.
Oh, he's back. He's back. He's
the
back.
fact that Mbuthia's internet has issues.
Budia, before you go, can you tell us what did you mean at somebody said hakuna serikali ya kike? Maybe huo ni msemo wenye sielewi.
Let me tell you, it's you know, when Gigi told us this time is when Mount Kenya mafia, who was surrounding the first president, and they imagined that that the Moi would be a pushover. It's 20 years down the line, or maybe 30 years down the line, some people are imagining that there is a weak president, or Ruto or Gachagua are weak. When people are given power, they take power. Tile tunasema anakalia na matako mbili. So I see some statement very derogatory statements towards the sitting president and to the power that is now. And
What's derogatory? Budia, can you give us an example?
You know, if we hear Mbudia
like
talk
examples,
about derogatory,
no.
He has a point. I agree. We'll give him time to finish. You know, yeah. I am not in a position to expect Mbudia to talk about derogatory statements when the same people that he supports for the past 5 years have used the same language, even worse.
Now it's time for
Kenyatta.
what? Now it's time for what?
For example, Budia.
So when you tell us here, yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you, Kuria said, ati Uhuru ameenda Kisumu, aole huko apate miba na.
You've muted yourself, Julia. You've muted
that was not meant to be said.
Yes, I want to remind Budia what derogatory means. I think he needs to look at his dictionary to find out what the word derogatory statements mean. I think you need to do that, Mr. Budia. The other thing, what are you trying to say that people seem to be looking down on Ruto? I don't know. Maybe you can give us an example, because I don't feel the same, or looking down on Gachagua.
You know, Julia, from what Mbudia is saying, I get it. I think they are trying to show us that Ruto is in power. No one is doubting Ruto is in power. He is the president. But the language that you are trying to show us here is that he can do much more with the power that he has than any other president, which is not the case. The thing is, William Ruto is a president like Uhuru Kenyatta. There's no more power that William Ruto has that Uhuru Kenyatta did not have. And the people that are you are calling opposition right now, hakuna kitu tofauti ambayo William Ruto atawafanyia ambayo haiko kwa katiba. So don't scare. Hold on, Misa. Let me make my point. Don't scare people here that is sijui mtu amekalia kiti na matako mawili. I mean, no one is going to be scared by that statement. There are people who have lived this life even when Moi was in power. And they survived, the likes of Orengo. You should watch the videos of Orengo akienda pale Sabasaba, Kamukunji, wakitolewa mbio, akina Martin Shukuku. So, if these people that you are telling ati amekalia hiyo kiti na hizo vitu mbili sitaki kutaja, passed through and lived through Moi's era, I'm still wondering, with the new constitution, what you're going to do to these people. These are the people who've been locked in Nyayo torture chambers for years, you know. The likes of Gitobwi Manyara, they can tell you. Reverend Timothy Nani Njoya. There's nothing that Ruto is going to scare. People are going to tell him the truth. People are going to criticize his government. Whether amekalia hiyo kiti vile anataka ama hajakalia, he's going to be told the truth.
Makiadi, I'm just getting concerned here. I think on occasion I speak to Gitobi Manya around certain areas of certain things, but what do you think he would love to see people going through the same experience? But why are you getting so agitated, you and Julia, when Mbudia is making a point and trying to remind you that the way because you're selectively accepting Ruto as the president, but on the other hand, you're denying Mother Karua's statement denies Ruto as the president. She does not acknowledge him as the president, which she speaks like it's as me which is speaking. So don't you think that is looking down upon His Excellency William Ruto?
Let me ask you, Mise, before Mbudhia comes in, let me ask you, are you guys in Kenya Kwanza suffering from legitimacy? Is that an issue? Because whether Martha Karua comes out and says, I do not accept this guy as my president or not, it doesn't change the fact that William Ruto is the president. Are you guys suffering from legitimacy?
let me ask you. Actually, we have no problem. By the way, we are still in celebratory mode. But I want to, and I said I will address myself into future. And I invite, and that's why I keep on saying, I invite people to read between the lines as we talk about the things that are coming into future. When you see coordinated things, and of course we are also now in charge of intelligence. The intelligence is no longer punishing us, so they are also telling us the things. So when you see somebody in Nyamakema and Bama eating meat on a day like Jamhuri, when not Jamhuri, this yesterday event on 20th. When you see such a day and you see a former president somewhere in the streets, there are many things beyond just optics of eating the meat. When you hear statements like on that 30th, we are going to the airport to welcome Baba, and so that as we prepare for the revolution. So the statement of Serikali ya Kike, it is actually at the right time, as a reminder, as a constant reminder that while there's a lot of things that are happening down there, and they are being coordinated from a strategic point, and they are actually leading to the questions you're asking about legitimacy and a million walk to State House and those kind of things. So when I use some of these statements, they are also informed by the undercurrents and some of the things that are happening on the background. I can tell you, when you see the bigger boys of Akina Orengo and the team sided, there are many things happening. The body language of Mother Karua, if somebody watched the Mother Karua, would tell you is questioning power. And that's where we also want to remind people that nobody is a pushover, and the government that is there have been, there are people who have been there, they are also in charge. But we also want to remind the outgoing government that the best they would have done is just to live peacefully, not to do some of the things. I can invite Richie to look at President Uhuru the last 2 days and his actions, and that would tell you where the things are going.
Julia, I don't know which outgoing government Mbudhi is talking about.
Budia is making my day today.
The guys
so entertained.
These guys look like they are living in utopia. I don't know which outgoing government you're talking about, because somebody should clarify to me, when was the election done? When was William Ruto sworn in? And who is the president right now? And that's why we keep on telling you guys here, you should accept the fact that you won the election. We have no doubt that you won the election. According to Jebukati, according to Martha Koome, every institution that is mandated with declaring somebody a president said that William Ruto won legitimately. And so we have no doubt, because we passed through all those systems that have been set by the Constitution, and they confirmed the presidency of William Ruto. The big issue that we have right now is, when are you guys going to settle down and accept that you have work to do? And I said yesterday, and I'll repeat again today, that these people look like they are punishing Uhuru Kenyatta. They look like they want to fight Uhuru Kenyatta and his companies. They look like Azimio and Baba are the people who are preventing them from delivering on their mandate. I have to say here that today, as we sit here, the Senate, the majority leader of the Senate is a Kenya Kwanza senator. The majority leader of the National Assembly is an MP from UDA. And the president is a UDA president. So they have every reason to perform. They have every reason to perform. They have no excuse whatsoever. If it is the judiciary has kicked each and every ball on their way to make sure that they have a smooth transition from the previous government, Uhuru Kenyatta's government, to this current government. So these people should not be complaining here anymore. I wonder why people are still acting like when Martha Karua says a statement, it represents the position of Azimio. I mean, Martha Karua is free to say whatever she wants. It does not change the facts. Julia.
I'm so amused. You know, I've been listening to Budia kutoka jana. Yesterday he talked about a revolution, and he mentioned Bunge la Wananchi. I thought he was joking. I thought he was kidding. Then today he's talking about the same revolution, and he's saying that they are aware there is a revolution being organized, and this, I don't know, a march to State House and welcoming Babasji on 30th, and that is why they have brought Miguna to neutralize that revolution. And because of that, they are loading the cases of extrajudicial killings. I don't know, people in Aberdare Forest or in Mount Kenya Forest, others in River. And I'm asking myself, while these people were killed, Ruto was the deputy president. So he's part and parcel of that extrajudicial killing. Now, and then Ruto is, Budia is saying, you know, today he's made my day, because I don't know why he's worked up on behalf of somebody. I don't understand Makiadi. He's saying that ati hakuna serikali ya kike. Yani, people are belittling President Ruto. I'm wondering who is you people on the comment section, who among you is belittling President Ruto? I don't know. Maybe Mr. will tell us who is belittling President Ruto. And that because of that, they have, and Budia is saying again, Makiadi, he's like sending threats through this TV, that we should remember they have the DCI. Isn't the DCI supposed to work for all Kenyans, whether in opposition or in the government? I mean, why did Budia come here to say all those things?
But they are the same people who say the DCI should stay at Kiambu Road. So why
Uh,
is it threatening people with the DCI here?
It is the DCI supposed to work
Mbuthi
for all Kenyans.
Mbuthi is right. Mbuthi is right, and honestly, this whole issue of revolution is something that Kenyans should be worried of, and we shouldn't do this because uh, uh, just to undermine the presidency of William Ruto. Raila doesn't have to be a president for Kenya to be liberated. I've said this again and again. Not even Ruto has to be a president for Kenya to be liberated. But Kenya, like Saitoti said, is greater than individuals. So I wanted to say that the return of Miguna Miguna is not something to underestimate. And look at the timing when he comes back during Mashujaa Day, and the message that he's sending to the people, and or the message that he intended to send to people. And also look at when he comes is even when if you looked through when he was going to the podium, a lot of people, like you said, who are pretentious, who are part of his extradition, are people who are calling him general. Now, Raila Odinga's time is expiring in politics, and maybe he's going to move on to other things and not vie probably for presidents in the near future. Now, you have to understand that people have interests from Luo Nyanza to align themselves in order to be the kingpins of that region, and Miguna Miguna is not an exception. Whether it will be accepted or not, I think it's one of the areas that you have to think about. And uh, Makiadi, you mentioned about Raila's presence at the airport during the deportation of Miguna Miguna. I find it very very you know, it was a show. If indeed Raila meant uh, well for Miguna Miguna, uh, I think this would have been the agenda number one for him to be allowed to return to Kenya as a Kenyan citizen during the handshake. During the handshake, I think this should have been the agenda because Miguna Miguna was the advisor, the political appointee of a political appointee or advice of the prime minister then. And also it is Miguna Miguna who also presided over, or the swearing in of the illegal swearing in of the prime minister. And lastly, Miguna Miguna, like Julia said, I want to agree with you. We are going to see a lot. We're going to see Miguna Miguna in every radio show, TV show. We're going to see him a lot, and we are going to. He is going to be a thorn in the flesh of either Ruto or Raila, because when Miguna Miguna was interviewed, whether he will keep as he returned to Kenya, it was I think one of the journalists asked Miguna Miguna, now that you are back and given what you have gone through, are you going to keep a low profile? I think what Miguna Miguna's answer was that what you see is what you will get, meaning he's just going to be himself. Miguna Miguna is full of himself. I'll tell you something. In 2017, when Miguna Miguna was returned to Canada, um, I was the president of a Kenyan community here in Canada. And I remember getting pushed by the Luos saying, you have to go and receive Miguna Miguna. The Kikuyus said, you can't go to receive Miguna Miguna. The other Kenyans were saying, this is not a political organization. However, after consultation, I decided to go and receive Miguna Miguna. I can tell you, Miguna Miguna is a person who has no conscience, from my experience, and I know that I know him in the corridors of social media and so on. I remember, if I think if you look on my social media, you will see us receiving him And one of the thing, I gave a speech there, but Miguna was very arrogant, even when we took time off to go and receive him at the airport. Instead of impressing and recognizing that people had left their work, did report to their shifts to come and receive him at the airport, you know what? He was very arrogant. So Miguna is not going to change for anybody. He is going back for with one mission: to sue the government, to sue Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, to sue whoever he can sue, the police, whoever was in charge of police, because his house was destroyed, incarceration and all that. That is what you will begin to see about Miguna. And this is not going to, and again, at the end of the day, Miguna, I'm sure, and you will see, for 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 either Ruto's government to get protection, Miguna will be rewarded, will either be rewarded or will be given. The cases that I report, the violation of orders that the government violated. All this is the drama that is awaiting for us, and he's going to make a lot of money, and that is where Miguna thrives. Miguna doesn't care of what you think of him. He cares of him and what he can get out of his noise. So really, I think let us be dressed to see a lot of drama. His return, one thing I want to agree with is that his return, to be allowed to return to the country, is a good thing, but to tame Miguna is going to be a difficult job for the government of Miguna. The government of William Samoei Ruto. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Miss, you said it very well. And as much as we all agree that it was not a good show for what happened to him, people are trying to portray a picture of Miguna taking over from what they call Raila Odinga's retirement, which I don't know if Raila Odinga has said he's going to retire from politics altogether. But I want to declare to you here, Mise, and to the listeners and the viewers, that Miguna cannot fit in Raila's shoes. Raila has built himself. You cannot inherit what Raila Odinga has built politically. The problem, people think that Raila Odinga is just a leader in the Luo Nyanza region, which is very unfortunate. Raila Odinga has support nationwide, nationally.
He
And
has.
it's not just saying that I'm going to retire and somebody else is going to pick over from where I left. It's not just a matter of that. It is the ideology that Raila Odinga holds. People that support Raila Odinga agree with his transformative ideology. They agree with his fight for liberation. They agree in a just society. The people that are telling us Miguna is here to liberate us from what? You guys have said that freedom is here already. So he's going to liberate you from what?
From what?
From whom?
I was not deported, me say. I have never had any issues with the government of Kenya. In fact, me, for the better part of my life, I've lived in a democratic space. Right, Makiadi? Because when they were fighting for multi-party, I was just growing up and maturing. So when I became a full adult, I found multi-party. And I found a state where we could yell at the president and say, we used to call Kibaki General Kigwaya. And he was among us. It wasn't an issue, and I'm surprised that Budhia is lamenting here. People are disrespecting the president. I want to ask you people, the two of you, do you really believe what Budhia is saying, that the revolution is loading? What's that? Where is that? And the second question, as you answer that, Makiadi, what does that has to do with Uhuru going to eat nyama at Boma? Because those are the things Budhia said.
Let me say this about revolution. I think for the past 5 years or so, when Raila Odinga agreed to work with Uhuru Kenyatta on the common ground that they had, there was peace in the country. Business was, business was going on as usual. There was no, maandamano. But without having done that, Uhuru Kenyatta might not have had the conducive environment to rule in his second term. Because by Raila Odinga agreeing to tone down on his politics, on his criticism of the current government, the previous government, then it means not William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta would now concentrate on, delivering his mandate. But now Raila Odinga has nothing to do right now. He has no agreement. He has a competitor in the previous election who has decided to show all Kenyans that he is the winner and he does not need the approval or support from anybody to rule the Republic of Kenya. I want to make it clear here that legitimacy is not given just by winning an election in the Republic of Kenya. You just not get legitimacy to go around the country as a president and to be accepted countrywide because you won an election. There are other things that follow that. From the Supreme Court declaration that William Ruto was duly elected, we saw what happened in the country. And there are people who even now feel that William Ruto was not duly elected. Those people that voted for Raila Odinga are as much as the number that voted for William Ruto. And we are going to have a situation like we had in Uhuru Kenyatta's government, whereby we have a president that goes to certain regions where he is not even accepted there. And he is the president. It's not just a matter of being the president and taking the instrument of power. You have to live in a country that has cohesiveness. And I would have wished, Misa, you've said here, I would have wished that these people could embark in trying to reach out to the other side, not on a basis of sharing government, but on the basis of bringing the country together. It happens all over the country. Elections are very divisive. It happens in many countries across the world. Elections are very divisive in most countries. And in our situation whereby the winner takes it all, it is upon the person who wins the election to reach out on the other side and show that this was just competition, but we are all Kenyans and we can work together. But the current person, the person who holds the presidency right now, is not that kind of a person. And he's going to have a rough time. I don't envision a revolution like Mbudia wants to show us here, to tell us here, of people marching, 1 million people marching to State House. I don't think that is going to happen. But I think Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, if at all Uhuru Kenyatta is part of the plan that Mbudia is saying, are going to give William Ruto a very hard time.
And what are these people afraid of? I'm wondering, what is really terrifying these people? I'm really, those things, I've heard them from Budia the second time today, and I'm beginning to take him seriously. I'm asking myself, what are they afraid of most?
Julia, we are not. I don't think the government of William Ruto is afraid of anything. I think, like Makiadi said, I think it's time we pull together as a nation and move forward. These tendency of leaders who have lost an election going around seeking sympathy in the streets should be looked keenly, so that we should stop and desist from having such divisive tone in our country. That if the president, the immunity that the president, the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta had under the Constitution of Kenya, now is not applicable. So if he's inciting people through his comments and utterances in the public sphere, that will spur disunity in our country.
Can you answer me as you go on? As you go on. What did Uhuru do that is inciting people? Uhuru has always gone to eat nyama at Bama. Nini alifanya? Makeri, I need to be held by. What did he say? What did he do?
I think what I'm saying the other day, and I did say before, we saw Raila Amolo Odinga going to Bunge la Mwananchi, which is his right, but the words, there's something that all of you don't understand. There is no one in Kenya who doesn't appreciate and recognize what the effort and the fight that one Raila Amolo Odinga has made for us to have the reforms that we've had in Kenya. However, you also would realize that as time goes by, things change. And so far, things have changed. And there are many people, millions of Kenyans, that believe in what Raila Amolo says. If Raila Amolo Odinga says tomorrow, let us go somewhere, let us all come together and we are going to march here, you will see a lot of people in the streets doing what he has commanded them or has appealed to them. And so his statements in the public are to be watched keenly so that he does not incite the Kenyans against the sitting president. And Makiadi, you mentioned of that no one will measure up the standard of Raila Amolo Odinga. I think you are completely wrong, because we had Nelson Mandela. His time came and he retired. And we also have had people like Kenneth Matiba and so many other patriots who have championed for changes and reforms. It did not happen that it's not Raila Amolo Odinga who has fought for Kenya. There are many other people who have fought for Kenya as well. But what I'm saying is, there will come a time when Raila Amolo Odinga is not going to run for the office of the president. We want him to retire honorably, to be there for consultation. We want him to be the voice of reason, a voice uniting Kenyans, not a voice that is appealing for Kenyans to fight or to champion that which has been passed with the time. The presidency of William Samoei Ruto is something that can be that was disputed, and they went through the process, and it was agreed that he's the president. We are not going to reverse that. So crying for every other time is wastage of Kenyan people. We need to encourage people to get back to work. We need to encourage investors to create jobs and give them that assurance that despite the fact that we lost, we are not going to dwell on the loss. We are going to pick up ourselves, dust ourselves, invest in our country, trade in our country, and build our country. That is the kind of message that we want to hear from Raila Amolo Odinga, from the former president. That is patriotism. Even when we disagree ideologically, still we should find a common ground where we should come together and encourage our citizens to move on and build our nation. And lastly, Makiadi, the people, you're saying it's gonna take someone to start from someone. It might not start from the level of Raila Amolo Odinga now, but someone has to start somewhere. And that person, as you know the history, many people who tried to challenge Raila Amolo Odinga were completely crushed. James Orengo is one of them. Raphael Tuju is another one. Raphael Tuju hata akanyanganywa bibi for trying to challenge. So I think we should not allow those people who bring division in our country. I think we should be talking about unity. Unakumbuka wakati wa Moi alikuwa anasema tulikuwa tunaimba harambe harambe tujenge pamoja. That's the kind of mood that we want to hear now. We cannot keep crying and complaining. We are perennial complainers every day. We can criticize constructively, but we cannot keep wallowing in the past. Thank you.
Miss, I find it a bit absurd that sometimes you are the same people that say the work of the so-called opposition is to check the government of the day. And when Raila Odinga goes to Bunge ya Mwananchi to talk to the people who are there, it becomes then another big issue. Now, challenging the government is, I mean, it's like you are not supposed to talk negatively about a government. At the same time, they expect you to talk, positively at what the government is. It's a kind of confusion that I see in these William Ruto's government. At one time, you are saying you want a vibrant opposition, and then you run and buy MPs from UDM, and then the next day, when the people that you expect to keep you in check start talking, now they are challenging your authority. So where do you want us to be? I mean, it is either you want to rule as autocrats, wanaitanga autocrats ama namna gani? Autocracy, or you want to have a democracy whereby when you do something wrong, you will be told that this thing is wrong. When you do something right, you will be complimented. Raila Odinga being out there is doing that as a normal citizen. Vile wewe na mimi tunakutana hapa kuongea mambo ya politics of our country. It's the same thing that Raila Odinga is doing. But when Raila Odinga walks out there, it becomes a big issue. Now people want him to retire to Bondo. We have retired Raila Odinga to Bondo in 2002, 2007, 2013, 2000 and what? 2017, and now 2022. Still people want Raila Odinga to retire to Bondo. Is it the Raila Odinga, that the person that you want to retire, or it is his ideology? Because as far as I'm concerned, the Raila Odinga has a following, and the following that voted for Raila Odinga, there's no way, and I want to keep this into context, because we are talking about Miguna taking over what Raila Odinga has built for years. And that is where I'm saying it's not about Raila Odinga as a person, it's his ideology. That's what I was talking about. You talked about Nelson Mandela. There are people who believed in the ideology of Nelson Mandela, whether he was a leader or not. But the same issue applies to Raila Odinga vis-a-vis Miguna Miguna. Miguna has no political capacity to inherit what Raila Odinga has built over the years. And that is my point.
And I'm wondering what Miguna has done for Kenyans. The only thing we can remember him is swearing Raila. That is the only thing we can remember him for. And being deported, which was very unfair and very wrong. Even me, I do agree that. But I'm still wondering, what are these people scared for? Kenneth Madiba resigned from Moi's government and declared Kenya a multi-party state before even the section 2A was changed. I mean, what is wrong with these people? Misa, what is wrong with you people? Raila going to bunge la wananchi ni kitu mbaya. He's free to do that. We want to see him more often. Uhuru eating meat at Bama and saying Raila is his president. Is there anything wrong with that?
Sasa kukula nyama imekuwa ni revolution.
No, you guys are selectively
what are you guys
listening.
telling us?
You guys are selectively listening. We are saying Raila Molo has the right to go anywhere in the country
and say anything he needs to say to anyone.
But we also have to look at the vulnerability of our country now, and the message and the way we package our message to the people. People are vulnerable right now, and then you keep going to the people and telling them ule mwizi mwenye sarakasi Chebukati. We are past Chebukati now. We are talking about the economy of our country, and that's what we are saying. A man such as respected like Raila Amolo Odinga should not be crying. He has gone through this. He should man up and know that this election is not easy. And
which election are you talking about? Mise, which election are you talking about? No, I'm asking you. Which election are you talking about?
The last election.
The last election was conclusively
then why is he
done
going
away
to
with.
Why is he going to Bunge la Mwananchi and talking about Chebukati? That is what is offending us. He doesn't have to be the president.
No, Makeni, you have been nice to me. Makeni has been nice to me. I want to tell you something. You know what the Bible says? So somebody called Job said that what I feared most came to me. All the things that Job feared most came to find him. You people, you're afraid of a revolution. Now, let me tell you something. Atuja move on. One, we have Chebukati upheld impunity in the election. Secondly, Martha Koome upheld the same impunity. Now we have about 7 million Kenyans who feel the same. And 7 million Kenyans are said to have voted for Ruto. Now you are asking us to work like nothing happened. Now, are you thinking, Mr. Are you people lying to yourself in your normal senses, in your heads, that these Kenyans are going to sit and wait for another election in 2027 and you do the same thing? They're not gonna do that. So if you hear Raila complaining and talking to people, he's trying to tell them this is what we think. Now, and if Chebukati cannot pay attention and do the right thing, and Mother Kome cannot do the right, Mother Kome is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land of Kenya. What next will people do? If you want to know what people do, ask the people who fought with Kenneth Matiba and Rubia. They were in Moi's government. And every time you oppose Moi's government, you are kicked out of Kanu. And one day, Kenneth Matiba and Rubia resigned. When they resigned, Moi said, these people are so disrespectful. They resigned from the cabinet. So we kicked them from Kanu. And those days, if you are kicked from Kanu, you cease to be a member of parliament. So when Matiba was kicked from Kanu, this is what he said, that today I was kicked out of Kanu. And he asked a question. So when people are kicked out of Kanu, where do they go? Then he said, from today, I, Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo, do here declare that Kenya is a multi-party state. Now, when Matiba said that, he had no legal authority to declare that because he had not changed the constitution. But that was the beginning of the fight for multipartyism. And guess what, Mr. Kenyans achieved that. So you people here talking carelessly with Budhia and the others saying that a revolution is loading. Let me tell you something. Kenyans have two good reasons for a revolution. One, they cannot trust the Electoral Commission again, ever again. They will never go to the Supreme Court to complain about an election. So if you are a Kenyan, ask them, what next? They'll do what other countries do to achieve what they do. Kenya will not be the first one. So what Job said, what I feared most came to find me. So what you people fear most is coming to find you.
Yeah. So, but the people have the power. The Constitution allows them, gives them the power, because if you look at the preamble of the Constitution, the power is vested in the people, and they can exercise it in accordance to the Constitution. But what I find that is gruesome to the Azimio people is that it doesn't have. I mean, yes, we appreciate the role Raila has played. Raila, a time will come. That's what the Bible says. It will come to pass that Raila will be retired, and I also want to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. So this question, this narrative of telling us Raila, I was not there to fight when those challenges were not there. I mean, were there. I was not born yet. Now that I've been born, and now that I have the ability to fight and to contest for the same office, I don't have to be subjected to the same conditions Raila went through for me to be referred as a hero. What we are saying, and I repeat, Raila can question, can criticize Ruto at any time, even though what we are saying, the tone we are asking, and the same thing that Makiadi, you are saying that Raila, Uhuru had to talk to Raila, and the country had to be, there was serenity and calmness. So that means Raila is the problem. If he is not talked to, he's like a baby. If you don't bembeleza him, then we are in a problem. Raila must relax. Apollo, sahi serikali ni ya William Ruto, tutapelekana mbele. Akae huko nje tukikula
I
nyama.
agree with what you're saying. Mise, you're looking at Raila as an individual, unfortunately. That is your problem.
That is where it begins. When
No.
speak here,
That's your problem. You're looking at Raila Odinga as an individual.
you are
Raila
coming here
Odinga,
and you're saying Raila. You're not talking about that's not how you package him. You package him as an individual.
Okay. Can I finish my comments now?
Yes.
Raila Odinga represents a mass behind him. He has followings. He has people that he speaks to. He has people that agree with his ideology. And so, if these people feel like Julia just told you that the IBC is biased, that the Supreme Court is no longer ready to deliver justice. There is no way you can change their mentality about that. And I want to tell you this, and many people have come to this show and said this thing. Moving forward, people will no longer even want to vote or participate in any election in the Republic of Kenya, simply because people have gone to vote, and after voting, it looks like there's somebody somewhere who decides who will be in office, even without consideration of what the results of that elections were. And that is our argument here. If you want us to move on, then the issues that people are complaining about should be addressed. The issues of you going to the ballot box and dropping your ballot and making sure that that ballot that you've dropped is the same ballot that will be counted at the tallying center, national tallying center. These are the issues that we should agree. There's no argument about that. If Mr. you want to become a president one day, you want somebody who votes in kutus inside there, a supporter that you have gained from your interaction with the people in your campaign. When that supporter goes to vote in kutus, regardless of whether you come from that region or not, that vote is safe. And the Supreme Court had an opportunity to put this thing into rest. They did not, because the Supreme Court showed us the flaws that are existing in our electoral system, in our elections, but they did not address these things simply because they were in a hurry to legitimize an election that many people felt like it was a fraud. And so Martha Koome has destroyed what Mutunga built to where he was. He has destroyed what Maraga built. And right now, what you see even on TV is a Supreme Court that is very cozy with the executive. You can see almost every function that the president attends, you will see Martha Koome there, ready to welcome the president. Very happy, smiling, lining up like a minister. I don't know if you have an idea of what used to happen when Kamodho was a minister and the rest akina Biwott. They used to line up at the airport. Moi akienda, I think huko ndio tulitoa hiyo tabia ambayo unaona mpaka sasa ya kusalimia president akienda, akirudi wanaenda kupanga line. That is what a CJ, an independent arm of government, is doing right now. The CJ is supposed to be non-partial. He's supposed to be. We are not even supposed to doubt whether the CJ is in cohorts, is working in cohorts with the executive. We are not. Yani hiyo kitu hata haifai kuwa kwa akili yetu. Hatufai kuwa tunauliza kitu kama hiyo. But what we are seeing right now is a CJ ambaye kila mahali anaenda wako na president akienda kwa bunge huko unakuta CJ ana smile hapo akiwa amevaa zile nguo zake akaribishe president. And I'm telling you here, this judiciary right now ambayo inaongozwa na CJ Martha Koome is going to be one of the most useless judiciary the Republic of Kenya will have.
But in terms of IBC, so now we want to agitate for reforms. If you and other people feel that Chebukati didn't do that which the right thing, then now you can agitate for reforms. The commission is there from now to the next general election. If you feel there was a loophole, I mean, you're very welcome to go to initiate the reforms. And RAILA is better suited to change it. If he feels that there is a place where he is aggrieved, that he feels that the IBC, there is a loophole, he can agitate for those reforms if he means well for the country. For now, it is only redundant of him to go to the public and complain about IBC without putting down. I agree, RAILA commands a good, he commands a huge following and well wishers. Even if he wanted people who can do RAILA anapenda kufanyiwa kazi ya bure, it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay. Baba doesn't give money, but there are people who are still willing, experts who are willing to give for the sake of Baba's success. So now is the time We are not going back to the election of 2022. We are looking at the election of 2027. What can be done different to avoid the rigging that they are claiming, or you guys are claiming? Can you bring reforms that can change IEBC? That is what we should be talking about.
Mise, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What did the minor Kiai case do in terms of reforming our electoral system?
Oh, say that again.
I know you've heard about the minor Kiai case, right? Minor Kiai.
You can jog my mind. I don't have facts.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what I'm trying to tell you is this: if you listen to the judgment of the Supreme Court, they identified the areas where the IEBC can improve on their performance, and one of them was the issue of having a chairman tallying the results and declaring the winner. They said the chairman has no capacity to do that.
To do what?
To declare a winner, to tally the votes and then declare a winner by himself.
What do you mean? It is in the preserve of Chebukati, the chairman of IBC, to declare the winner.
No.
Announce the winner.
To tally the votes. Listen to what I'm saying.
Tallying, I agree.
Exactly,
Tallying, I agree.
and Chebukati did gazette himself as the national returning officer, the presidential returning officer. Do you know that gazette notice was illegal? So there are opportunities where we had the Supreme Court could have addressed those issues so that at least moving forward we could reform on these issues. And you remember what one of the judges asked? What if the chairman announces the wrong results? In this particular instance, we have a chairman who came out and announced results. Are we sure that those were the right results or not? We are not. And that is what I'm saying here. If the Supreme Court was fair enough to Kenyans, they should have ruled on issues like this so that moving forward, we know what the way forward would be. They did not. They did not. So you are asking us to propose reforms on a commission that the Supreme Court found no fault in.
But that does not limit you from proposing reforms.
What are we reforming?
And how are you proposing them, Mise? I want to ask more questions.
You have lawyers.
Where do you want us to improve, Julia? If we have an election, hold on. If we have an election that the Supreme Court saw fit and clean, what are we going to reform on?
Besides the Supreme Court ruling in favor of William Ruto, there are other areas.
Which are these areas? That is what we are saying. Which are these areas?
I have to look at the document, not to misrepresent myself. I have to look at the ruling, but the Supreme Court did not give a blank slate ruling for William Samoei Ruto. But we still have anyone in this country can pick up and can propose a reform through parliament. If someone,
Mise,
you can go through parliament. You can have a member.
Mise, what you are telling you here is this: you can only reform what has not worked.
I mean, you guys are complaining.
We complained to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court told us, no, the Supreme
under
Court
what grounds are you complaining?
Exactly, that is what you are saying. We complained to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court listened to our complaints, and he said the election was free, fair, and transparent. And so when you tell us to start doing reforms, what are we reforming? If the Supreme Court feels that we have...
You guys have identified areas where you feel that was not taken into account. So you guys bring it through parliament. I had Mother Karua today saying that you have, I wrote the statistics somewhere. She said that you have, the UDA has only 130 members of parliament. And if you minus, you will get the number of Azimio has. She said that you have 23 senators. The other end has about +1, which would mean 24. Said there's a lot of numbers that she was throwing around, and she said that you're going to have numerous meetings, caucuses, in order to make sure that you have agreed and worked the way forward. Perhaps I thought you guys are now approaching or using Ruto's approach to start campaigning from now to 2027. But
Is
if
there
you
a
have
problem?
numbers,
Is there a problem with us campaigning from now to
I
2027?
mean,
Is
if
there?
that is the approach that you want to
No,
take, we are
I'm just
absolutely
asking.
okay.
I'm just asking. Is there a
There
problem with
is
Okay,
a
us?
problem.
I want to ask you some questions. I want to take you back down memory lane, and I want to use a more radical approach. I want to ask you, how did Kenya fight for independence? Maybe you can begin by answering me that. What methods did Kenyans use to fight for independence?
Julia, that is a subject that is dear to my heart. And it's a subject that I would want to have facts before I speak authoritatively. And I think it will be unfair if I start talking about it now.
Okay.
And I think it will be we will be digressing from the subject of today if in all
Okay,
fairness.
it's just that I'm driving to something. So, me, from my history teacher, I think we have people like Jaramogi, Kenyatta. We know some people were detained. These were not detained for in a good way. We hear about the Mau Maus. I mean, I'm just trying to say they did not simply go there to the British government and say, "Hey, sir, can you give us the independence?" And they did not say, "You can have your independence." They did not do that. They had to use means that some of them may have not have been legal. We get our independence. Then we go. We are having issues. We have a single party system. And then here we are again. We have a dictatorial Moi regime. And Kenyans are oppressed to an extent that we're having a Mlolongo vote and all that. People are being detained because if you say something, even you mention the name Moi, you are arrested. I mean, so we are feeling locked somewhere. And it seems we cannot go to court. You cannot complain about Moi. What did Kenyans do? Kenyans went on the streets. And I think the rest of the world backed us. And Moi had no
It
choice.
took time, though. It took time to
It
go
took
to
time,
the
but they had to do it. They
Yeah.
didn't. If Moi had listened, they'd not have gone to the streets.
So
If
Ruto
Moi
is
from
in
the
the
word go
government 2
had
days,
listened,
and you want to go to the streets? How unfair are
no.
you?
I'm just telling you something. If Moi had listened, they would not have gone to the streets. That's what I'm trying to say. Then we get our multi-party, and we look at our constitution, and that one was one of the times that we didn't go to the streets. We have our 2010 constitution. We make another milestone. Now here we are, but then 2007 we have a contested election, and you know what happened. Now, nobody wants to any bloodshed. And I don't even think that was justified, whatever happened in 2007. However, it happened. So we sit down again as Kenyans and we agree, no, let us talk with each other. Let us forge the way forward. And we have the Nusumkate government. Now, we did not have the Nusumkate government because it was the best thing to have. But it was one way of healing this country. It was not the best thing to have. It does not even appear legitimate. I don't know whether it's legitimate under the constitution to have. We had a prime minister. I don't know how the constitution allowed that, but we had to have it, Mr. Mise, because we needed to do that. So even if Kebaki failed, I want to be president. He had to go for the Nusumkati president. Even those government, even those who are supporting him, like Mother, even though they were feeling serikali nietu, they had to go for the Nusu Mkate
Are you
government.
asking for a Nusu Mkate for Raila?
No, wait for
No,
me to finish,
and
Mr.
that's what-
Please wait for me to finish. Now, I'm bringing you here. Here we are. We have an election in 2022. And clearly, according to those who voted for Baba, we believe it was a rigged election. Now, and we have Chebukati announcing the results that we don't believe they are right. And we decide to follow the law, we go to court like good Kenyans should do. And we got the Supreme Court. So what happens? Mother Koome upholds the impunity. So, dear Kenya Kwanza government and followers and Mise and the others, what next do you want Kenyans to do? You want us to wait for 2027 and we watch the drama, the same drama by Chebukati team? And then we got to Mother Kome again. Miss, are you really expecting that we will go to 2027 and watch the same drama by Electoral Commission? And then we go to Mother Kome to do the same drama and uphold impunity? Let me tell you something, Miss. You people, you are pronouncing something that we did not pronounce, but I'm telling you the truth. That when you see Baba going to Bunge la Wananchi, if you hear Mother talking, and you people saying things about Uhuru that may not be true, let me tell you, those people who are dissatisfied with the Electoral Commission of Kenya and the Supreme Court, there is always a way out for Kenya and other countries that go through the same experiences. Because when people decide we are going forward and things must change, things must change. So you people, you are creating things here ati kuna revolution, siji kuna nini, ningetaka kusema, Job said, what I feared most came to find me. So what you fear most will surely find you.
No, serikali. You remember when Ronald Mambo Botela alishikwa akiwa Voice of Kenya, aliambiwa serikali iko mikononi mwa majeshi ya Kenya. Vile Mbuthi alisema William Ruto amekalia serikali, na hiyo maneno alisema sitaki hata mimi kusema. Na pia tunataka kusema it is the government is for Dr. William Samoei Ruto. He is hardly in office for you to start complaining. We invite you for a constructive criticism. We invite you to be there, check where the government is not performing, ask questions, but to incite, to go out and incite mwananchi so that you can get credence in trying to think that you will be vindicated by blaming William Ruto or trying to sabotage his government. I think it's what many people would come to think that it's called typhoon. That's like catching wind. So it's not going to happen. So
Okay.
let us allow, for me, Raila's time, he has served. Let him nurture other people to come. We will support the people that he nurtures. Let him also nurture other leaders in the country. I think that role it fits. Raila he has always wanted, it's for his self-gain that he wants to be the president. It's not for the Kenyan mwananchi that he wants to be a president. If it was for Kenyan mwananchi, we gave him the prime minister na hatukuona kitu alifanya. Kwa hivyo asitusumbue sana, wacha atulie, afanye ile kazi tumempatia huko nje, and wait for 2027 if he wants to run again.
Yeah, I think sometimes you have selective amnesia when you talk about criticizing the government for to get credence. I mean, I'm looking at William Ruto, the same guy who said that the prices of food can never be high because of the war in Ukraine. That time he was criticizing Uhuru Kenyatta's government, which he was part of. And then yesterday or the other day, last week, now he's the same guy who is coming to tell the same Kenyans that he told a few months ago that the foods were high because of Uhuru Kenyatta's incompetence. Is now telling the same Kenyans that the same Ukraine that he said cannot make the foods go high is the same Ukraine that is fighting with Russia that is making life very expensive. And the moment you keep on telling us here about constructive criticism, you should look at the person who is sitting in that position right now. William Ruto has continually criticized Uhuru Kenyatta's government, which he was part of, even on things we call propaganda. And we could tell. So you cannot gag us. You will not gag what we say against the William Ruto's government. We will say anything we want. Mkitaka mtuambie mmekalia kiti sijui na nini, hiyo ni shauri yenu. We don't care how many things you are going to sit on that chair with. We don't care. That you can add how many.
Serious.
No, I'm just saying, other people are sitting with only two. You can sit with how many, whatever number you want. We don't care.
No, you can sit with everything you have.
Makiadi, Julia, you have to be fair to William Ruto. I mean, he also has two. So I don't know everything.
Whatever you wanna sit, whatever you wanna sit on that chair with you, we will be here to criticize you where you go wrong, and there's nothing you can do to change that. We are not here to support William Ruto's. The power is about taking. You are the people who tell us power. You take power. Hmm? You take power by force. So we are here to criticize you and tell you where you go wrong because we want to take power in 2027. That is all about politics. We are preparing ourselves for the next government.
Now, if you say
Kama ni
that,
Martha
I agree.
Karua, kama ni Kalonzo Musyoka, kama ni Raila, whoever, they are strategizing right now. William Ruto cannot sit pretty and expect everybody will be clapping to whatever thing he
And
says.
we are also strategizing to deal with IBC and the judiciary. We are going to make sure that any other election in this country will be fair and free through whichever constitutional means. And you're not going to gag us. We are going to call your people thieves. We are going to say they are corrupt. We are going to call them thugs. We are going to say the serikali ya majambazi because we have the freedom to do so. Right, Makiadi?
I think I agree with Charles Aguaru. Charles Aguaru says that it's not people who are complaining, it's Raila who is complaining through proxy.
We represent Raila. We represent Raila. Some of us represent Raila.
Raila needs to go.
I don't know where Charles Ogwaru is getting that information from, and he does not support Raila Odinga. So he has no authority. He has no authority to talk on behalf of Raila Odinga. What we are saying is this:
same way you don't have authority to talk about William Ruto.
We have authority to criticize him because we did not vote for him.
So
you say he stole the election.
So we also have the authority to criticize Raila.
No, we have no problem if you criticize him. In fact, I'm wondering why you are worried. You are saying he was inciting people. He has not said anything. Me, I'm looking forward to more Mr. Mise. Mimi nimekaa hapa nikitarajia kusikia mengi kutoka kwa baba. So, and many more Kenyans are waiting. So, mambo bado.
Sisi tuko hapa, tutaongoja, mtakuja, mtapiga kelele, kisha mtaenda kulala, lakini serikali bado inabaki chini ya uongozi wa Rais William Samoei Ruto. Na kwa kweli mimi vile nikiangalia, Raila Amolo Odinga ataonea kile kiti kwa umbali, na hata 2027 baada ataonea kiti kwa umbali. Kwa hivyo ni afadhali aanze kumtayarisha mtu mwingine ili apate kuchukua uongozi.
Na Mise, wewe ndio ambaye umetoka kutuambia hapa si lazima Raila Odinga akue rais.
Si lazima, hiyo ndio.
Na sasa tena ukituambia ataonea kiti kwa mbali, yanakuhusu nini ndugu yetu? Mimi naona sasa imefika saa ya kufunga show kwa sababu Mise ameanza kupoteza
pilipili ya kuashia nini.
Nani pilipili ya uongozi wa Raila?
Mkalie kiti with everything. You can sit on the seat with everything you have. We ain't care, but we are doing something about it.
Mkule nyama, sisi tutameza mate.
Sasa hapo mmekubali. Nafikiri Black pale hayo maneno umesema, Black amefurahia, hata ametingisha kiuno kidogo pale chini. So
yeah, but we want to remind you here. I want to give you an opportunity at least to make your closing remarks so that tumekaa hapa sana 11 hours 10 minutes. So Mise, do we start with you?
I just want to thank you, Makiadi, and Julia. Julia, you are in a very jovial mood today. I've not seen any tantrums today. I think this is how you should be coming, and so that we can have a constructive debate. We cannot have a monologue. A debate means that you have a different opinion. You disagree with me to agree, and what we are saying, we do recognize that our country needs proper and good leadership or governance, and the president our able president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is geared towards delivering that. However, we do recognize that he is overstaying in certain things. We would like to see him prioritizing the agenda and make sure that in his priority there is urgent, important, urgent but not important, important but not urgent, but urgent and important for all Kenyans to be able to afford the basic needs: food, shelter, and clothing. This is very urgent and important for our Kenyans to be able to achieve. As well, the people of Azimio, we wish you a quick recovery. We know that it is not easy to accept, but we do welcome you to bring ideas constructively. If you keep making noise, we will just be listening to you, and we will not do anything. If you want us to have a common understanding, even the Bible says, "Come and let us reason together." The reasoning together does not mean that you keep inciting people out there, discrediting the president, calling him mwizi, calling him everything, and expect to reason together. You have to tone down. We are not going to give, our president was very clear that he doesn't have serikali ya nusu mkate. Just accept. That is his way of leadership. We know that Raila has mastered the art of coercing the presidents of the time so that he can get something. So for me, I want to ask fellow Kenyans that despite the fact that William Ruto and Raila Amolo Odinga disagree in public, in private, these people dying together. So you and me should begin to realize that our lives, our future is at stake. Our future is not well defined, but the future of one Raila Amolo Odinga, William Samoei Ruto, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and other people who have held the top positions is well defined. Their children have a bright future. Even us, we should start working towards realizing and realigning our lives to a better future. But last but not least, Makiadi, thank you for confirming today that in his wisdom, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta noted that his problem is Raila Amolo Odinga, and he devised a way of bringing him close for the country to have serenity. So I think if William Ruto finds it fit to do the same, he is very much welcome to do so. But if he feels that he does not want to entertain him, I think let us allow him to work, and let us also remember always, Raila doesn't have to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. It is not about Raila. It is about the sovereignty of the Republic and the people of Kenya. Thank you. With or without Raila.
Thank you, Mr. Julia.
Asante Makedi na Mr. I would like to say this, that fellow Kenyans, tumetoka mbali. On 20th, that is the day before yesterday, we celebrated our heroes. And I think we all remember those people who fought for our independence. So it is because of them that we are here we are. We also appreciate the people who fought for multipartyism. We know them. We can name Jomo Kenyatta, Jaramogi, Odinga, Musinde Murilo, all those for independence. We can talk about Kenneth Matiba, Rubia, Jaramogi again, Paul Moite. We can talk about so many people that helped us get the multi-party system. I mean, we have a multi-party state now. Then we can also appreciate those who fought for the 2010 constitution. And now, you people, you agree with me that even those who are in Kenya Kwanza, I'm sure they have doubts about what happened in this year's general election. Now, many Kenyans, about 7 million Kenyans who voted, do not trust the Electoral Commission, and they do not also trust the Supreme Court, which means now it means we have achieved multipartyism. We have a new constitution 2010, but we have a long way to go. We have got to make sure that we have a free and fair election. So I would like to say this. We know that people want to say that Baba is retiring. I don't think he's retiring. I think Baba and Mother and our Azimio leaders are going to give us a way forward. So fellow Kenyans, when they give us a way forward, be there, because the struggle continues. We must make sure we have a free and fair elections. So I want to remind you, like the South Africans used to say, a luta continua, the struggle continues, fellow Kenyans. Asante.
Santi Julia, mine is very simple. On 13th September, that's 1 month and 9 days ago, William Ruto lifted the Bible and was sworn in as the President of the Republic of Kenya. He was given a sword and the constitutions to depict that he was receiving the instrument of power from the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. There is no doubt about that. The government that is in place right now was legitimately sworn in. When anybody talks negatively about that government, it does not mean that that government loses legitimacy. So, Mise and your cohorts, I would advise you to get down to work. You are not competing against Raila Odinga. You are not competing against Uhuru Kenyatta. You are not competing against anybody. You are competing against time. You promised people that you lower the cost of food. You promised people that you lower the cost of fuel. You promised people that you'll create jobs. You promised people that you create the Hustlers Fund. You promised people that you lower everything that you said on the campaign trail. Those are the metrics that you're going to be judged with. So stop throwing tantrums and saying that you're being criticized every day. You people are the people that are in power right now. The government does not cease to exist because ministers have not been sworn in. We have seen William Ruto holding cabinet meetings. Those are not dummy ministers. They are ministers that took an oath just like William Ruto took an oath. For us, people who you call losers, for us who lost the elections, our job is to criticize you. We will only tell you what is wrong when it goes wrong. When you do something good, we will tell you this is good. Missy, you're talking about ideas. A government that was formed in heaven does not need extra ideas. You have all it takes to rule. You are always praying. You are always preaching the Bible. I don't think most of us Christians know the Bible. We know everything good comes from the Bible. You guys have muko na marking scheme. So we do not need to give you new ideas. You have everything. You have the government, you have parliament, you have the Bible, and you know how to pray. What we want to see is results, and you are running against time. The revolution that you keep people keep talking about is not a revolution that will come from Raila Odinga. It will come from your own. The people you call hustlers, the people that you promised you're going to change their lives. Not the people that did not vote for you. Mtakuliwa na watoto wenu wenyewe. Revolutions eat their own. So you people will be eaten by your own, not us. In fact, kazi yetu sasa saa hii, mkipandisha mafuta tunasema hata hiyo ijatosha, pandisha zaidi. Mkipandisha chakula nasema hata mjafikisha 300 unga, ongeza zaidi, because we do not agree on anything with you guys. We promised people 6,000, mkasema hiyo 6,000 haiwezi patikana. Sasa nyinyi ndio mko kwa serikali, tatueni shida. Now, let me finish by saying this. The suckers that I've seen, and I think somebody talked about the figure that we are talking about here, the hustlers, the cabinet. I was watching the figures today. I don't know, Julia, kama uliona vetting ya leo. kuna ingine imetokea hapa hata nikashangaa. I watched the vetting today, and
Are you talking about Linturis?
yeah.
You want me to play that? I have that thing.
No. I don't think it's really necessary to do that right now, because
Near Mtembei TV. You are safe if you want to play it.
how many minutes is it?
Sijui, let me look it up.
But I want to, as you look for that video, I just want to throw these numbers out to Kenyans. So the net worth of the president nominees for cabinet today, the ones that were vetted yesterday, Mithika Linturi, who does not have a production industry anywhere in the Republic of Kenya, is worth 1.2 billion Kenyan shillings. Eliud Owalo 645 million, Ezekiel Ombaki 590 million, Ababu Namwamba, who has been an MP for a couple of years and then went to CAS position, is worth 425 million, and Rebecca Miano for East African Community is worth 397 million Kenyan shillings. This is just a random question I want to throw out there to you folks who are watching us and the people on the panel. What are we doing wrong? Sisi wengine ni nini tunafanya makosa? Because I'm looking at these numbers, mimi sijui kama umefanya kazi hiyo miaka yenye umefanya, how long it will take you to make I think the poorest, so to speak, cabinet secretary nominee is worth what, 100 million? And some of these people have only been in public service for all their lives. They do not have any production going on out there. I don't know. I think we should have a discussion one day, Julia. Tukae chini tujiulize, ni sisi tunafanya things wrong ama nini? Is there something that we are doing wrong that we could change so that we better our lives?
I was also asking myself that people say the Uhuru has so many companies, like the milk company and all that. I have not had any Ruto's company that has so much money. What are Ruto's companies? I need to know that.
The Gachagwas, the Musalia Mudavadis, people are
billionaires.
Kampuni
zao ni gani? Ni biashara gani wa wanafanya?
Mise wewe ndio supporter wa Kenya Kwanza. I think we'll have a special discussion here. Utuambie ni nini hii mnafanya, ambapo the so-called hustler cabinet, the poorest hustler ako worth 100 million. I think we should have this discussion one day. Ndio pengine mnaweza tuibia siri. Siku moja pia sisi tufanye the right things, because people are crying about the price of unga, or the people who are being vetted to take care of the needs of the people who are crying about unga are billionaires. So let me leave it there. We will have
let me entertain Mise for 2 minutes.
We'll be happy to help you with that when the right time comes. Just
I want to entertain you for 2 minutes. Just pay attention.
Of the investigations. In fact, the matter was taken up by the EACC. I don't know what became of the forgeries. In fact, the matter was taken up by the EACC. I don't know what became of the investigations. So just to be clear, that this can be rested once and for all. Do you have only one degree from the University of Nairobi, which is a Bachelor of Law? Did you present some other degree to the University of Nairobi for admission to this course? Did you ever get a Bachelor of Commerce degree from an Indian university? These were subjects of speculation at the time of the investigations. 2 is that on the 28th of April 2021, you were arrested by the DCI. 28th April 2021, or thereabout. You were arrested by the DCI for allegedly using forged signatures to secure some Kenya shillings 530 million loan. What became of this matter? Because I never heard of it again. thereafter. Then when the then or the current, if it maybe is true, CS for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, when he appeared before a Senate committee, if I may recall, he made some very disturbing allegations against you, which again is in public domain. That as director of Articon Limited, alongside one Emily Wantai, you forged company documents to facilitate the borrowing of another Kenya's personal loan of Kenya shillings 100 million without the consent of another shareholder or co-shareholder going by the name Kipchumba Ngetich, who was subsequently again fired from the company for refusing to play ball. Those are the words of Dr. Matiang'i. I'm just paraphrasing him. You may want to shed some light on this, even as you seek to be approved to occupy this very high office. Finally, and the Honorable Chungu has touched on it, the affidavit by one Sheila Masindi, who is the executive director of Transparency International, drawn on the 14th of October 2022. It is also again raising very disturbing issues. One, she of course alleges that you were arrested and charged with the offense of attempted rape on the 30th of January 2021. She goes ahead to say that the matter was eventually dropped. Okay? But the charge raised, those are her words, the charge raised serious issues on your integrity. Kindly comment, make a comment on the same. Thanks.
I think those are
So, Miss, that's an appetizer for your sleep tonight. Take care of your daughters. And
I can see Missy has William Ruto's portrait behind him. All the best. I would want to see that portrait behind you after 1 year, so that these criminals that you're vetting into office will probably show you what it means to govern.
keep your daughters safe, and your sisters, and your keep them away from such people.
Missy hana kitu ya kusema hapo, wacha tuachane naye. Thank you all.
I think we are watching that clip selectively. Anyone can be just if we can be stick to what we say today. Anyone can be a rapist, or anyone can be a thief. Both sides. It's not that anyone who aligns with Raila Amolo Odinga is a blank check. But everyone is susceptible, so tusigonge hao watu sana, tuwapatie time, tuwaombee wafanye kazi.
Haya, mimi sina mengi ya kuongeza hapo Julia. I think I've said enough for today. But I want to wish you all the best, Mise. We do not support William Ruto, but if he does something that will change the lives of Kenyans, then we will always clap for him. If he does something stupid, then we will always tell him that this is something stupid. And that is our position. That is what you always asked us to do. We will do that. We will do that diligently.
You want fair to say that hii serikali ni
majambazi.
Alisema hii serikali it's an heaven. Serikali that was made in heaven. Makiadi, those were not very kind. Those were not very kind words for the
You are the people who tell us ni God maze, ni God, ni maombi si uchawi. You are the people. So I mean, we are just quoting your words.
You people stop being blasphemous.
No, we do not know if it's a small G, so hatujui, you guys ndio mnaweza tuambia, but what I can say is this, ambayo imetoka mbinguni haina doa. Na mko na mnasema mnasomanga Biblia na mnaomba, we have seen that, so we expect the best from you. What we will do is
let us criticize him where he needs to be criticized, and let us give him credit where he is trying to perform.
That's okay, Mise. I hope I'll see where
I'm
he
looking for
deserves
credit.
I'm still
help.
in fact, Julie has taken the words away from my mouth. I'm still looking for where to credit him in the past 39 days or what, 40 days.
I am disappointed.
I don't see anything. I don't see anything new.
That bit I agree with you. I'm disappointed at the rate which they are wanting to roll out and at least address the needs. That bit I'm disappointed, but I'm very hopeful that I'm giving them a benefit of doubt in terms of realigning themselves to address the needs. I hope that they will deliver on their mandate, and I hope that they will change the trajectory in terms of food security and so on. That is where I'm really hoping to see some change, especially the president being an expert in that. So I hope, I hope that at this point they should focus or ignore the criticism, and deliver, so that we can start now looking at their actions vis-a-vis the criticism. Because now they are listening more and responding to the criticism, which is going to be there throughout. We are cognizant of that, but they should now start turning a blind eye and blind ear to the criticism and focus on service delivery, and that is what is going to liberate them. For me, that is where I'm focusing, and that's where I'm hoping to see them improve.
Okay, thank you. I think if you had structures that work, if you had a spokesperson in this government, of which I believe you have, then I don't think everybody in the government would be, responding to every noise that comes from out there. But because everybody now knows what it means to be in government, and Kenya Kwanza is the so-called heaven-sent government, then you do not know what to do, and you do not know who is supposed to speak what, when, and where. All the best. Mimi nataka kumalizia hapo, unless Julia,
All the best, Miss Makiadi, mimi naenda kulala.
Si tunamaliza, we are not doing anything else, we are just appreciating our viewers na tufunge show. Okay. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wote mko pamoja nasi kutoka hayo masaa yote ambayo tumekuwa hapa hadi tamati wa kipindi hiki kwa masaa 11 na dakika 34 ambazo tumekuwa hewani. Wale wote ambao mmekuwa pamoja nasi, wengine wameingia na wakatoka, tunasema ni asante. Suza Jones, nimekuona unani sumbua, Ndush, asante. Mary Awori, na wale wengine wote ambao umeungana pamoja nasi. Nitawakumbusha kusubscribe kwa Motembei TV, ndio wakati ambapo show inaenda live. Ukiwa umehit notification button utapata ujumbe wa kukwambia kwamba show yetu imeanza. Mise, asante sana kuwa pamoja nasi, na nadhani ni saa 9 kweli mahali uliko na Julia, saa 9 za usiku. Thank you.
Mise, unakaa kwa ofisi, auendi kulala leo?
Hapana, niko kwa nyumba.
Ako kwa nyumba, nimeona ameletewa bills hapo, asaini haraka ziende zilipwe. Anyway, it's good, Mise, having you on the show. Julia, thank you so much. I want to again remind all the people to subscribe to Motembei TV and make sure you hit the notification button. It is very important that you hit the notification button, ndio wakati ambapo tunakuwa na show iko live, you'll be notified ya kwamba tuko live. I know we have missed a few days, but we are trying to get back on track. So mtupatie nguvu. Tumepitia wakati mgumu pia sisi, lakini tumeanza kuona wale ambao tulitarajia watafanya kazi hawajui kile kitu ambacho walichaguliwa kufanya kazi. So kazi yetu ni kukuja hapa kupiga kelele, tuwarekebishe mahali ambapo wanapotea, ndio at least tutengeneze nchi yetu kuwa nzuri kwa watu ambao tutawaachia, wajukuu na wajukuu wetu na vitukuu. Generation ambayo inakuja baada ya wajukuu ni vitukuu, Mise. Nadhani unaelewa hicho Kiswahili.
Ni kweli. Na ulete Themba bwana. Sijui kwa nini Sijui
na wenye wanakuja after vitukuu, because I know somebody who had my grandmother had a great she had okay, my children call her great grandmother, and my children generation have children, so she had great grandchildren.
So
na Kiswahili.
Julia, tunatoka kwa watoto,
wanaitwa
tunaenda wajukuu, tunaenda vitukuu, tunaenda vilembwe. Wanaitwa
vilembwe na vilembwe what?
Vilembe kwezu ama vilembe kwezu. Kiswahili kigumu hicho watu wanachapa blue hapo vilembe kwezu.
Idea. Nafikiri nikiandika chini nitapata matamshi ndio magumu.
Vilembe what?
Vilembe kwezu.
Lakini kumbuka tu ni wajukuu, vitukuu, vilembwe. So hiyo ni karibu 6th generation.
Yeah, she had I called her grandmother. Okay, she had her children, and then I call her grandmother. My children call her great grandmother, and then she had children who call her great grandmother. So she saw 4 generations, right?
Yeah.
She saw
about 5. About almost 5.
Yeah, she saw 5 generations.
Yeah, she was blessed. She was blessed. That's almost 100 plus years,
Yeah, they said she was 98, but they suspect she was more than 100. The record goes 98 in her ID, but they suspect she was more than 100 years.
Okay. Kitonga naona anachapa blue hapo, sijui watu bado wako. Unaona roho hiyo, au ndio supporters wa Raila wenye unasema we move on
ambia unanisumbua.
Haya, sawa. Amesikia hiyo, na kwa wimbo wa taifa nitasema tu wimbo wa taifa stanza ya kwanza na tufunge show. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Asante Julia, asante Mise, na wale wote ambao umetutazama siku ya leo. Tuonane wakati na saa nyingine kama ya leo. Thank you.